Hello guys, how are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto was forced to marry the daughter of the Raikage to prevent a war? If you enjoy this video then please like, share and do comment. And also check the description to original creator of this beautiful creation. So let us start the story.
The retrieval team that went after the traitor Uchiha Sasuke returned with success. Of the 6 that were originally sent out to retrieve the Uchiha, 4 were critically injured, 1 was badly injured, but was not in any serious danger, and the remaining member had only a broken finger. Despite the various injuries they suffered, they were all healing amazingly well without any lasting damage, thanks to the brilliant medical skills of the Godem Hokage, Tsunade, the Slug Queen. Konoha Hospital. It had been several days since Team Shikamaru had returned from their successful S-class retrieval mission. Uchiha Sasuke now lay in a hospital bed, strapped down with his chakra temporarily sealed off, along with his Sharingan. His curse seal was personally sealed by Jiraiya, making it near impossible for the Uchiha to use it. There were also Anbu guards stationed outside the door and outside the window on Tsunade's orders. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't do anything other but stare at the ceiling. A member of his team entered his hospital room with a large grin on his face. In response, Sasuke turned and glared. He glared at the person who stopped him from obtaining power. The power he needed to avenge his clan, to kill his brother. That person being none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sighed at the glare and looked at him. He had hoped that his teammate would come to his senses and realize what Orochimaru's true intentions were. Unfortunately, revenge makes you blind. Are you alright, Sasuke? How are you feeling? Naruto asked. What do you think? Sasuke growled. Well, I did say that I was going to break your arms and legs and drag you back to the village if I had to, Naruto joked. Sasuke struggled and thrashed on the bed, trying to get free from his bonds as he jerked forward. You think this is funny, Dobi? Do you? Look what you did to me. My chakra, the curse seal and my Sharingan are all sealed off and I'm strapped to this fucking bed. Sasuke roared. I told you that I wasn't gonna let you go to Orochimaru, answered Naruto. I'm trying to protect you from him and I was trying to save you from yourself. Do you really think that he would have given you the power to kill your brother without a price? Think about it, Teme. If I wasn't strapped to this fucking bed I'd kill you right now, Sasuke sneered. What? Asked a surprised Naruto. I'll kill you. If I ever see you again, dope, I'll kill you. Snarled Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke, I'm trying to help you. Naruto shouted. I don't need your help. I don't need Konoha. I don't need anything except the power to kill my brother. That's all I care about. You dare to lecture me? I'm an Avenger and you will always be a Dobi. Sasuke spat venomously. You'll never understand how I feel. You were born with nothing. No parents, no family, no clan. I had all that and then it was taken away from me by the person I admired most in the world. The person I wanted to be like and surpass more than anything, my own fucking brother. So don't you dare think you can understand me, or how I feel, because you'll never be able to even comprehend what it's like to have everything you cherish ripped away from you. Because you dope, never had anything to begin with, I don't want you, or anyone else's help. Now get out of my sight. Sasuke roared. Naruto just sighed and left the room. The next day, Naruto stood at Team 7's meeting spot waiting for Sakura. Soon enough she came into view. Thinking that she was going to thank him for bringing Sasuke back, he put on his trademark grin and walked to greet her. Hey Sakura, was as far as he got before she lashed out at him with a left hook, straight to the side of his face. His head reeled back as an expression of shock contorted his features. A shaking hand reached to hold his stinging cheek. How could you do that to Sasuke-kun? She screeched, I asked you to bring him back and what do? You almost kill him, she yelled, breathing heavily, glaring daggers into his eyes. It's a miracle that he's still able to recover for active duty after what you did. I thought you were his friend. Sakura proceeded to punch and kick him for 10 minutes before her rage ran its course. Naruto, being Naruto, sat there and took it, never once raising his fists to defend himself or strike back. Sakura looked down on him and spat at him. I hate you, Uzumaki Naruto. You're nothing but a monster. I don't ever want to see you again. She turned and stomped away. If she'd stayed any longer, she would have heard his heart breaking and seen the tears fall from his eyes. A few hours later in Konoha council room, Naruto had been summoned to the council chambers. You wished to speak to me? Naruto said in a dead, miserable tone. This caught several people in the council off guard, especially Tsunade. This was not like the usual loud, hyperactive young ninja, who always wore a smile no matter what happened. What's wrong with Naruto? He's not himself, something must have happened. I'll have to ask when we're done here, thought Tsunade. Elder Council member Mitokado Homura answered Naruto. Yes, we summoned you here, he said. The council has finished reading the reports that were given to us by you and your teammates, the Suna team, as well as Rock Lee and your sensei, Hitaki Kakashi's report. Although we're pleased that a mission of this level was successfully completed by a freshly ordained Chunin and a team of 4 genin, we have some concerns regarding the reports on the battle between you and your teammate Uchiha Sasuke. He continued, peering at Naruto over the rim of his glasses. What concerns? Asked Naruto, where a sick, cold feeling wormed its way into his gut. What has us concerned is the fact that you used a large amount of the Kyuubi's chakra in your battle, and caused a great deal of destruction to the Valley of the End, replied Elder Council member Utatane Kaharu. I had no choice. Sasuke was using the power of the curse seal, and in order to hold him back and subdue him, I needed to access the Kyuubi's chakra. Plus, I was only trying to capture him while he was trying to kill me, which, I can prove right now. Naruto lifted up his shirt and showed the council the scars from the 2 Chidori, 1,000 birds, that Sasuke had rammed through his chest, one being very close to his heart. Several of the assembled clan heads, namely Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Sume, could not help but feel for the boys since all their sons had been on that team. One of them had been critically wounded, like Naruto, and many others were severely hurt. While that is acceptable, Uzumaki, we still have our concerns, namely the words of your own report. Specifically when you were calling on the Kyuubi's chakra, you stated that you were feeling a great deal of anger and rage. You also mentioned that the Kyuubi's chakra served to intensify your anger, which, according to the reports, led to Uchiha Sasuke's current condition, said the old one-eyed elder Danzo Shimura. We're aware that this isn't the first time you were on the verge of losing control of yourself when using the Kyuubi's chakra. The reports from Team 7's mission to Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, mentioned your struggles against a Hayaten, ice release, user, partner of a rank missing ninja Momochi Zabuza, in which as stated by your sensei Hitaki Kakashi you released a large amount of the Kyuubi's chakra and nearly lost control. However, you managed to regain control in the end before you could do any harm to your teammates and your sensei. This time, however, you were unable to stop yourself before severely injuring Uchiha Sasuke, which is the reason for this meeting. Danzo finished, studying the young blonde intently with his eye. Now hold on just a minute. Tsunade broke in, slamming her fists on the table. You're not going to try and pin any of the trouble that has been caused by the Uchiha on Naruto. He may have used the Kyuubi's chakra but he clearly has it under control, as he demonstrated in Chunin exams, where he defeated Hyuga Neji without causing him any undue harm. His apprenticeship to my teammate Jiraiya should be more than enough to abate any fears or concerns, shouted Tsunade. With all due respect, Jiraiya's training with the container has not given us the desired results. Clearly the boy's emotions are linked to his ability to call upon the demon's power, and since he is unable to control his emotions, he cannot control a powerful enough amount of demonic chakra without losing control of his actions. The Uchiha's injuries are proof enough to attest to this. Consider this, Danzo said. The container has repeatedly mentioned that he sees Sasuke as his closest friend. If, in his lack of control, he damaged his friend this much, what does that say about the damage he could deal to a Konoha shinobi with whom he has no connection, should he once again lose control? I've to say this would not have happened if Sarutobi had not disbanded my root division or if he'd given me the chance to raise and train the boy properly, he finished. If Sensei had allowed that, Naruto would have been nothing more than your personal puppet. Tsunade snarled. I wanted nothing more than to train the container to become the perfect weapon for Konoha, and despite what you think of me, I always have the best interest of Konoha at heart. Stated Danzo calmly. More like your own interests, if you ask me. Sume growled out. She had never liked the old warhawk. He treated shinobi like disposable tools and wouldn't hesitate to send anyone on a suicide mission or abandon them if it suited his own needs. It was a fact that disgusted Sume since her clan valued comradeship above all else. Danzo narrowed his eye at Sume, but said nothing. Tsunade, we must also consider the threat of the organization that Jiraiya reported to us, the Akatsuki, which is made up of 9 S-class missing nins. One of the members being Uchiha Itachi, and a former member being your former teammate Orochimaru, Kaharu stated, watching Tsunade. We are at a great disadvantage against them. We've little to no information with regards to their goals, besides the fact that they are after the Biju, not to mention our own current state of weakness from the invasion of Suna and Otto. They can easily attack us again to obtain the Kyuubi container, just as they attempted last time with Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame when they infiltrated the village. But this time all 9 members may attack the village, and we would most likely be destroyed in the resulting battle. That is why I believe we should eliminate that threat to the village right here and now," said Kaharu, eyeing Naruto as she concluded her speech. Naruto suddenly had a terrible feeling wash over him. They meant him. "And you propose to do this, how?" drawled Shikaku, not liking the direction things were going. "Simple. As I said, the Akatsuki want the Biju and they'll stop at nothing until they've obtained them all. Therefore, as long as we have the Kyuubi, we are in danger. What I suggest is we banish the container so that Konoha itself will no longer be a target," Kaharu responded. "No, I will not allow this. I will not allow you to banish one of our most loyal shinobi simply because you're afraid to fight the Akatsuki. You can't do this, as Hokage, I forbid it," roared Tsunade. When Naruto heard Kaharu's plan, he felt like his heart was going to stop. He met her once or twice when he was younger, visiting the old man. While the man named Homura treated him nicely enough, the woman Kaharu treated him like the plague. Her tolerance of his existence was just barely present, and he'd received many a glare from her for his pranks, or his casual way of referring to the Sandame as Gigi. But when Tsunade started to shout that she would not allow them to banish him, hope started to rise in Naruto. He knew Tsunade as the Hokage would have final say and she would never banish him. But when a small evil smirk appeared on Kaharu's wrinkled old face, that hope shattered. "I'm afraid you're wrong, Tsunade. We can do this, you see, in the village charter recorded by your grandfather the Shodem Hokage. It is stated that when there is a situation that threatens the safety of the village and the Hokage is unwilling, or incapable of dealing with it, then the village council may overrule the Hokage on the decisions on how to deal with the situation, so long as the majority of the council is in favor of it," said Kaharu, still maintaining her smirk. "What?" Tsunade roared in disbelief. "Wait, even if we banish the boy, all we're doing is handing him to the Akatsuki. This plan, if it can be called that, will not eliminate the threat that the Akatsuki poses. All this will do, give them more power and further aid their goals, making them an even bigger threat than they are now. I also disagree, both fundamentally and professionally, with your blasé treatment of Naruto. To just throw a young ninja of our village to the wolves in this manner, in spite of all that he has accomplished, is an insult and is against everything Konoha stands for," declared Shuza, in righteous anger. Tsunade and Naruto both smiled, glad that they had some support, and happy that at least someone else could see reason. "That is no boy. He is a demon, plain and simple," shouted out Ashikaga Shin, head of the merchant guild in Konoha. He had lost his only daughter, a young kunoichi, his pride and joy, on the night of the Kyuubi attack and held a great deal of hatred for Naruto. Shin's bias against Naruto prompted him to have Naruto banned from the majority of shops and restaurants that served the village, or in lieu of outright banning him, the merchants only gave him the worst things they had and even overcharged him for them. The only businesses that weren't like this were Ichiraku Ramen and Makumo Ninja Gears and Weapons Store. Additionally, Makumo Tenshins, the owner of Makumo Ninja Gear and Weapons Store, reputation as the finest weapons maker in the village, made him untouchable regardless of his membership in the Merchants Guild. Also, the most he could do to Ichiraku Tuchi was to not allow him to have a cider section to build a ramen restaurant in the village, which didn't hurt the man much. Plus, although Ashikaga Shin would never say it to anyone, he was actually intimated by the old ramen chief, ever since an incident when he had spoken badly about the Kyuubi brat in front of him. He had received a broken jaw for his troubles. "You lot are all fools. If we listen to you, then we'll be giving the most powerful and destructive force that we know to a bunch of criminals, and I don't think what those criminals have in plan for the Bijus will be for the benefit of Konoha or any other village and country in the bloody elemental continent," said Ino's father Inoichi. Do not worry about handing over the power of the Kyuubi to the Akatsuki Yamanaka-san. Both Danzo and I have taken into consideration that the container would very much likely be captured by them, which is why we've a plan that'll activate once we banish the container, and eliminate the threat of the Akatsuki at the same time, said Kaharu. And what exactly is this great plan of yours that will eliminate 9 S-class criminals in one go? Tsunade snarled out. I'm sorry Tsunade, but considering how sensitive this plan is and how vital it is to the village's security, we cannot tell you now. And due to your relationship with the container, we'll inform you and the rest of the council once we feel the time is right, said Danzo with a barely seen smirk. All Tsunade could do was growl and glare at the old warhawk, seething with suppressed rage and an overwhelming urge to rob Danzo of his remaining eye and limbs. I now propose that we cast a vote to decide the container's fate, stated Kaharu. Ashikaga Shin, I vote yes. Let's get rid of the demon. Inazuka Sume, I vote no. The boy shouldn't be treated like this. As the Hokage has said, he is a loyal shinobi to this village and doesn't deserve to be banished. I've known him since he was a young pup and he often played with my own son when they were younger. Hojo Akira, a civilian politician who went wherever the civilian people went as long as it kept him in his comfortable position, I vote yes. This village will be much better off without him causing us trouble. Nara Shikaku, not only is this meeting troublesome, but it is also stupid. This vote is stupid. You guys, who are for banishing him, are stupid. So I vote no. Akamichi Shuza, like Sum's son Kiba, my son Choji has known Naruto since childhood. He was even one of Choji's first friends. And if I vote yes I will never be able to face my son. Plus, he is the only person that can eat more ramen than me or Choji. My vote is no, Shuza said with a slight chuckle. Yamanaka Inoichi, quite frankly I'm against this entire thing. I've seen what that boy goes through in the village from his memories in his mind, when I did his mental stability test. To be perfectly honest, if he does decide to destroy this village then we deserve every bit of what we get. Contrary to your belief, his mind is a hell of a lot more stable and more controlled than that Uchiha. I vote no. Utatane Kaharu. You all know my reasons so I need not say them. I vote yes. Danzo, my reasons are the same as Kaharu-san. I vote yes. Sarutobi Asuma. I often saw the kid with my old man and I know he considered him a grandson in all but blood. If he saw this right now, he would be disgusted. I bet he's even turning over his grave right now. Also, the boy is good friends with my nephew and he will never forgive me if I was for Naruto's banishment. Plus he is also friends with your grandchildren, Kaharu and Homura. So I vote no. Asai Hata, one of the wealthiest men in Konoha who had lost a great deal of his wealth when his family home had been destroyed by the Kyuubi financial, I vote yes, and I'll be more than happy to kick it out myself. Aburame Shibi, although some of the things that Kaharu-san has said are logically sound, it would be illogical to simply banish the boy and indirectly hand him over to the Akatsuki without knowing what the plan is. And might I mention, we of the Aburame clan also know what it is like to be judged simply because of what we carry inside us. So I vote no. Kurama Unkai. Although I'm sympathetic to the boy's situation and hold no hatred for what he carries inside him, since he cannot be held responsible for being unable to control the demon inside his body much like my niece Yakumo, it still does not change the fact that he is still a danger to our village. I vote yes. Senju Tsunade. Hokage, I vote no. I will not allow you to banish this boy just because of your idiotic hate. Mitokado Homura. Although I hold no hatred for young Naruto, some of the things that Danzo and Kaharu have mentioned cannot be ignored, and as much as it pains me to say this, I must vote yes. When Homura sat down he looked at the young boy who stared back at him with hurt and betrayal on his face, filling Homura with guilt. I'm sorry Naruto. I am merely doing what I think is best for the village. Although something tells me I am making a great mistake. Udon will probably never forgive me for banishing Naruto, Homura thought sadly. Anbu Commander. There is truth in what Danzo-san and Kaharu-san said with regards Akatsuki coming back to Konoha to capture Uzumaki Naruto. However, like Aburame-san I cannot agree with banishing him and leaving him helpless against the Akatsuki, not without any knowledge of the plan to deal with them. This boy has proven himself to the village enough times and more, even in the exams, He helped save the village by defeating the Jinchuriki Gaara. I vote no. Amako Taichi was a wealthy businessman that had earned a great deal of wealth from selling various foods and herbs in and out of Konoha and the Fire Country. He lost crops, herbs, land and wealth during the Kyuubi attack. He also lost his elder brother who had been a jonin at the time. I vote yes. The sooner we get rid of him the better. Naruto had been counting the votes and it was tie, 8 for banishment 8 against it. Now, there was only one person left to vote, Hyuga Hiashi, Hinata's father and head of the Hyuga clan. For the next few minutes Hiashi remained silent as he mulled over his decision. All the while though, Naruto waited breathlessly for Hiashi to decide his fate, since his vote would be the breaker. Hyuga Hiashi. I vote yes to banishing Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. At this Naruto hit the ground and slumped over. His world had been shattered, everything was gone now. He would never be an accomplished ninja, never be Hokage, and never see his friends again. Tsunade had tears in her eyes but she would not cry. She wouldn't give these bastards the satisfaction of seeing her break. But she wasn't the only person who was angered and saddened by this. Most of those who were against his banishment were angry as well. Sume, livid, was glaring furiously at Hiashi while her partner Kuromaru growled at the man. Hiashi, for the most part, ignored Sume and her dog. Although I hold no hatred for the boy, I do think it is better that he leave. In our current condition the village can't afford to have an enemy like the Akatsuki. With him gone we can rebuild the village and our forces and deal with the Akatsuki when we're ready. Perhaps with him gone Hinata will finally give up her silly little crush over the boy and start training more and become stronger like a true Hyuga heiress should be. If not, I've no choice but to put her in the branch clan and have Hanabi be the new heiress, thought Hiashi. The Anbu commander and Aburame Shibi just sadly shook their heads, knowing that this was a mistake that will one day come back to bite them. Shuza just sighed sadly knowing his son would be greatly affected by this. Shikaku just thought, troublesome idiots. The civilian members of the council were laughing away at how they finally got rid of the demon brat. Danzo, Kaharu and Unkai did not join the fools and just kept their face neutral. Homura and Inoichi just lowered their heads sadly since they knew this was wrong. Asuma just sighed and looked out the window. He saw that it was raining again like the funeral for his father and the other ninjas who died during the invasion by Suna and Otto. It seems that once again the heavens are weeping. This time it's weeping at the foolishness of this village. Or maybe it is you father and Minato who are weeping from the heavens at what we've allowed happen, thought Asuma. Anbu, take the Kyuubi container to have his chakra sealed. And have Danzo's new cursed seal placed on him so that he can't tell anyone our secrets or techniques. Ordered Kaharu. At this, the Anbu who appeared next to Naruto disappeared with him. 2 days later in Naruto's apartment. It was nighttime in Konoha. Naruto had just finishing packing up his few meager belongings so he would be ready to leave tomorrow. His throat still hurt from the seal that was put on him to prevent him from talking about Konoha to people outside the village. His friends had just left his apartment an hour ago to say goodbye, along with a few others. Thankfully Tsunade had been able to forbid anyone in the council from mentioning that he was banished to the civilians and most of the ninja population until he had left. She didn't want people lining up to throw things at him and jeer as he left. The only reason why his friends knew what was happening was because Tsunade had allowed the parents of Naruto's friends to tell them so that they could say goodbye. Guy and Lee had been shouting out about the unyouthfulness of the Konoha Council, swearing that they were now going to work twice as hard, so that their own flames of youth would not be dampened. Lee had made Naruto his eternal rival and vowed on his flames of youth that he would one day help to bring Naruto back to Konoha, and if not he would run all the way to Suna and back again 100 times. Naruto could not help but laugh at Lee's vow. He was grateful to have a friend like him. Though Lee may have been weird guy, he was a loyal to a fault and he knew he could count on when he needed him. He and Lee were a lot alike. Both were orphans, both were weird in their own way, both never gave up no matter how hard it got for them. Both were dead lasts in their class and both had a dream they wanted to achieve. Lee, I want you to do me a favor, Naruto began. Anything for you Naruto-kun, exclaimed Lee. I want you to promise me that you'll accomplish your dream, and prove that the dead last can become a great ninja, no matter what. Naruto proclaimed, Yash, your flames of youth still shine brightly. Lee cried, "And I will become a great ninja. It's a promise of a lifetime." Afterwards Neji came and gave his condolences over what had happened. He even said that all the respect he had gained for his uncle recently was now gone. He wished Naruto luck, and also told Naruto that Hinata had been forbidden to say goodbye to Naruto by her father. Naruto of course understood and could not help but feel sympathetic for Hinata, for being cursed with a cold-hearted bastard like Hiashi as her father. Ten came as well, and told him how enraged she and her parents were when they heard that Naruto was being banished for some unknown reason. Naruto had been going to her family store for years, since her parents, unlike most people of Konoha, treated Naruto like a person. They even gave him discounts for weapons and gear when he was short of money, which was quite often. Ten also gave Naruto a set of silver kunai as a parting gift, and said that they would miss him very much, leaving Naruto truly touched by Ten and her parents' kindness. Kurenai also came to give Naruto her sympathy and a bento box from Hinata that she made herself. Naruto thanked Kurenai and told her to thank Hinata for him. When Kiba arrived with the others he began to rant and rave about the stupidity of the council. He even told Naruto that his mom still hadn't stopped swearing, which made Naruto laugh. Shino gave his condolences over the banishment. Naruto noted that every time someone mentioned Konoha's council, Shino's left eyebrow started to twitch in annoyance. Shikamaru, Asuma and Choji also arrived together along with Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon to say goodbye. Konohamaru was fairly torn up over Naruto's banishment. Naruto gave him his leaf headband saying that he can have it as a keepsake from him. Konohamaru tearfully took it and promised to keep it safe. Naruto also told him to make sure to wear it when he becomes Hokage, so that in some small way they both become Hokage. Konohamaru also promised that he would prank the hell out of Konoha for this, especially the ones who had Naruto banished from the village. Naruto just chuckled and said, "Give them hell, Konohamaru." Konohamaru also vowed that when he was Hokage, he will disband the council and bring him back to Konoha, which made Naruto laugh again and tell him he better hurry up and become Hokage then. Both Udon and Moegi tearfully hugged Naruto saying that they were sorry for their grandparents' stupidity. Naruto just smiled and said that they had nothing to be sorry about. Shikamaru wished Naruto luck and told him to try to not get into too many troublesome situations. Naruto only smirked at him and said he would do his best. Choji gave Naruto a pie from his mom. Naruto thanked Choji and told him to thank his mom for him. Naruto had met Choji's mother once or twice and found her to be a very kind woman. Not to mention she was an excellent cook from the 1 or 2 meals he had with the family along with Kiba and Shikamaru. Asuma expressed his sorrow that he couldn't prevent the council from banishing him. Naruto thanked Asuma and told him he was grateful for his help even if he didn't succeed. Tuchi and Ayame both arrived incensed. Tuchi swore that if he ever saw that bastard Ashikaga Shin again he would do more that break his jaw. Ayame gave Naruto a kiss on the head, much to his embarrassment, and told him to take care of himself. They also gave him a few instant ramen cups and gave him a large, hot bowl of ramen as his last meal in the village. When Iruka arrived a few minutes after the others, saying he had been pissed would have been the understatement of the century. He was beyond furious belief and began ranting on about the idiocy of the council. He was tempted to go to the next council meeting and give them a piece of his mind. It was funny to imagine Iruka using his scary big head jutsu on the council members. Iruka told Naruto that he would miss him, and told him to take care of himself, and gave Naruto a fatherly hug. The only ones that had not come to say goodbye to Naruto were Ino, Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi. Asuma told him that Ino had gone off to take care of the poor hurt Uchiha. Everyone already knew Sakura was with. Sasuke was still being detained in the hospital, and Kakashi, according to Kurenai, was heading towards the hospital to visit his prized student. Naruto wasn't shocked at their behavior, and found that he didn't even care. When asked why, Naruto simply told everyone what had happened with him and Sakura at the bridge and how Kakashi had trained him in only tree walking and teamwork exercises, while he had seen Kakashi teach Sasuke several flame jutsu, not to mention his Chidori. He taught Sakura to detect and dispel and cast genjutsus. Naruto also showed them the scars that Sasuke's Chidori gave him. It was a miracle that Naruto was still alive. Asuma and Kurenai were of course disgusted at Kakashi's blatant favoritism and their respect for the copycat ninja plummeted. Guy couldn't even explain how ashamed he was of his rival. When everyone was gone, Naruto gazed out the window. He knew the Anbu were there, watching him. He was not able to see or sense them, but he knew they were there. As he gazed, he could not help but think about his life in Konoha. He had a few good memories, but honestly, all the others were bad. It was then Naruto realized he needed to know something, and if he was going to leave Konoha tomorrow forever, then he might as well find out tonight. He was going to find out about his parents. It had been something Naruto had wanted to know all his life. When he asked the Sandaime, the old man told him he had no idea. However, Naruto just knew that the old man was lying. He had also asked Tsunade and Jiraiya, but they said they didn't know either. Again, he knew they were lying to him. The pervert may have been a convincing liar, but Tsunade was as good at lying as she was at gambling, and if she knew who his parents were, then so did the pervert. Naruto took out his life-size paper match doll of himself, one he had made several years ago when he was younger, so that if anyone tried to sneak into his apartment when he was sleeping, to attack him, he would replace himself with it, and snuck out a secret hatch that he had made under his bed so that he could make a quick escape from apartment without anyone noticing. After he was out, he stealthily headed for the Hokage tower. They might have sealed up his chakra, but he was still an expert at infiltration and stealth. After all, how else does a kid wearing bright orange sneak into the Hokage's tower and steal a scroll of forbidden jutsu? 2 hours later in the Hokage tower. For the past hour Naruto had been looking through the Hokage office searching for information about his parents. He had finally found a hidden compartment in the Hokage's desk. Naruto then spent the next half hour trying to pick the combination lock on the drawer. Eventually he cracked the code, the date Konoha was founded. In the compartment were several scrolls and documents. When Naruto finished reading the document concerning his parents, he was so pissed he literally had to bite down on his tongue to keep himself from screaming in rage. They lied to me. Ero Sennin, Ba-chan and the old man, they all lied, right to my face. I'm the son of the fucking Yondaime Hokage and they lied to me and stopped me from getting what was rightfully mine. Naruto furiously thought. He had seen the bank accounts in the documents. They showed that his family was among the 3 wealthiest families in Konoha, wealthier than those bastards Asai and Amako combined. Not counting the money that he got from his mother, who was the heiress of the fucking Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure, hidden among the whirling tides, which had collapsed right after the Second Great Shinobi War. The 2 family fortunes combined made him on equal standing in wealth with Gato, had he been still alive, making Naruto one of the wealthiest people in the whole goddamn elemental continent. Naruto was absolutely livid. He had to scrimp and save every day of his life with the little amount of social welfare from the village, and all this time he had a fortune that was rightfully his. The village kept his inheritance from him. They even had the audacity to deny him the knowledge of his family name. And to add insult to injury, they dumped him in some crappy apartment when he had a large estate behind the village. But the things that pissed him off most were 1. His own father had been the one to put the Kyuubi into him and give him a miserable life. And 2, that damn pervert Jiraiya was his fucking godfather and was supposed to take care of him or at the least look out for him, which he didn't. Naruto then decided to open a scroll where he found a letter from his father the Yondaime. And from the way it was written with messy handwriting you could tell, this letter was written quickly, right before he sealed the Kyuubi into him. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then Sarutobi has deemed you ready to know the truth. You are my son, the son of the Yondaime Hokage. As I write this letter, the battle against the Kyuubi is raging on, so I don't have much time to write. I know I will not return alive from this fight. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, my wife, who sadly died giving birth to you, due to a complication that happened. Know that both your mother and I loved you from the moment you came into this world, and my only regret is that your mother and I will not be there to watch you grow up. Both of us leave you everything we own in this world. You also must know by now that I sealed the Kyuubi into you. Hopefully the village will have listened to my last wish and treated you as the hero that you are and that you've had a good life so far. But if my worst fear has come true and the villagers did not follow my wishes, and treated you like an outcast, then I'm truly sorry, my son, for any pain that you went through. I hope you can understand that I picked you to be the container of the Kyuubi, for I could not go to another family and ask them to make such a sacrifice. The other reason why I made you the container of the Kyuubi was in the hope that you would use the power of the Kyuubi to become the guardian protector of the village. Maybe even come to love it as much as I did. And also protect it from forces like the Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha. He is the one who fought against the Shoden Hokage long ago and had the power to summon and control the Kyuubi. He is the one who summoned Kyuubi here to Konoha. My time is now up. Know that if you hate me for what I did to you, my son, I do not blame you. But know that I do love you and will never stop loving you. I wish you a long and happy life. Sincerely, your father, Namikaze Minato. Well, father, it seems that the village let you down. They treated me worse than any outcast. They treated me like the plague and I had to pay the price for your idealism and inability to face reality. Naruto muttered angrily. He placed his father's letter down and opened up the other scroll. There was another letter from his mother. After he finished reading the letter, he had small tears falling from his eyes. I swear, mother, I will not let you down. I will make you proud and I will restore our family's legacy. Naruto swore. Naruto quickly resealed the letters in the scrolls and everything back in the compartment, since these were just copies, according to his mother's letter. The originals were at his family estate, not to mention several other important scrolls his mother had told him about. 20 minutes later at the Namikaze estate. When Naruto arrived at the estate, he could not believe that he owned this place. It was an enormous mansion 4 stories high with wide open gardens, and it looked like it could easily house up to 200 people. I own all this and yet Konoha places me in a one-roomed rundown, cockroach-infested shithole. Naruto thought bitterly. Naruto quickly cut his finger kunai and spread his blood on the seal of the gate to open it. When the gate opened, he walked into the courtyard and entered the estate. He came to a huge hallway and swiftly searched for the library and the desk his mother mentioned. He soon found a locked door with another seal on it. After spreading more blood, he found a massive room filled with scrolls of different things, but he did not spend long looking at them. He promptly went to the desk and opened up one of the drawers, where he then spread more blood on a seal and a secret compartment revealed itself. He found the 8 scrolls mentioned in the letter. After retrieving the scrolls, Naruto decided to take at least a few more scrolls that may be useful to him later on. He took several on taijutsu, a few on kenjutsu and sealing, since he figured if he was unable to use chakra, he should probably find another way to defend himself. After grabbing the scrolls, Naruto resealed the library door and resealed the main gate, so no one can access the estate until he returned, and he vowed he would reclaim what is rightfully his no matter what. Back at Naruto's apartment, it did not take long for Naruto to sneak back into his apartment. He decided to leave now instead of giving those bastards in the council the pleasure of throwing him out themselves. He grabbed his backpack as well as a few other things, but before he went through the hatch door, he wrote a quick message on a piece of paper and left it on his kitchen table for anyone to find it. Had Naruto stayed 2 minutes longer, he would have met a late-night visitor. In the Hyuga compound 40 minutes ago. Currently, the young Hyuga heiress Hyuga Hinata was crying her heart out over what happened. In the past 3 days, she learned that her crush Naruto had been banished by the council because they believed him to be a threat for some unknown reason. And the worst thing was that her own father had been the deciding vote to send Naruto off. When her father told her this, she couldn't believe it. The only explanation he gave her was, Naruto is a threat to the village's safety and she will soon learn the truth. He also stated that it would be best to forget about him and focus on her Jukin and becoming clan head, lest she wished to become a branch member. To be honest, Hinata didn't care about being clan head or becoming a branch member. All she wanted was for Naruto to be allowed to stay in the village. It hurt her even more that her father forbade her from saying goodbye. Earlier she had asked Kurenai-sensei to give him the bento she made for him. When Hinata's sobs dissolved, she looked outside into the night sky. She knew what to do. No more crying. I have to be strong. If this village is going to force Naruto-kun out, I'm not going to let him go until I tell him how I feel about him. This is maybe the last chance I have, thought Hinata. Silently, Hinata sneaked out of the compound and headed towards Naruto's apartment. Naruto's apartment. When Hinata arrived, she knocked on the door and waited for a few minutes. When she received no answer, she knocked several times more. When she still got no answer, she activated her Byakugan to see if he was in. When she saw Naruto sleeping in his bed, she was about to deactivate her Byakugan and knock again. But then she realized that the Naruto in bed had no chakra pathways. She frantically broke down the door fearing the worst. When she reached Naruto in bed she found it was just a doll made out of paper match. Hinata started to look around for any trace of him and found the note that Naruto left. When she read it she collapsed to the ground and started to cry again. Sake all night, sake bar 20 minutes earlier. Sitting by herself in the corner of the sake bar was Tsunade, surrounded by at least 15 empty sake bottles. She had been here for at least 5 hours drinking her sorrow away over the banishment of her surrogate little brother. Bartender, another bottle of sake, slurred Tsunade. The bartender was about to get her another bottle when someone else spoke up. No, she's had enough, so don't bother, said the person. When Tsunade turned to see who had kept her from having another drink she frowned. What do you want now, Shizune? Can't you let me drown out my sorrows? Cried Tsunade. No, we've been through this with Uncle Dan and your brother for far too long. I won't let you start again with Naruto, answered Shizune. She then went over to Tsunade and lifted her out of the chair. She carried her out to the night and started walking down the street. As they walked Shizune said, come on. A bit of walking in the night air will clear your head a bit so that you can see how selfish you're being. What the fuck do you mean by that? Tsunade irritated at her apprentice. At this Shizune then did the unimaginable. She slapped Tsunade across the face with all the strength she could muster. The loud smacking sound that could be clearly heard in the empty street. When Tsunade turned her head back to face Shizune, she put her hand to her reddened cheek. A look of complete shock covered her face. She never expected Shizune to do something like this. Before Tsunade could come to her senses, Shizune started to speak. Look at you, leader of the strongest military power in the elemental nations, and you're here? Drinking your pain and feeling sorry for yourself. You did everything you could to put a stop to Naruto's banishment, and yet you have not even once gone see him. You know in the morning he will be leaving the village for good. Have you even thought about how Naruto might feel right now, after everything that he has gone through? He stayed, growing up in this village with all the abuse and hardship, just so that he could one day become a ninja and then accomplish his dream of becoming Hokage. All of which has now been stolen from him. He's being kicked out of the only home he's ever known, and once he leaves he will be hunted by the Akatsuki, who will not stop until they extract the Kyuubi from him and kill him. So stop being so selfish and start thinking about someone else for a change. Naruto right now is alone and is hurting, and he needs all the people he cares about around him to help him through this. Now are you going to go to him or are you going back to that bar again and try and drink your problems away again? Shizune ranted. Tsunade just stood there still holding her red cheek. She could not move after letting Shizune rant. After a minute or two she collapsed on the ground and started to cry. Shizune's words had finally sunken in and had hurt more than a punch in the gut or a kunai stab ever could. It just that I'm so tired of the village taking so many of the people I care about from me. First my grandfather, then my uncle, my BB brother, then Dan-kun and then Sarutobi sensei and now Naruto. Why does this village keep taking away the people I care most about? Sobbed Tsunade. I know it hard Tsunade-sama, but drinking your problems away like this won't solve anything, nor will feeling sorry for yourself. Shizune helped her sensei up and said, now let's go to Naruto. I'm sure he could do with someone coming to talk to him and be with him right now. Tsunade just nodded her head in agreement, and once she was on her feet the two of them headed for Naruto's apartment. As they walked Tsunade suddenly said, thanks Shizune, I needed someone to smack some sense into me. Anytime Tsunade-sama, I did enjoy smacking you though, said Shizune with a smirk. I bet you did after all the trouble I caused you over the years. I'm glad that you are still with me, replied Tsunade with a small smile. Always Tsunade-sama, always, said Shizune with her own smile. Naruto's apartment. When they reached the apartment they saw that the door had been broken and heard someone rushed in and turned on the lights, and saw Hinata on the floor next to the small kitchen table bawling her eyes out. They also saw the lifelike paper match Naruto on the floor next to Naruto's bed. Tsunade quickly went on her knees and went to the crying young girl. Hinata, what's wrong? Where's Naruto? Asked a worried Tsunade. But Hinata just grabbed onto Tsunade's robe and put her head into her chest and cried harder. Tsunade tried to calm the girl until she noticed a crumpled piece of paper on the floor that Hinata must have been holding. When she picked it up and read it, Tsunade's own eyes started to tear up and she too started to cry, holding onto Hinata for her comfort. Shizune went over to the two weeping women and picked up the piece of paper that Tsunade had dropped. "Oh Naruto," she thought sadly about the poor boy that she viewed as a younger brother. She felt like crying with Hinata and Tsunade, but she knew she could do that later. Now was not the time. Suddenly the Anbu squad that had been assigned to watch over Naruto appeared. The squad had seen the young girl come to the Uzumaki apartment and knock on the apartment door. They knew that the young girl had feelings for the boy. All the different Anbu squads had seen the girl spy on Naruto at one point or other. It became a common joke about how the boy was so blind to the girl's feelings towards him and how the girl would faint whenever she tried to talk to him. Hell, some even had betting pool running, as to when she would finally pluck up the courage to tell him how she felt or if Naruto would ever notice. The Anbu division had been informed of Naruto's banishment due to it dealing with the village security, but had been sworn to not inform anyone until Naruto left the village. Like most of the Anbu division, the squad disagreed with the council's decision since they knew he wasn't the Kyuubi, and knew enough about sealing to understand the level of intricacy and skill that was involved in the Yondaime's seal. This same Anbu squad had kept watch on him long enough to know he was simply a young boy with a hard burden on his shoulders. When they saw the girl break into Naruto's apartment, they grew concerned, especially when they heard the girl crying a minute later. The squad had been about to go and see what had happened, but when they saw the Hokage and Shizune arrive, they waited. A minute or so after the Hokage and Shizune entered Naruto's apartment, they heard more crying, or to be more precise, the Hokage crying with Hinata. When they heard this, the squad decided to investigate. "Shizune-san, what has happened? Why are the Hokage and Hinata-san crying, and where is Uzumaki-san?" asked the leader of the Anbu squad that wore a bear Anbu mask. Shizune answered, "Naruto is gone." The Anbu captain could not mask the surprise in his voice, "But how? My squad and I have been watching his apartment the entire time. We never saw him leave. We even checked on him an hour ago when we looked through his window and saw him asleep in his bed." "You most likely saw that in his bed," answered Shizune, pointing at the life-size paper match Naruto on the floor. "Plus, Naruto probably has a secret escape hatch or something in here, just in case, since I'm sure you all know how resourceful he can be," said Shizune. All four Anbu nodded in agreement. "Do you wish for us to look for him and try and find him?" asked the Anbu captain. "Why bother? Naruto is probably long gone by now. He is going to be banished tomorrow anyway. Why not let him get a head start? Even if you bring him back, the council is just going to make a spectacle of him tomorrow in front of the village, and I for one do not want to see that," said Shizune. The Anbu nodded, not wanting to see something like that either. "You can all go now," Shizune ordered. The squad said, "Hi," and left. As they did, Shizune could not help but look up to the night sky, wondering where Naruto was right now. "Please be safe, Naruto," Shizune thought. Then went over to the two weeping women and tried to comfort them. As she did so, she placed the note that Naruto had left back on the kitchen table. There was only one word written on it: "Goodbye." Outside Konoha, on a hill overlooking the village, a lone figure stood looking down at it for the last time. "My old life in Konoha is over, and a new one will begin outside it. But just you wait, Konoha. I vow, in the name of my mother Uzumaki Kushina, I'll become strong. I'll become stronger than my father or anyone else has ever been, and when I do, you'll be sorry that you ever banished me. That is a promise of a lifetime. Believe it," thought Naruto before turned his back on the village, walk away into the night. Sometime later, it had been a while since Naruto left Konoha. He had taken off in a random direction, not really caring where he was going. His had wanted to go to Suna, but that would cause problems for Gaara. He wasn't even sure if he would be welcome there, since he was one of the reasons why the invasion failed. Though Suna had been tricked into it, they still suffered a heavy loss and a humiliating defeat. Not to mention he would bring the Akatsuki to their doorsteps. Sure, Gaara was a Jinchuriki like him, but Gaara could at least defend himself and his village, as it was surrounded by sand. Naruto on the other hand couldn't use chakra and would only make things harder on Gaara. He didn't want to do that to his friend. He didn't want to go to Taki or to his friend Shibuki, the leader of Taki, and cause trouble for him, since like Suna, Taki's alliance with Konoha would be very important to them. Naruto had also thought about going to Haru, Yuki no Kuni, Spring, Snow Country, since he was sure that Lady Koyuki would welcome him, but he knew that Haru, Yuki no Kuni was very far away and he would definitely not get there by foot. Not only that, he didn't have enough money to get there by ship. He also knew that at some point the Akatsuki would find him there and would attack him, as a result putting Lady Koyuki and her people in danger. Wave might have been a good choice, or even the Land of Tea, working with the Wagarashi clan. But Naruto knew that eventually the Akatsuki would find him in either places and he would not put Wave in danger because of him. He also knew that the Wagarashi clan would stand no chance if they went up against anyone of the Akatsuki. All things linked up to the same thing. The Akatsuki would at some point find him and hunt him down, hurting the people he cared about in the process. He thought about going to another ninja village that had no alliance or real link or connection to Konoha that could maybe get these seals off him and maybe even protect him in some way if he agreed to be one of their ninjas. But he realized that even if he found a village that could help him and allow him to join, the choices weren't that great. Aim, Kusa and Hoshi were small villages and not very strong. He knew he needed to be with one of the 5 great shinobi villages to stand a chance of surviving an attack from the Akatsuki. Kiri was out of the question since he had heard when he met Haku that they were in the middle of a civil war. Plus after he heard how people with bloodlines were treated there, he wanted no part of that. Iwa was also out of the question since the moment they looked at him or found out where he was from or even worse found out who his parents were, he would be killed on the spot. The final choice was Kumo, but Naruto didn't want to go there, since he didn't know much about the village, other than what Neji had told him about how they attempted to kidnap Hinata. He also heard that Kumo tried to kidnap her again during the Suna and Oto invasion, which was prevented by Neji and his team. Needless to say, Naruto did not have a very high opinion of that village. This left him only one choice, to wander around on his own trying to find a way to get these seals off him himself and keep on training with the scrolls he had took from his family home. Naruto was in a dense forest in the middle of a heavy rainstorm trying to find some shelter. He was unsure of where exactly though. He had run out of food several days ago. He had tried hunting but had no luck. He didn't go to town, for fear of being spotted or recognized from any chance meetings with Akatsuki, or their agents. Soon enough though, Naruto collapsed on the wet ground, weak from tiredness and hunger. So this is how it's all going to end. Not the way I had wanted, but it could be worse. Naruto thought sadly as he was about to drift into unconsciousness. Until he forced himself to wake up. No. I still have my goal to accomplish. I can't give up. I won't give up, Naruto thought as he tried to get up but fell back on the ground. As he was drifting in and out of unconsciousness he heard the chiming of small bells. When he glanced up, he saw 2 figures strolling towards him. Even though it was dark he could make out 2 very important facts. Both of them were wearing conical straw hats with small spike-like balls hanging down to cover their faces and both were wearing dark cloaks, with chin-high collars that covered their faces. One word popped into his mind as he fell into unconsciousness. Akatsuki. They had found him, 10 years later, in the middle of the ocean. Currently in the middle of the sea that separated Cha no Kuni, Tea Country, from the islands of Nagi and Ouzu. A single royal ship belonging to the daimyo of Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, was sailing on its way to Tasuki no Kuni, Moon Country. On board the ship was the daimyo of Umi no Kuni, the only daughter Princess Saki. The princess was extremely beautiful although she did not wear expensive clothes, jewelry, or makeup like most princesses. Instead, she wore a simple, yet elegant purple kimono with red slash around her waist. She was slimly built and had long, silky raven black hair that reached down to her lower thigh, bright sky blue eyes and had an angelic-like face. Her beauty had often won the attention of many different suitors from her own country as well as from others but the princess had shown no interest with any of them. Another thing about the princess was that, unlike most princesses, she did not spend her time going to parties and looking nice just to attract suitable husbands. She preferred to spend her time learning. She enjoyed reading poetry, writing, singing songs, and reading books as well as playing with children. She wanted to learn as much as she could so if needed be, she would be able to help rule her country. She was passionate for the peace and prosperity of her country. Even though she was not the next ruler of Umi no Kuni, her older brother Tachihiko was, she wanted to at least contribute a bit. She did not like fighting and believed that force should only be an absolute last resort once all options for peace talks and communications have ended and there is no other choice. The princess was also a very skilled diplomat and had helped her father on several occasions during talks with other countries in terms of trade rights and other things. She was a very gifted speaker due to her passions to help people who needed it. The reason why the princess was heading to Tasuki no Kuni was because she was engaged to the crown prince of Tasuki no Kuni, Prince Tasuki Hikaru, heir to the throne of Tasuki no Kuni. Both the prince and the princess had met often over the years and had been friends for many of those years, since both Tasuki no Kuni and Umi no Kuni were strong allies with one another. Hikaru's grandfather, the previous king of Tasuki no Kuni, his son Tasuki Kakeru, current king of Tasuki no Kuni, as well as Hikaru himself, had often visited Umi no Kuni when Hikaru's grandfather had business with the Umi daimyo over ships, trade issues, or other political matters. Saki, Tachihiko, and their father, in turn, would accompany the delegations to Tasuki no Kuni often. They would also come and visit just for a vacation, since Tasuki no Kuni was famed for being an excellent country for people on holidays. Over time, both Saki and Hikaru had grown close with one another, often wrote letters to each other. It had been obvious that the two were falling in love. Whenever they were at the same parties, both could be usually found talking to one another or even dancing together. Eventually, Sachi's father told her and Hikaru that, at some point when the children were each 10 years old, Hikaru's grandfather, Tasuki Kakeru, suggested an arranged marriage between the two, since he believed that Saki would be an excellent wife for his grandson and would help him rule wisely over the people of Tasuki no Kuni. Further, such a marriage would make the alliance between their two countries even stronger. Sachi's father had agreed to this so long as, when the two were of marrying age, they agreed to the conditions also. Hikaru's grandfather, Tasuki Kakeru, had agreed, and both men signed a contract stating the agreement between the two rulers. When both the prince and princess saw the contract between Sachi's father and Hikaru's grandfather, both agreed to the contract. The wedding was to be held in Tasuki no Kuni. Saki would have to be in Tasuki no Kuni 2 months before the wedding so that she could help prepare for the ceremony and prepare herself for the duties that she would take as the future queen of Tasuki no Kuni. Sachi's father, along with her brother Tachihiko, would come later on for the wedding itself to give her away. When she was leaving, Sachi's father had originally wanted her to have an entire fleet as well as 1,000 royal guards to protect her on her way to Tasuki no Kuni. But she had battered her father down to 1 ship, 20 royal guards, and a squad of ninjas to protect her, since she did not want so many men around her all the time. Sachi's father had hired a squad of Konoha ninjas to guard her. Although Hikaru had offered to send some ninjas from the newly founded shinobi village Tasuki no Kuni, the Getsugakure no Sato, the village hidden under in the moon, or hire ninjas from other villages, such as Kumogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the clouds, or the newly formed Heavenly Alliance, whom Tasuki no Kuni had been allied with the past 2 years, they were politely refused. Sachi's father had insisted that he use the ninja from Konoha, since he had held them in high regard ever since a ninja from that village had saved his life many years back. As the ship sailed, the princess could be seen on deck seated down on a small stool reading a book to pass the time. At times, she would also watch some of the ninjas from the Konoha team spar with one another to pass the time. As time passed, the princess could not help but think that the trip was becoming quite uneventful, believing nothing would happen. Oh, how wrong she was. On the bow of the ship, currently standing at the bow of the ship looking forward, was a tall, attractive raven-haired woman with bright crimson-red eyes. She wore a single red sleeve and white patterned bandages with a ninja fishnet shirt underneath it. This woman was none other than Yuhi Sarutobi Kurenai, Konoha's famed genjutsu mistress, and was the team leader of this mission, which was of vital importance to Konoha since the village had been on some hard times of late and was in growing danger from its enemies. The marriage between the princess of Umi no Kuni and the prince Tasuki no Kuni would strengthen the already strong trade alliance between Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni, and, if they successfully accomplish this mission, it would put Konoha in good favor with both countries. This would then allow Konoha to negotiate for a trade treaty with them, since the trade alliance between Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni controlled all trade in the southern part of the elemental sea. Author note: don't know if this is what the sea is called in Naruto, so I just calling it that. Also, if Konoha was able to get a trade treaty with them, it would give Konoha a new, much needed source of trade and missions. Not to mention it could lead to a possible alliance between the newly founded Tsukigakure no Sato and Tasuki no Kuni. As Konoha currently needed all the allies they could possibly get. As Kurenai looked out to the endless horizon of the sea, she could not help but think of all the things that happened in the past 10 years. So much had happened and so much had changed over this period of time, and it all started when the Konoha Council had banished a certain blonde ninja. When news of Naruto's leaving the village the night before he would be officially banished from the village, caused many on the civilian part of the council to cause a fuss. They had wanted to make a spectacle out of him in front of the whole village when he was officially banished. Although the other members that had voted for Naruto to be banished did not care since, as long as he was gone, they did not care how he left. Soon after, the council then released the news that, now that Naruto was no longer a ninja or a citizen of Konoha, the law that the Sandaime Hokage made about Naruto was annulled. Now all the younger generations now knew that Naruto was a Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. The news had received a mixed response among the younger generation. Many had followed their parents' path and viewed Naruto as the Kyuubi in human form. Others, who had at least known Naruto in some way, did not share the older generation's view of him and just saw him as a person who got a raw deal from the village. Others still did not know what to think of him since they had seen the boy many times and, other than doing pranks, he had done nothing wrong, but yet he held the Kyuubi inside him, the demon that had nearly destroyed their village. The news, of course, had the biggest effect on the members of the former Konoha 12. After hearing the news, Shino had stated that he had found a new form of respect for Naruto considering the burden he held. Plus, he too knew what it was like to be the living host of another being. Neji himself had said that he respected Naruto even more now, for the burden that he carried was one heavier than the one he himself carried and, in some small way, understood what Naruto went through the burden to carry a curse seal. When Lee had heard the news he had started shouting about how bright Naruto's flames of youth were to carry and contain such a burden like the Kyuubi in him and still smile all the time. He had also stated that he would work even harder now just so that his own flames of youth could match Naruto's. As Kurenai thought of that she could not help but chuckle at that memory of Lee, since he always was able to brighten people's mood much like Naruto used to do. When Hinata heard the truth about Naruto, she had cried harder than she ever had, only now knowing how much Naruto must have gone through in his life carrying his burden, and never once had she tried to help him. She had cried most of the day after Naruto left, since she had been the first one to find out that Naruto had left the village before she could say goodbye to him. She had also confessed in private to Kurenai that she had gone over to Naruto's apartment to tell him how she felt about him, only to find that he had left. When Hinata told Kurenai this, Kurenai felt her heart go out to the poor girl as she could only imagine what the girl was going through at the time. Even with the news of Naruto being a Jinchuriki, the opinion of Naruto to most of the other members of the Konoha 12 did not change. They all considered him their friend. The same was said by Konohamaru and his friends. The only members of the Konoha 12 that had anything bad to say about Naruto were Ino, much to her father's disappointment, and Sakura. They had taken the view of believing that Naruto was a demon, while Sasuke boasted when he heard the news that he knew that the dope couldn't have beaten him without some help, and saying that if it wasn't for the Kyuubi's chakra Naruto would never have beaten him. To which Shikamaru had put him down a peg or two by telling him it still didn't change the fact that Naruto still defeated him, and it wasn't any different than when Sasuke had used the power of the curse seal that he got from Orochimaru. This, of course, shut up the boy for a while. When the news of Naruto's banishment had been released to the civilian and ninja population, there had been a great deal of celebration by the civilians and many ninja, mainly Chunin and a few Jonin-level ninja. But that had been quickly put down by Suande, having many of them arrested and put in holding cell for a few days for disturbing the peace. When the civilian council tried to object to Suade's actions trying to stop the celebration of Naruto banishment, Suande quickly put them down, stating that they were still under a state of emergency and that there were to be no celebration at any time until the state of emergency had ended. The civilian council could do nothing about this since Suande was well in her rights to do so during such times. Not long after the news of Naruto's banishment and being a Jinchuriki came out, Konoha fell under attack by a series of daily pranks at the hands of Konohamaru and his friends. These pranks lasted an entire year before Konohamaru and his team graduated from the academy. The pranks were often and always varied. The pranks ranged from having sticky flower bombs exploding in clothes stores, stink bombs exploding in food stores, and sticky bubblegum bombs exploding in the several different shops and on people. A large number of cockroaches were also let loose in a restaurant, and all the Inuzuka's kennels were opened and their dogs released. That is, after spraying several people with dog pheromone. Let's not forget the paint bombs exploding in certain people's homes. One of the worst pranks was when, at some point, the civilians tried to celebrate Naruto banishment. Konohamaru and his team built a catapult and used old dirty baby diapers from the baby's ward in the hospital as ammo. Needless to say, the celebrations did not last long and many people had to go home and scrub themselves down hard. Most of these pranks were aimed at the civilian population as well as others who had either been cruel to Naruto in some way or another. A lot of Konohamaru's pranks had also been aimed at the council members that had banished Naruto. Kurenai could not help but smile when she remembered all the pranks that Konohamaru and his team had done, some being with council member Kaharu, who had been legged fucked by 2 Inuzuka dogs, one at each leg, and had to try and walk to the hospital as they were doing her. It had taken most of the day trying to get the dogs off her. Another prank was when Udon had somehow set off a stink bomb in the council room while it was in session. It had taken several days before the smell in the council room had cleared enough for it to be used again. Moegi achieved something special when she had switched Sakura's shampoo with instant, quick-drying glue when she was in the Kunoichi shower room. The girl's hands were stuck to her head and, to further humiliate her, Moegi had tricked her into walking out to the street naked where she had to run all the way home in her birthday suit. In the end, Sakura's mother had to cut off several large bits of her hair to get her hands free, which resulted with Sakura having several bald parts on her head and her hands now had a light pink coating. Needless to say, Sakura had not been seen by anyone for a few weeks. Konohamaru and his team had even somehow gotten the Chunins Izumo and Katetsu to help them in their pranks, where later on Kuriani found out that they had been friends with Naruto and loved his pranks. With the 2 Chunins' help, they set up a bubblegum bomb in council member Hojo Akira's office. When he entered, it blew up, causing Akira to be stuck to his office wall. It wasn't until the next day that they were finally able to get him off the wall, but they had to shave his head bald since his hair was completely covered in bubblegum, not to mention he was covered in sore marks and scratches from the bubblegum being pulled off him. The next person to be hit had been Kakashi. Izumo and Katetsu had told him of an excellent bar called the Blue Oyster that they had found in the village and that it served top-notch sake for cheap prices. When Kakashi went to it, he found out that it was gay bar, and, what was worse, the night he went was when the Hitaki Kakashi fanboy club was having their annual meeting. Needless to say, Kakashi's girly screams were heard all over the village for the early part of the night. When they had finally caught him, the fanboy club had spent the rest of the night dancing the tango dance with Kakashi. They even had all taken turns to dance with the copycat ninja. To add insult to injury, Izumo and Katetsu had somehow gotten photos of Kakashi's dances with each of the members of his fanboy club and made copies of them all and posted them all over the village for everyone to see. This even also got the attention of many yaoi fangirls. Needless to say, Kakashi found it very hard to walk down the street with certain men and women eyeing him in a way that freaked him out. Thinking of that time caused Kurenai to chuckle at Kakashi's suffering since, in her mind, he deserved it. Another council member that had been targeted was Ashikaga Shin. He had several skunks secretly placed inside his briefcase, and when he opened it, well, needless to say, no one was willing to do business with him or even to stay with him in the same room for a week or two. That is, everyone except for the ramen chief Tenchi, who, one day, saw Shin and punched him in the nose, breaking it along with giving him 2 matching black eyes. Ino was then later hit by pranksters where they secretly switched her bubble bath liquid with green dye so that when she looked at herself in the mirror the whole village heard her reaction. It had taken 3 weeks before the dye finally wore off her. The running joke during this time that many of the Konoha 12 members repeated was that she would at least match the gardens and flowers in her family store. Not only that, it would also improve her stealth skills in the forest. These jokes had infuriated the young girl to no end as they happened daily and often. Sasuke was yet another person to suffer from the unending pranks. The youngsters had slipped a sleeping pill in his food at some point and somehow, in a single night, painted Sasuke's entire house pink, both inside and out as well as the floor and roof. They had even filled the rooms with various women toys that would also be used by certain types of men as well as many frilly things. They even went so far as to dye his hair pink as he slept and threw out all his normal clothes and replaced them with tight-fitting shirts that said, "Gay Uchiha's rule, I love to fuck men," or, "Kiss me I'm gay." They also put in tight-fitting hot pants, and his underwear had been switched with pink frilly girly underwear with pictures of hearts and teddy bears. They even went so far as to put in some clothes that were pink versions of Lee jumpsuit. The next morning everyone heard the Uchiha's cries of rage and horror and had seen the young Uchiha walking around the streets wearing a pink shirt that said, "Gay Uchiha's rule." A pair of hot pants where people saw a bit of the frilly underwear with hearts sticking out a bit of the hot pants as well as his new hair color as he walked around the village ordering new clothes and having his home refurbished, which altogether took several days. Also during that time, the young Uchiha heir had gained a great deal more attention from his fanboy club, much to his annoyance, where many were sending letters of proposals of marriage to him and undying love as well as several pictures of them in various outfits, much to the young Uchiha horror. The Kurama clan had their clan compound TP'd by the Konohamaru gang at one night where toilet roll could be found all over the place on every home in the compound. Council member Asai Hata was then hit later on by Konohamaru and his friends and their Chunin allies where they infested Hata's new family home with dozens of rats and mice and hundreds of cockroaches, termites, spiders and other various creepy crawlies. By the time Hata realized that his home had been infested by these creatures, they were all over his house. It cost Hata a fortune to get rid of all the insects and vermin, considering the fact that more had gotten in and the mansion and their population was so large that it took months to get the job done. He had to wait even longer since the termites and the other vermin had done a lot of damage to the interlayer of the mansion, resulting in the mansion being condemned and then completely refurbished from top to bottom. He even had to buy all new furniture since the vermin had ruined it all. Altogether, the entire ordeal had cost Hata a very sizable amount of his money where, from what Kurenai had heard, he had cried like a baby when he found out how much money it would cost him. Hata was not the only one to suffer from a lose of a good deal of money. Because of Konoha pranksters, Konohamaru and the others had somehow gathered an army of over 1,000 hungry rabbits, to which to this day no one had figured out how they gathered all the rabbits, and let them loose on Amako Taichi's fields and crops. The rabbits practically ate all of Taichi's crops, costing him an entire year's worth of profits, and it had cost his a very pretty penny to get rid of all the rabbits and replant all the crops. Later on it was said that he had thrown quite a hissy fit over it all. The Hyuga clan was soon hit afterwards with probably the biggest prank ever played in Konoha. Somehow, Konohamaru had broken into the Hyuga compound and stolen all the Hyuga clan's underwear, from boxers and briefs to bras, knickers and thongs, and proceeded to hang them up all over the village, from trees to flagpoles and from rooftops to the middle of the street. Kurenai did not think it was possible for any Hyuga, other than Hinata, to blush as much from embarrassment, but on that day she had been proven wrong when the entire Hyuga clan had to go around the whole village, picking up their unmentionables in front of everyone. Many of the Hyuga clan members had blushes on their faces that rivaled Hinata's as they picked up their various things. Hiyashi himself had to go up to the tallest flagpost atop of the Hokage tower to get his boxers down that were flying on the flagpost like flags for all the village to see. As he did so, the Hyuga clan head's face was so red from embarrassment and rage that it put any color that Hinata had ever showed to shame. The only Hyugas that had not been hit by Konohamaru's prank were Neji, Hinata and Hinata's younger sister Hanabi. Kurenai could not keep herself from laughing at the prank on the Hyuga clan that day. Since they had been made the laughing stock of the entire village, Asuma had even told her that during several council meetings Sume could not look at Hiyashi without busting out laughing, while the other clan heads snickered and laughed at the Hyuga clan. Even the stoic Shibi and the silent Anbu commander were heard chuckling at Hiyashi's humiliation. Kurieni remembered when she and Asuma asked Konohamaru how he did it. The young boy had just smiled and said, "A true prankster never reveals his secrets." About a month after Naruto banishment, Uchiha Sasuke had his trial for trying to leave the village to join one of Konoha's mortal enemies, the snake Sannin Orochimaru. During the trial, the civilian council members hired the top litigators in Konoha to defend the Uchiha's case. They had stated that Sasuke's judgment was impaired when he left the village due to the fact of the mental trauma that he suffered when the Uchiha clan had been massacred, combined with the effect that the curse seal that Orochimaru put on him. Hence, Sasuke could not be held responsible for his actions at the time, since it had been proven that the curse seal can affect a person's mind or judgment at times. The example being Anko with her memory loss, and his teammate Haruno Sakura reports that Sasuke was not himself when he first used the curse seal when he had awakened from his battle with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Although some did argue that, if the Uchiha's mental state was in question, then he should no longer be a ninja. The litigators countered by stating that Jiraiya had sealed up the curse seal himself when Sasuke was returned to the village and there was no danger of Sasuke leaving. They also argued that Konoha could not afford to be seen weak now, since it had not been long after the invasion of Suna and Oto, and Konoha needed the Uchiha clan so they could still be seen as being strong. No one could really argue against that statement. Altogether, the trial had been a complete farce as far as many ninjas saw it, since it was clear that the civilians were on the Uchiha's side, and, if he had been properly punished like he should have been, the civilian would cause havoc over him and would riot over him, weakening Konoha further. It was soon decided that Sasuke would not be executed or sent to prison for trying to defect from the village, and he would be allowed to stay a ninja. However, he would not be allowed to be promoted for 3 years. He would also have a tracking seal put on him by Jiraiya once he returned to the village, and until said time, he would be under house arrest and would have Anbu watching him at all times until he had proven himself to be a loyal ninja. He was also not allowed to leave the village by himself under any condition, and, if he did have to leave, he would have to be accompanied by 1, 2 or 3 Jonin ninjas. Further, he was also forbidden from using the curse seal no matter what the situation, and if he did he would be killed on the spot without trial. When the civilians' council members heard the last ruling, they tried to object, but Suande had shot them down, since Sasuke was a ninja of Konoha again and was under her ruling, and he had to be punished for trying to leave the village no matter what his excuse was. The civilians' council members knew that they could not fight the last ruling since it was within her power to do so, plus Danzo, Kaharu, and Homura were all in agreement with Suande ruling, hence without their support the civilian members stood no chance of overruling her. Even with the punishment, many ninjas saw this as nothing but a slap on the wrist, and were angered by this, since they knew that they could not get away with what the Uchiha had done, and yet he had. Although Sasuke himself may have found Tsunade ruling insulting to him and it may have angered him, it did not change the fact to many ninjas that he was getting off far too easily. About 3 months after Naruto's banishment, Jiraiya returned to the village planning to take Naruto on a training trip. At the time he had not known or heard of Naruto's banishment since he had left the village right before the council had banished Naruto. But when he did hear of it from Suande, he went ballistic and had tried to attack the council members that had Naruto banished. It took Tsunade and over a dozen Anbu members to hold Jiraiya back from killing them. Soon after, they were able to calm Jiraiya down enough so that he would not try and kill the council members. After he had calmed down, Jiraiya had stated that he was going to find Naruto, but the council stopped him, stating that they would not allow it. When Jiraiya told them they could not stop him since he was a ninja and answered only to the Hokage, Kaharu had countered by stating that if he went to Naruto he would interfere with their plan to deal with the Akatsuki, and since it was dealing with the safety of the village, they did have the power to order him from going to Naruto. When Jiraiya asked what their plan was, she simply gave him the same answer they gave Suande, that since he was so emotional attached to Naruto it would risk their operation, but they would tell them all when the time was right. When council member Hojo Akira had suggested that Jiraiya train Sasuke, Jiraiya had punched him in the gut and sent him flying across the room, saying, "You may be able to stop me from finding Naruto, but you will never be able to force me to ever train that traitorous little brat," and then left the room. Kurenai had then later on heard from Shizune that Jiraiya still went and tried to find Naruto through his contacts and sources, as well as through the Toad Summon contract that Jiraiya had allowed Naruto to sign. Unfortunately, none of Jiraiya's contacts or sources could find Naruto, and the Toad Summons had told him that although they knew Naruto was alive at the time due to the connection he had with the Toad Summons, for some reason they were unable to track him and find where he was or even reverse summon him to them. 4 months after Naruto's banishment, the news had spread to other countries. When certain countries and villages heard it, they were furious, to say the very least. When Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, learned of Naruto's banishment, they were furious beyond words, with the hero of their country being banished for something that was not his fault. They then sent a message to Konoha stating that they were annulling the trade treaty that they had recently made, and were ceasing any and all trade with Konoha, and that all merchant and transport ships that were controlled by Nami no Kuni would refuse to work or trade with Konoha. Also, any and all mission that Nami no Kuni would have originally given to Konoha would now be given to Suna. This had, of course, caused Konoha a great deal of trouble, since Nami no Kuni was strategically positioned for trade with Konoha, the fire country with other important countries. What was worse was, when the tyrant businessman Gato was killed, the people of Nami no Kuni took over his shipping company, giving them major control over the central elemental sea trading industry. Such a blow would severely hurt Konoha's economic structure. Asuma had told Kurenai that when Ashikaga Shin and Amako Taichi heard Nami no Kuni's message, they made perfect imitations of wide-eyed gaping fish, as they realized how much this would hurt their businesses. Konoha had sent 3 different delegations to try and reopen negotiations with Nami no Kuni. Unfortunately, all 3 delegations were kicked out as soon as they arrived. The last one was even given a message from the representative of Nami no Kuni to Suna, which said, "If any Konoha ninja or person ever sent foot here to Nami no Kuni again, he or she will be sent back in a box, and we will then place a full embargo on your village." This, of course, had got the desired effect from Konoha, and they had stopped trying. The next country to act was Cha no Kuni, Tea Country. The leader of the Wasabi clan, Jirocho, used his influence over the daimyo of Cha no Kuni to send all his missions to Suna instead of Konoha. Since Jirocho was said to have been impressed by the boy when he met him the few times he did, he was very grateful to Naruto for helping to deal with the Wagarashi clan and helping them to win the shrine race. He had also known how important Naruto was to Suande and knew she did not want him to be banished. He had also forbid all trade with Konoha in Digarashi port, which was an important trading place for Konoha, like with Nami no Kuni. This too had hurt Konoha greatly, since Cha no Kuni was a very important client of Konoha's, and its loss meant losing a lot of valuable missions and money. Another country to react badly to Naruto's banishment was Haru, Yuki no Kuni, Spring, Snow Country. When the lady daimyo Kazuhana Koyuki had heard what had happened, she had been beyond anger with Konoha. She, herself, went to Konoha along with 200 of her samurai and 12 Yonki ninjas and demanded a meeting with both the Hokage and the council. She ranted for 20 minutes about how furious she was with them at banishing the hero of Yuki no Kuni over their simple hatred of the Kyuubi. After which, she informed them that she was annulling Konoha's alliance with both Haru, Yuki no Kuni and Yukigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the snow, which she had allowed to be maintained under the control of a few ninjas that had been loyal to her father before her uncle took control. She also annulled the technology trade agreement with Konoha, where Haru, Yuki no Kuni was planning on sharing some of its advanced technology with Konoha, as well as annulling all other trade agreements with them. This had, of course, greatly hurt Konoha, since many members of the council, especially members like Danzo and Kaharu, were almost drooling over the ideas of having weapons like chakra armor and the volley guns and using them to strengthen Konoha. The council tried to persuade Lady Koyuki from annulling both the alliances with her country and village and annulling the trade agreements, but she would not budge. She even told Jiraiya that she refused to star in the Icha Icha Paradise movie and that she would have some of her friends in the movie industry make sure that it would never be made, which caused the super pervert and Kakashi, when he heard, to each have 3 simultaneous heart attacks. Lady Koyuki soon after left the village, not wanting to stay in it any longer. Soon after that, Shibuki, leader of Takigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the waterfall, arrived in the village with 2 squads of Jonin ninjas demanding a meeting with the Hokage. From what Shizune had told Kurenai, Shibuki had been greatly angered by what Konoha had done simply because Naruto was a Jinchuriki. He had also stated that he had become disgusted at the way they had treated a good friend of his, especially one that had taught him how to be a real leader for his people, not to mention that Naruto was a hero to his people, since he had saved them from the rogue Taki Jonin ninja Suin and his followers from taking over his village and stealing the hero water from them. He also stated that he and his people would never have treated their Jinchuriki Fu like that, since he stated that his people think Fu is a protector and friend to their village. Shibuki then informed Tsunade that he and the Takigakure Council and the villagers of Takigakure had agreed to annul their alliance between their villages since they wanted no part of Konoha. After saying his piece, he then left. This too left Konoha in an weakened state since with the alliance with Taki gone as well as Yuki, that left Suna as Konoha's only shinobi ally. Of course soon enough, that too changed. Almost a year after Naruto's banishment, Suna announced its new case, Sabaku no Gara, Gara of the Sand. The Jinchuriki of the Shukaku, the Ichibi, the one-tailed beast. When Gara first heard of what had happened, he had been so greatly angered by what happened to Naruto that he left the village for the day and unleashed his anger and fury by creating a massive sandstorm that spread out over 20 miles in length from what Kuriani had heard from a few Suna ninjas. Gara knew at the time there was not much he could do, but when he became Case, he caused several painful political headaches for Konoha and its council. He, like many others, also took apart the treaty between Konoha piece by piece until the only thing left with the treaty between the two villages where both sides would help each other in a time of war, but only if it affected both villages. Even though both Suna and Konoha were still allies, the relationship between the villages was very tense to say the least, especially since Suna was regaining its former strength and received new funding from their daimyo and getting new missions from Cha no Kuni and Nami no Kuni. A year after Naruto had been banished, there had still not been any sign of Naruto anywhere, although Jiraiya had still confirmed from the toads that he was still alive somewhere. Kurenai remembered during that time not much had changed in the village, other than when she and Asuma had gotten married. But soon after they had married, news had arrived about Naruto. When finishing a mission, a team of Jonins had found what looked to have been a battle in a clearing of a forest. Trees had fallen and scorch marks were on the ground as well as holes, but the most notable things that they found were black flames around the clearing that would not go out even with a water jutsu sprayed on it, and a torn piece of a black cloak with the red clouds on it along with some blood on it and a badly ripped orange jacket, also covered in a large amount of blood. When the team returned what they found to Tsunade, she immediately had the blood on the cloak and the blood on the jacket compared with certain samples. When the testing was done, it had proven everyone's worst fears true. The blood on the cloak was Uchiha Itachi's blood and the blood on the jacket was Naruto's blood, which confirmed that the Akatsuki had captured Naruto. Tsunade had quickly called Jiraiya to her office and tired to form a recovery team and a tracking team in hopes of tracking the Akatsuki before they extracted the Kyuubi from Naruto. Kurenai remembered that day well since she, herself had been on the team along with Kasukahi, Asuma and Guy. Since they all were among Konoha's top shinobi and had experience fighting with at least two of the Akatsuki members. But before they left, Danzo and Kaharu had stopped them, stating that, if they left they would ruin their plan to destroy the Akatsuki. It was at this point that Tsunade and Jiraiya demanded to know their plan to deal with the Akatsuki. The two elders then explained that when Naruto was being given the seals to stop him from using his chakra and keep him from telling anyone about Konoha, he was also given another seal that Danzo had some of his top seal masters create a seal that would be put over the seal that the Yondaime created to seal up the Kyuubi. Danzo's seal would only activate when the Kyuubi was being extracted from him by the Akatsuki, and once that happened, Danzo's seal would cause all of the Kyuubi's chakra to come out all at once, causing a massive explosion that, according to the seal master's calculations, would destroy anything from a 5 to 10 mile radius. Which would destroy the Akatsuki, and then Konoha would claim to have destroyed the Akatsuki by using a new weapon to do it, where the other villages would then fear to attack Konoha for fear that they would use that weapon against them. They also informed Tsunade and Jiraiya that they need not bother trying to find them, since if the Akatsuki had indeed captured Naruto, then they would have already began to extract the Kyuubi from Naruto and it would be too late for them to stop it. Kurenai scowled as remembered, when Danzo and Hamaru had explained their plan, it made her sick at how they would use an innocent boy in such a way. Kurenai also remembered Tsunade's and Jiraiya's reaction to the news, since once Tsunade and Jiraiya had heard the plan they went ballistic, and it took both the tracking team and the recovery team as well as 50 Anbu that had arrived once they felt Jiraiya's and Suad's killing intent to hold them both back from killing the two elders. Not that Kuriani or several others weren't tempted to do so and even joining them in killing the two elders. Soon after, both Sannin stopped trying to kill the elders, knowing that it would do no good, after which they just broke down and cried. About a week after finding Naruto's blooded jacket, there had been no sign of any kind of explosion or reports of one. This, of course, caused a great deal of concern among the council since they had been informed of Danzo and Kaharu's plan after Tsunade and Jiraiya had been told. When they learned this, most of the Ken heads as well as Homura had openly glared at the two elders, since they did not agree with what they did. Even the two elders had begun to get concerned with no sign or reports of an explosion. It was not until Jiraiya asked the Toads' summons about Naruto, that they had informed them that Naruto was dead since the contract with them had expired. This left two possible outcomes. 1. During the battle Itachi might have accidentally killed Naruto with his Amaterasu, or the more likely one was that the Akatsuki had found Danzo's seal and removed it before they extracted the Kyuubi from him. But it did not matter, Danzo and Kaharu's plan had failed and Naruto was dead. Jiraiya left the village a few days later for a while, since he found it too painful to stay at the time, while Tsunade locked herself in her office for several hours where people all over the village could hear her crying at the loss of Naruto. When word got out to the villagers and other ninja that the demon was dead, they started celebrating, crying out, "The demon was dead," but the party had not lasted long. When a teary-eyed Tsunade heard the celebrations, she went down to the village square where the celebrations were happening and struck her fist right into the ground and caused the ground to shake, and a fissure appeared in the middle of the village square, stopping all celebrations. After which, Tsunade then released a massive amount of killer intent on the fools, in which she told the fools that if there were any more celebration of Naruto's death, or if she caught anyone trying to celebrate Naruto's death, she would rip off their reproductive system, whether it be man or women, and then make sure that they would never chew solid food again either. After which, she let loose more killer intent to make her point clear, where she then went back to her office to be alone with her sorrow. When Kurenai thought of that day, she could not help but be saddened. She remembered when she, Asuma, and Guy went to tell Hinata and the others the news about Naruto's death. Kakashi had told them that they could tell the kids, since he had said to them that he had to go to the memorial stone. When the Konoha 12 heard about Naruto, most of them had been greatly upset at what happened. Tenten had openly cried for her friend, as did Kiba and Choji. Others like Shino, Shikamaru and Neji showed no real emotions other than lowering their heads, since they preferred to keep such emotions bottled up inside and release them when they were alone. Lee had even stopped being himself for a few days and had hardly even said a word, which showed how much it affected him. Konohamaru and his team started to cry the moment they heard. Konohamaru had refused to accept it at first, but the proof could not be denied. Even Sakura and Ino were said to have been upset at Naruto's death, since after about 6 or 8 months since Naruto was banished, the girls slowly began to change. According to Asuma, Ino had changed due to a fight that she had with Shikamaru, when she had insulted Naruto in front of him, after which he had smacked her in the face and had told her how stupid she was. Shikamaru then went into a rant about how Naruto had been a loyal ninja to the village as well as a hero, but was treated like shit by idiotic fools like her. He even told her about how useless she was at being a ninja and that she should quit if she didn't wake up soon, since she spent her whole time dieting and make herself look good for Sasuke, who would properly never look at her in any other way than a foolish fangirl. He also told her that if she didn't start to act like a serious ninja and start to get stronger, she'd get herself and the rest of them killed when they try to protect her, or she would get herself raped by enemy ninja. When he had finished, Ino had broken into tears and ran home due to the truth and harshness of Shikamaru's words. Fortunately, soon afterwards Ino came back and asked her and Asuma as well as her father for training, wanting to get stronger. Also, according to Shizune, Kurenai had heard that Sakura had also changed due to a verbal beating that Tsunade gave her when she was training her in medical ninjutsu, since Sakura had already started training with Tsunade before Naruto's banishment and had nearly stopped training her when she heard what Sakura had said and done to Naruto. According to Shizune, during the training with Tsunade, where she had been harsh and very strict on Sakura in it, Sakura had made a mistake that might have killed a patient, where Tsunade then gave her a harsh talking to about it. This of course caused Sakura to yell back at Tsunade, stating that she was blaming her for Naruto being banished and stating that he was a danger to the village and that they were better off without him. This of course had not gone over well with Tsunade. When Sakura had finished, since from what Shizune told Kurenai, Tsunade had grabbed the girl by the neck and slammed her against the wall and started to squeeze her neck, nearing choking her, after which Tsunade then gave her a similar but harsher verbal beating than Shikamaru gave Ino, in which according to Shizune, Tsunade had broken all the deluded beliefs that Sakura had built up for herself and broken Sakura from the inside. After which Tsunade threw her out of the room and told not to come back until she seen how stupid she had been. A few days later, Sakura came back into Tsunade's office and went on her hands and knees and begged for forgiveness, and telling Tsunade she had realized how much of a blind, stupid girl she had been and wanted to get stronger so that she could fix the mistakes that she had made, one day find Naruto and help find a way to bring Naruto back and beg his forgiveness. After hearing Sakura's heartfelt apology and seeing how sincere Sakura had been, Tsunade took Sakura back, but had her trained twice as hard as she had before, to which Sakura did not complain about. Kurenai had also heard that when both girls heard about Naruto's death, both had wept, since neither of them had got a chance to apologize to Naruto for what they had done to him and try in some small way to make it up to him. Both the ramen chief Tenchi and his daughter Ayame were also distraught at the news of Naruto's death. When they heard, they even closed down their store for several days due to their grief. Soon after, they reopened their stand and had a large picture of Naruto hung on their wall of their stand as a small monument to Naruto. They then even created a new ramen dish that they named after Naruto, the Uzumaki Supreme Ramen Special. It was also common knowledge among the villagers that no one was ever to speak bad about Naruto in front of them, especially Ayame. This unwritten law was created when one villager who had been having a meal at the ramen stand actually tried to take it down and smash the photo of Naruto, stating that they shouldn't have the picture of the demon around. Unfortunately for said villager, when Ayame caught him at what he was trying to do, she attacked him, where she then gave him the beating of all beatings that was so bad it could only be matched by the one Tsunade gave Jiraiya when she caught him at the first and only time he peeped on her in the hot springs. It got so bad that 3 nearby Jonin ninjas had to stand in and try and save the poor fool and stop her from killing him. When they tried to, she then turned on them, in which they were just barely able to hold her off and restrain her, but not without each getting several cuts and bruises from restraining her, since they found that Ayame was lethal with a kitchen knife. It took Tsunade herself to heal the idiot villager, although from what Kurenai heard, the poor fool was unable to eat solid food and now had a phobia of ramen, which was learned when a nurse one time brought ramen for a meal, and after seeing it he started to scream like a little girl and telling her to take it away, and the muttering things like, "I be good. I be quiet. Please don't hit me." When word got out at what happened, the villagers wisely decided to keep their opinions about Naruto to themselves, especially around Ayame. Even the ninjas that still hated Naruto were too scared of her to say something bad about Naruto in front of her. When Iruka heard about Naruto's death, he had took several weeks of sick leave from the academy that he had stored up, since he had been so distraught at the news and was unable to teach for a while. He spent most of his time at home. Kurenai remembered when she and a few others visited him, they saw how pale he looked from not eating much, as well as black lines under his eyes from not getting enough sleep, and his eyes were also all puffy and red from crying most of the time. Even his place was a mess, with clothes thrown around and dirty dishes left in the sink. It took a while, but with the help Konohamaru and some others, they were able to get Iruka out of his funk and back to teaching, although many noticed he still wasn't the same person he used to be, and he refused to talk to anyone about how he really felt for a while. But out of all of Naruto's friends to be affected by his death, Hinata took it the worst, since she was so devastated when she heard that she locked herself in her room for a month and refused to come out even when her father ordered her to. She barely ate, and had it not been for Neji and her sister Hanabi visiting her every day to talk to her and get her to come out or eat a little, she might have starved herself to death. She spent most of her time crying. She had even once attempted to kill herself by cutting her wrists with a knife. Fortunately, Neji had arrived and found her before she had bled out and bandaged her up and got her to the hospital in time. Soon after Kurenai, Neji and Hanabi were able to talk to her and got her to stop going the path she was continuing on, and that suicide was not the way, and to keep living on for Naruto's sake. The only person that was not upset about Naruto's death was Sasuke, where when he heard, he simply scoffed and said, "So the dope dead? So what, it was bound to happen. I just surprised he lasted as long as he did." Kurenai just scowled, remembering when she first heard him say that she couldn't believe how anyone could be so cold-hearted to say something like that. She even remembered when her friend Azuki Yugo who told her that when she was watching the Uchiha train she heard him muttering about having to get stronger to kill his brother Itachi, and she heard him mutter angrily about how he was now never going to get the chance to pay the dope back for defeating him and killing him to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Kurenai heard, she remembered how disgusted she was at how the boy would want to gain power in such a heartless and monstrous way. Soon after they heard that Nami no Kuni was having a funeral there in Naruto honor, since they knew they would not have one in Konoha. The people of Nami no Kuni invited the entire Wasabi clan from Cha no Kuni, Lady Daimyo Koyuki of Haru, Yuki no Kuni, Shibuki leader of Takigakure, Casecage Sabaku no Gara and his brother Kankuro and sister Tamari. Suwande had even planned to go herself as well as most of the others. But before they received a letter from Nami no Kuni stating that anyone from Konoha was forbidden to come to the funeral, and if any tried to come they would be thrown out of the country by force. Not wanting to cause an incident, Tsunade cancelled the plans to go to the funeral. Kurenai sadly remembered when Shizune and Neji both told her that Hinata and Tsunade both cried themselves to sleep at not being able to properly say goodbye to Naruto again. Soon after Naruto funeral, Danzo played another one of his cards and got the council to allow his root division to be reactivated. Tsunade tried to overrule them, but Kaharu played her own card by playing the card that Tsunade had used to stop the celebrations of Naruto banishment, where it stated in the Wartime Emergency Act that during the wartime emergency all military resources are be reactivated in the defense of the village, and since the Akatsuki were still a major threat to the village with the possibility of them having extracted the Kyuubi from Naruto, all the resources of Konoha should be used to deal with them as well as the threat of Orochimaru. Hence Suwande was overruled and Danzo's root division had been reactivated and under his command. Soon afterwards word reached Konoha that the daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, Satake Dosen and most of his family along with their personal guards had been all killed in an ambush by unknown ninjas. Not long after, Dosen brother Satake Yoshiaki took over as daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni. 2 months afterwards, the incident, the Yondaime Raikage had been assassinated where the assassin or assassins had not been found. When Konoha heard this, many feared that the Fourth Great Shinobi World War would begin, since the last time something like this happened, where the Sandaime Casecage went missing, the Third Great Shinobi World War had been triggered. Other people were beginning to fear that some unknown village or country was trying to make a power play and weaken and take over both Kumogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the clouds, and Kaminari no Kuni, which could then trigger the Fourth Great Shinobi World War by drawing other countries in. Fortunately, Lord Daimyo Yoshiaki was able to quickly instate Amako Zankoro of the powerful Amako clan of Kumo as new the Godem Raikage without incident. For 6 months nothing much happened until news came out about the deaths of the Yondaime Raikage and the previous daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni and his family, where thanks to some ninjas loyal to the previous Raikage where they discovered and released documents that proved that the current Godem Raikage Amako Zankoro and his clan made the treasonous plan with Yoshiaki, where they had Yoshiaki brother Dosen and his family killed off, making him the only legitimate heir to ruling Kaminari no Kuni. After which the Amako clan had the Yondaime Raikage assassinated and the new Lord Daimyo Yoshiaki would make Amako Zankoro the new Godem Raikage, making the Amako the ruling clan and most powerful clan in Kumo. After which both Yoshiaki and Zankoro would support one another and secure their positions in powers as the rulers of Kumogakure and Kaminari no Kuni. When the truth came out, Kaminari no Kuni quickly sealed their borders up before a 5-year-long civil war broke out in the country, where several different shinobi factions and shinobi clans who were either loyal to the previous Raikage or simple enemies of the current Raikage went against the shinobi factions, and the shinobi clans that were loyal to the Godem Raikage or simply sided with him. At the same time, samurai lords and other wealthy and important families and lords quickly raised their own armies to try and gain power from the current daimyo Yoshiaki, whether for themselves or for what Yoshiaki did, which resulted in a long and bloody war for both Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. Kurenai then thought back to the event 3 years after the news of Naruto death, where the Godem Casecage Sabaku no Gara was kidnapped by the Akatsuki members Akasuna no Sasori, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Deidara of Iwagakure the explosive expert. Suna had sent word to Konoha for aid where Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke and their new teammate Sai from the Root Division were sent along with Guy, 1010, Lee and Neji as backup. As well with them was legendary puppet user of Suna, Chio, who was Sasori grandmother. As they tracked down the Akatsuki members and the missing cage, they were met up by Sasuke older brother Uchiha Itachi and his partner former member of Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu, the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Hoshigaki Kisame, where they did battle. The teams eventually defeated the two but soon realized that it was not the real Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. The Akatsuki had used Shoten no Jutsu, viz. Impersonation Jutsu, which used human sacrifice to make exact copy of Itachi and Kisame with only a small percent of their true power. When the teams final got to the base, they found the unconscious Gaara laid on the ground, alive with his demon still inside him, in front of a destroyed Akatsuki base, and when they looked inside they found about 100 destroyed puppets which had burned marks on some of them as if hit by lightning. Others were frozen solid while most cut up into tiny pieces or blasted into pieces. When they searched the surrounding area of the base, they also found a large portion of the forest behind the base covered in ice, with many of the trees either torn down, blown to pieces or cut down as if hit by a hurricane or a bomb. Also many trees were even frozen solid with ice. They even found the second arm of Deidara severed, frozen in ice. After investigating what happened, Chio examined Gaara to see how he was. When she did, she discovered that someone had altered his seal and improved it, where Shukaku no longer affected Gaara's sleep and it allowed him to better use and control the demon power without harm to him or chance of losing control. Chio had admitted herself that whoever had done it was a seal master far beyond her skill level. When the team reported what had happened, both Suande and the council ordered an investigation at who could have done it. Suande had even sent out Jiraiya, after he had returned at an earlier time, to try and find out who had saved the cage and was strong enough to kill Akasuna no Sasori and possible Deidara of Iwagakure. Unfortunately, both Jiraiya and all other leads turned up empty, leaving the question who could have done it unanswered. The only thing they did know for certain was it had been two people who had defeated the Akatsuki members, since there had been two separate battlefields, one in the cave and one in the forest. As Kurenai thought about this, she could not help herself but ponder over who had saved the cage, since even after 7 years they still had no clue. It was soon after that mission that Kurenai found out that she was pregnant. She remembered telling Asuma after he returned from his mission with dealing with his former comrade Kazuma in the Shugonen Junichi, 12 Guardian Ninja, who had tried to use his own son as a weapon to destroy Konoha, since during the Kyuubi attack he had somehow stored a large amount of the Kyuubi chakra in his own son. When she had told Asuma, he had been ecstatic about being a father, but sadly that never happened. Kurenai then felt a heavy pang in her heart when she remembered the day Shikimura told her about Asuma being killed by the immortal Akatsuki member Hidan. On that day she felt as if her heart had been smashed to pieces, knowing that she would never see him again, or he would never see their child. Not long after Shikimura, Ino, Choji and Kakashi went after the two Akatsuki members. They were later supported by Yamato, Sakura, Sai and Sasuke, and together they had killed 4 of Kakuzu hearts, and Shikimura was about to bury Hidan alive in a trap hole that he had tricked Hidan in falling into, but before they could finish off both members, another member of the Akatsuki arrived who called himself Zetsu and attacked them and distracted the two teams long enough for Kakuzu and Hidan to escape before retreating himself. Where the mission had become a totally failure and the Akatsuki were not seen or heard from for about 4 years afterwards. Kurenai remembered about 3 years after the failed mission to kill the Akatsuki members Kakuzu and Hidan, hearing the news that the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni ended with the rebel factions winning the war. During the war, at some point, some unknown shinobi who called himself Denku had somehow united all the rebel Kumo shinobi factions into a united force and combined them with some of the other samurai clans that were against Daimyo Yoshiaki and defeated the combined forces of Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage. It was even rumored that he killed the Godem Raikage. Later, Kurenai then learned that the former daimyo Yoshiaki was sent into exile by the new daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni, his niece Satake Kicho, who had been able to escape the ambush attack by the Amako clan on her family caravan with the help of her samurai bodyguard, the legendary samurai Naomasa Katsumoto of the Naomasa samurai clan, and was hidden by him until the rebel leader Denku restored her into power. Denku was then declared as the new Rokudame Raikage and was also given another title to go by as well, the Raiden no Kami, the god of thunder and lightning, due to his mastery over lightning jutsu. About a year after the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni ended, the Rokudame Raikage with the help of Lady Daimyo Satake Kicho was able to stabilize the village and the country by somehow getting all the remaining factions that had fought with Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage to join him, and Lady Daimyo Kicho willingly and united the village and country again. Not long after, the Rokudame Raikage had somehow forged an alliance with Hoshigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the star, and Takigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the waterfall, as well as their countries Kuma no Kuni, Bear Country, and Taki no Kuni, Waterfall Country, where all three countries and villages formed an alliance where they would support and protect each other in any and all aspects such as economically and militarily needs, and would work together to reach the same goals. Not long after this new alliance, the Rokudame Raikage was able to get Yuki no Kuni, Snow Country, and Yukigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the snow, to join Kumo new alliance, and were then followed shortly by the hidden villages of Takumi no Sato, the hidden craftsman village, and Yugakure no Sato, the hidden hot springs village, who both wished to join the new alliance and were allowed to. After which, when Takumi no Sato and Yugakure no Sato joined them in the new alliance, it was then decided by the new member nations to give their new alliance a name, in which it was called the Heavenly Alliance. Kurenai remembered hearing from Shizune about how nervous the newly formed Heavenly Alliance was making Konoha Council, since it had growing rapidly in a very short time that it had been founded in, and it had taken a great deal of Konoha missions from them, not to mention the supposed new military strength it had. Kurenai also then remembered one morning 2 months after the newly formed Heavenly Alliance was created that the head of the Akatsuki member Kakuzu was found at the front of Konoha main gate and was staked on his partner Haiden triple-bladed scythe, which in turn was stuck to the ground like a pole in front of the gate. On the head a note was stuck on it which said, "May the spirit of Sarutobi assume a rest easy now, knowing that his murders have been punished. May his wife, son, nephew and students also find peace knowing that he has been avenged." The note had been signed with a lightning bolt. When the news got to the Hokage, Kurenai heard that Tsunade had quickly sent Jiraiya out to find out who had done it. Where after a few weeks he returned to village and told them that he found out that it had been a Kumo ninja that had killed Kakuzu and Haiden. He then told them he did not know the real name of the ninja, but he did know that he was called Sarai, Blue Lightning, who had fought in the Civil War and earned great fame in it, and had earned the nickname Sarai due to the fact that he was said to move like lightning. He then told them that from what little information his information network could give him about Sarai, where all they knew about him was that he was a mysterious shinobi even to the people of Kumo, and few had ever seen his face since he did not go out in public and moved too fast for people on the battlefield to get a good look at him. The only thing they knew for certain about him was that he wore a bright blue trench coat with black lightning bolts on the bottom edges of the trench coat and had a kanji symbol for storm on his back. Jiraiya also learned that both Kakuzu and Haiden had sneaked into Kaminari no Kuni and ambushed the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko, two-tailed monster cat, when she was returning from a mission, and captured her, and as they tried to leave the country with her, they were confronted by Sarai, who fought and killed them both. This of course made both Tsunade and the council very nervous at the fact that Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance were becoming a serious major military power, where they had the power of the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Bakaneko and the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi no Kyogyu, eight-tailed giant ox, from Kumogakure, as well as the power of the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi, seven-tailed horned beetle, from Takigakure. Not to mention the power of Sarai, whom was strong enough to fight and kill two S-class missing ninjas, who were also believed to have been immortal, at the same time. Not to mention the Rokudame Raikage, who was said to be extremely powerful since he had killed the Godem Raikage, who was an extremely powerful ninja that even a Sanin would have trouble fighting against. Not to mention the rumor that was told, where nearing the end of the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni the former daimyo Yoshiaki sent for aid from Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure no Sato, promising them a large reward if they sent help to him. Where they sent a fleet of 50 warships with a force of 8,000 of the Mizu daimyo warriors and samurai, as well as 2,000 ninjas from Kirigakure. But the fleet never returned, where a month later a single Kiri ninja returned half-drowned and was said to have told the Godem Mizukage and the Mizu daimyo that the fleet had been destroyed by a single man called Denku, aka the Rokudame Raikage, who created a massive typhoon when the fleet was nearing Kaminari no Kuni shores and destroyed it. Although the story had never been fully confirmed, since the Godem Mizukage had the ninja executed soon after hearing what had happened to the fleet, it was still enough to make many people in Konoha be wary of whatever power the Rokudame Raikage had, as well as earn the undying hatred of the Godem Mizukage, who hated him about as much as the Yondaime Tsuchikage hated the Yondaime Hokage. Kurenai then just signed as she looked out more into the open sea in the past 2 years now. The Heavenly Alliance had grown in strength, with several more countries either become part of the Heaven Alliance or just allying to the powerful Alliance of Nations. Countries like Numa no Kuni, Marsh Country, Tori no Kuni, Bird Country, Oni no Kuni, Demon Country, and no Kuni, Red Bean Jam Country, Cha no Kuni, Tea Country, Mitsu no Kuni, Honey Country, and Na no Kuni, Vegetable Country, joined the Heavenly Alliance, while countries like Tasuki no Kuni, Moon Country, Kiba no Kuni, Fang Country, Sume no Kuni, Claw Country, Shu no Kuni, Neck Country, simply became allies to it but were not members of the alliance. But out of all the nations that had allied themselves to the Heavenly Alliance, none were more surprising to the other shinobi nations and other countries than when the powerful neutral military nation Tetsu no Kuni, Iron Country, broke its neutrality and allied itself to the Heavenly Alliance, although the ruler of Tetsu no Kuni, Lord Mifune, made it clear in letters to all the other countries and shinobi nations that Tetsu no Kuni was allied to the Heavenly Alliance through mainly trade treaties, and it would not involve itself in any wars that the Heavenly Alliance was in unless it was to defend the Alliance member nations when they are attacked unprovokedly, and it would not attack or invade any country regardless of the situation. But still, the fact that Tetsu no Kuni would break in long-standing neutrality and ally itself to Heavenly Alliance showed how powerful and influential it had become and how it had grown, especially Kumo, since it had been Kumo that had gathered all these nations together to form a powerful alliance, and even with the losses they suffered from their civil war, it was the most powerful out of all the nations in the Heavenly Alliance and had more than likely gotten stronger over the past few years, and it was certain that Kumo was very influential in the decisions in the Heavenly Alliance. As Kurenai thought about the Heavenly Alliance, she remembered when the council had sent several of Konoha's top infiltrating experts into Kumo and gather information on the Heavenly Alliance and its strengths as well as Kumo's. But within a few days of the ninjas crossing into the border of Kaminari no Kuni, they were caught by Kumo ninjas before they even reached Kumo itself, and were then delivered back to Konoha gates with a warning not to try it again. As she remembered that incident, Kurenai then thought how things had led up to Konoha's current situation and the beginning of the Fourth Great Shinobi World War. During the time when the Heavenly Alliance was forming together, Orochimaru decided to form his own alliance, or to be more precise his own coalition of nations, to help him destroy Konoha, since after his failed attempt at getting Uchiha Sasuke and the power of his Sharingan, he decided to secretly rise a new army of ninjas to destroy Konoha with, as well as find new allies that hated Konoha as much as he did. Which he did after recruiting and training his forces and creating a larger army of sound ninjas than he had when he first invaded Konoha. He then went and got Iwa to join him in his coalition due to their long-standing grudge against Konoha, after which he then got Kusa to join him, which was not too surprising since Kusa and Konoha were never really friendly towards one another, and it was fairly common knowledge that Kusa wanted to take Konoha place as a member of the 5 strongest shinobi nations. The next member to join was the Hanya clan from Hayashi no Kuni, Wood Country, who were thought to have been wiped out Danzo Root Division before they were first disbanded after the end of the Second Great Shinobi World War, which was why the Hanya clan joined Orochimaru to get revenge on Konoha for trying to wipe out their clan. The finally member to join was Kiri, who had joined due to the Mizukage wanting to expand his power and territory into the mainland of the elemental continent. With having so few allies and Suna being the only one with ninjas to help Konoha, they knew that Konoha could not stand against such odds, where they soon declared war against Konoha and sparked Fourth Great Shinobi World War. The war had only started 2 months ago, and there had yet to be any major battles. There were some large skirmishes over some key positions in Hai no Kuni, Fire Country. But fortunately Konoha came out on top of most of them. Also Lucky Suna had agreed to join Konoha due to the fact that they wanted revenge against Orochimaru for killing Yondaime Kazekage and for tricking them into attacking Konoha. But even with this help, Kurenai knew that in the long run they had little chance of beating Orochimaru coalition since they were being attacked on multiple different fronts and were vastly outnumbered, not to mention Konoha was in great need of supplies and money if they wanted to survive this war, hence why this mission to escort Princess Saki to Tasuki no Kuni was so important, since it could help get them a trade alliance with Umi no Kanai and possibly Tasuki no Kanai, which they desperately needed. Having enough of looking out into the endless sea, Kurenai turned to face the main deck of the ship where the rest of her team, where two of them were sparring while the third was reading a medical book. Kurenai team consisted of Akamichi Choji, Rock Lee and Haruno Sakura. All four of them were Jonin rank and level, but since Kurenai was the most senior Jonin on the team, she was team leader. As Kurenai watched Lee and Choji spar with one another, she could not help herself but think how much the remaining Konoha 12 had changed a lot and grown up a lot over the past 10 years since Naruto banishment, or to be more precise, since Naruto death. She then started to look closely at Lee as he sparred with Choji and then thought, "No, I'm wrong, not all of them have changed a lot since some had stayed the same, especially Guy team," thought Kurenai. Lee had not changed all that much at all, to be honest. Lee almost looked like a carbon copy of Guy. He still wore the same green jumpsuit like Guy and wore his flak jacket over his jumpsuit much like Guy as well. When Lee started to rise in the ranks, most did not expect him to get any higher than Tokubetsu Jonin, especially High Jonin. But he had proven them wrong, since much like Naruto, Lee did not give up, and despite his inability to use chakra, Lee rose through the ranks to becoming one of the strongest ninjas in the village, where he could open all 8 of the inner gates like Guy. Lee had also become so strong that only Guy could stand a chance against him in a pure taijutsu battle, but even then he would lose most of the time to Lee, since Lee had become stronger than Guy, which had shocked most Jonin when they learned this, since Guy was one of Konoha top Jonin. Lee soon earned the nickname the Konoha Nidaime no Kedakai Aoi Moju, Konoha's second prideful green beast. Another thing that happened to Lee, which was properly the most surprising thing that happened with Lee, was that he had gotten married to Kurenai old student Kurama Yakumo, the new head of the Kurama clan, since with the help of Suande and Jiraiya they were able to permanently seal away the demon inside her and then heal her body to a certain degree where she could do physical activities at a certain level. After which she then went to Guy and Lee to help with her physical training, where Lee had been more than happy to do. Where eventually, as they trained together, they grew closer with one another, since both had similarly dreams of being great ninjas even with their disabilities, and knew what it was like to struggle with them. Eventually both Lee and Yakumo started to date, and after 2 years of dating they got married when they were both 18. Soon after, Yakumo joined the interrogation unit of the Anbu division due to the fact that she could easily use her powerful genjutsu abilities to get prisoners to talk, which made her one of their top interrogators. Also 3 years after they had gotten married, Yakumo gave birth to their daughter Rock Kurama Fuku, who thankfully looked more like her mother than her father, although she did have his hair color. Kurenai could not help but smile remembering when Lee fainted in the waiting room after the nurse came in and showed him the newly born Fuku. Soon after though, Lee woke up and started to running around the village happily shouting out to everyone that he had a daughter. Currently little Fuku was now 2 years old and was the cutest thing you could see, and was the apple of her father's eye, where he could go on for hours talking about his little girl. Also he and Yakumo and made her and Guy, Fuku's godparents. Kurenai remembered how honored she felt when they asked her to. She also remembered how Guy had shouted to the top of his lungs about how honored he was as well, and how he and Lee would make little Fuku the next Konoha no Kedakai Aoi Moju, Konoha's prideful green beast. That statement of course resulted with both Yakumo and her threatening the two men that they would put them both in permanent genjutsu comas, where they would experience their manhoods being cut off slowly over and over again if they ever tried to corrupt little Fuku with their flames of youth. This of course got the desired result and got the two men to go deathly white pale with fear and cover the manhoods and agree not to corrupt Fuku when she got older. Neji had changed a good bit too in some ways, but had still remained the same in others ways despite the things that happened. Within 3 years after Naruto death, Neji had risen to the ranks fairly fast and was made a Jonin. Also he had become so skilled at the time that in his Jukin, gentle fist, skill level was at the level of his uncle Hyuga Hiyashi, who was the strongest user of Jukin in the Hyuga clan at the time. Neji even created several of his own techniques using Jukin that had proven to be very powerful. Like Lee, over the following years Neji grew stronger and was credited as one of Konoha's top jonin. He even earned the nickname Higushiroi, White Strike, due to the fact that Neji always wore white robes even in battle and was well known to be able to killing many different enemy ninjas with one strike. Neji had also dated Tenten for a while, but that eventually did not work out and both decided to stay friends. Eventually Neji started to date a young girl from his clan and was now currently engaged to that girl. Tenten had changed too a bit after Naruto's death. She became a lot more focused on her training and not only trained in weapons but in taijutsu and ninjutsu a bit more, although she was still better when fighting with weapons. After Naruto's death she went to Guy and asked him to help her improve her taijutsu skill. Later on Tenten then had come to Kuriani and asked her for someone to help her with her ninjutsu, in which Kuriani had gotten her friend Azuki Yugo to help her with Tenten's ninjutsu. Yugo had also helped Tenten in her skill with a sword since she was the top kenjutsu user in the village and had been only second to her late lover Gekko Hayate. Eventually, not long after the mission with the rescue of the Godem Casecage, Tenten had went to Suande and begged her to train her, to which Suande agreed to, but only to a degree since she knew that Tenten was not a medic nin and there was not much she could train Tenten in. But she was still able to teach her a few combat justices that revolved around medical jutsu as well as the secret to her superhuman strength, although it took Tenten several more years before could use it correctly, and even then she could not use it to the same level as Tsunade and Sakura could. She could still use it well enough to give her a big advantage in fight. 2 years after the incident with the Godem Casecage, Tenten was accepted into the Anbu division and was put into the assassination unit of Anbu due to the fact that she was an assassin-type ninja. After a year in joining Anbu she was made a captain and earned a nickname in the bingo as Okami Ken no Konoha, Konoha's blade mistress, famed for her skill in bladed weapons or specifically sword fighting, and was now credited as the best sword user in Konoha. She also had quickly became known as Konoha top assassin in the Anbu as well, which had caused Enko to whine for a couple of days since she used to have been Konoha top assassin in the Anbu, and was now the chief commander of the assassination unit in Anbu. Tenten herself did not try and date anyone else after the failed relationship with Neji, since she decided to concentrate on her career more and worry about finding a relationship with someone later. Kuriani then started to focus on Choji as he spared with Lee and could not help but smile sadly at how much her former husband's team had grown and changed, and thought about how proud he would have been if he saw how they had grown. Since after Azuma's death the three of them grew stronger, where eventually they became known as the Neo-Ino Shikacho, but even then they each rose and grew stronger individually. Choji had changed a great deal over the years. He was no longer fat since he had now replaced it with muscles and wore samurai-like armor and would carry a large battle axe on his back. He had also mastered all his family jutsus and was now a member of Konoha Demolition Unit and would soon become the leader, since his mastery of his family jutsus, where he could expand any part of his body and grow larger, made him perfect for destroying enemy bases and fortress, and had once destroyed an entire castle belonging to a corrupt warlord by himself before a war started. He had even earned the nickname Konoha no Kyojin Kiyud, Konoha strong-armed giant. Choji later on even married a young civilian girl who had worked in one of his family restaurants as one of their top chiefs. This was of no big surprise, since Akamichi men were well known for marrying women that were excellent cooks, since they were known to love their food about as much as they loved their wives. Shikamaru had not changed too much. He was still lazy like all Naras, but he wasn't as bad as he used to be after Asuma's death, which had affected him greatly. He took his reasonabilities more serious and he trained a lot harder. He had even began to use Asuma trench knives in battle. After Asuma's death he swore that when Asuma and Kuriani's son Hiruzen, named after his grandfather, became a genin he would train him like Asuma had trained him. Over the years Shikamaru grew in rank much like the others. He eventually even took his father position as Konoha's Jonin strategic commander when his father retired from the position. It was a position that suited him well since he had an even keener mind than his father had when it came to strategy, and it had been because of Shikamaru that Konoha had won most of its skirmishes with Orochimaru and his allies. During the years Shikamaru had dated the Godem Casecage older sister Sabaku no Tamari for a while, but much like with Neji and Tenten, the relationship it did not work out well and they decided to break it off, since from what she had heard from Ino the reason was because Tamari wanted someone who was not only intelligent and strong but also more energetic. Soon after, Shikimura then started to see a young girl called Shiho from the Codebreaker unit, where they eventually married, where when asked by some people why he married her, he just replied, "She was the least troublesome woman I knew." Although despite that comment, everyone knew he cared for Shiho very much, and they were even expecting their first child together, to which Shikimura had told Kuriani that if it was a boy they were going to call him Asuma, which had made Kurenai smile since she knew how honored Asuma would have been to be the namesake of Shikamaru's first son. Ino had changed the most out of the team, even with her bad start out of the academy with being a fangirl for Sasuke and her taking the side of the villagers for the first few months after Naruto banishment. She changed a great deal for the better, especially with the death of Asuma, since it had been her first time seeing someone she cared about die in front of her eyes. After Asuma's death, she started to train even harder. She even went to Anko for training, something that she had regretted doing for 2 years as she went through Anko brutal training regimens. But it had all paid off in the end, and she had even mastered all of her family mental jutsus, after which she then joined the interrogation unit in Anbu with Yakumo. Ino was also in the running for the next chief commander of the interrogation unit with Yakumo, since like her, Ino had become one of the interrogation unit top interrogators, much like her father as well, due to her mastery over her family mental jutsus and because she was able to use her eye appeal on male prisoners, and some women, much like Anko had when she interrogated prisoners. Ino had even developed a little sadistic side, not to mention a blood fetish much like Anko as well, which Kurenai blamed on the fact that Ino had spent too much time with her friend during those 2 years of training. Hence it only figured that a bit of Anko personality was rubbed off on Ino. Several years after Naruto death, Ino even married herself. She had married the young Root member Sai, who took her family name on since he did not know his own. Kurenai had often seen the two together, and they both seemed to be very happy together, despite the fact that Sai began as an emotionless young man who always wore a fake smile. But eventually, after hanging around the Konoha 12 gang, he started to regain his emotions. Ino had even helped him get over his repressed memorizes from his horrific training in Root that had began to resurface as he regained his emotions. Over time, Ino and Sai grew closer since Ino had seen what Sai had gone through in his training in Root through her using her family mental jutsus to explore his memories, and where she then helped him deal with his repressed memorizes, after which they then started to date, and after a year of dating they got married. As she thought about how Anko helped change Ino's life, Kurenai could not help but remember how she also helped Iruka out when dealing with the loss of Naruto. Where when Anko saw how Iruka was not himself when he came back to teaching, she decided to help Iruka out. Since she had some knowledge of what it was like to be an outcast like Naruto due to her connection with Orochimaru, which had caused her to be an outcast with the villagers. Eventually, over time, she was able to get Iruka to open up to her and help him deal with the pain he felt with Naruto's death, and over time a strong bond was built between them. Where 3 years after Naruto's death, 2 years since they started dating, Iruka proposed to Anko and they got married, where Anko left the interrogation unit, but still helped out part-time, and became a full jonin, and after a year after they had gotten married, Anko gave birth to their daughter Aiko, who was 5 now and was like a miniature Anko and Naruto rolled up into one person due to her love of Dango and her ability to scare people, as well as her love of playing pranks and causing chaos. She even had a bit of a fetish for causing explosions and destruction, which on more than one occasion she caused several minor explosions in the village. Although she was a bit calmer than either Naruto and Anko, she was even quite intelligent for her age and was quite skilled since she could already use her chakra and do both tree climbing and water walking, not to mention her control over her chakra was flawless. Kurenai then thought about her now young nephew Konohamaru, and his friends had grown and changed over the years after Naruto banishment and death. Konohamaru had changed a great deal since Naruto's death, since soon after he heard about Naruto's death he started to train even harder to become Hokage, since he wanted to do it in honor Naruto's memory. Where Konohamaru had went to Asuma and asked him to train him in his grandfather fighting style, the crazy monkey fist. He even later on signed the monkey summoning contract and got Enma to train him in Bojutsu. After Asuma was killed, Konohamaru trained even twice as hard since he now lost his parents, his grandfather and his uncle, leaving her and Hiruzen as the only family he had left in the world, where he moved in with her. Over the next few years Konohamaru grew stronger, where he learned how to do many of the jutsus that his grandfather could use, as well as combined them. He even leaned and mastered the Yondaime famed Rasengan that he learned from Jiraiya, who had taught him it due to his connection to Naruto and due to the fact that he was his sensei grandson. Konohamaru had even created his own fighting style that worked well with either with bojutsu or taijutsu as a fighting style. He called the fighting style the Drunken Monkey Fist, which was a combination of the Crazy Monkey fighting style and the Drunken Boxer fighting style that he learned from Lee. The Drunken Monkey fighting style combined the unique agility and speed of the Crazy Monkey Fist and the power as well as the unpredictable fighting moves of the Drunken Boxer fighting style. The fighting style was so unpredictable and the moves so random that not even Kakashi's and Sasuke's Sharingan could predict what moves Konohamaru would make next whenever he sparred with either of them. Over the next 6 years, Konohamaru rose through the ranks very quickly, where he had just recently become a Jonin and was one of Konoha's top Jonin already and earned the nickname Konoha no Enku, Konoha's Monkey King, which had irritated Enma for a while, with people giving his title to Konohamaru as a nickname. Although despite that, it caused Kurenai to smile knowing how proud his grandfather and uncle would be of him. Another thing about Konohamaru was that he was now head of the Sarutobi clan and member of the council, not to mention he was also now engaged with Hinata's younger sister Hanabi. The two of them had started to date when Konohamaru and her both became Chunin when they were 16, and both were now 18 and were both Jonin. Since Hanabi became one about a month after Konohamaru did. Konohamaru teammates Udon and Moegi also changed and improved a great deal over the years. Both were now Tokubetsu Jonin, where Moegi was one of Konoha's top genjutsu users due to after Naruto death Moegi had came to her to be a genjutsu specialist, since Moegi had refused to learn from her grandmother Kaharu since she blamed her for Naruto death, since she was one of the people that got Naruto banished from the village. Udon had also improved a good bit too, since he became a skilled fighter thanks to his training from Guy and Asuma before he was killed, as well as a skilled strategist in which he was second in command to Shikamaru as strategist to Konoha. Both Udon and Moegi had even recently married to one another and were happy together. Kurenai then turned and looked at Sakura, who was reading a medical book at the time, as well as sometimes look up from her book to watch Choji and Lee spar with one another for a few minutes. Kurenai then started to think about how Team 7 had changed since Naruto banishment and death. Sakura had changed a great deal since Naruto's banishment and death, and like Ino, Sakura had thought Naruto as a demon and a danger to the village, but after verbal beating that Suande gave her, it had woken her up to how much of a fool she had been as well as how wrong she had been as well. After Naruto's death, she became depressed for a while due to the fact that she would never be able to apologize to Naruto for what she did to him and to try and make it up to him. Eventually she got past her depression and became more force on her training as a medic nin, where by the time she was 16 she was a chunin and a highly skilled medic, which she had proven when she helped heal the Case-Cage brother Kankuro when he was poisoned by Akasuna no Sasorifan. The Case-Cage was kidnapped. Her skill as a medic nin grew more over the years, and she had also grew in rank and became a Jonin and was one of Konoha's top medics and was the assistant deputy head of the hospital, with Shizune being the deputy head and Tsunade being the head of the hospital. She was also given the nickname Konoha no Chiyu Sakura, the healing Sakura of Konoha. Also, many people believed that her skill as a healer rivaled that of Suande, where given a few more years she would be as good if not even better than Suande. Sakura wore. Go to profile to find link to a picture of what Sakura wearing and looks like, but without the tattoo in the picture. Also, like 1010, Sakura did not bother trying to get into a relationship with anyone after she realized how dark Sasuke was becoming and saw what he was becoming with her own eyes, and had decided to focus her time on improving her medical skills. Next there was Sai, and although Sai was not an original member of the Konoha 12, where he did not join until after Naruto was banished, he did become a part of it once the others began to get him to open up and began to trust him. But that had took a while, since Sai was a perfect byproduct of Danzo root program, where he had no name unless Danzo gave him one and was trained to have no emotions or suppress them. But eventually the bond he witnessed most of the Konoha 12 have with one another interested him, where they used that to bypass Danzo training and get Sai to show emotions. Soon enough he did start to open up, and he too began to change and started to show his emotions more to them. Although he suffered from traumatic memories from time to time after he started to open up his emotions, which was due to the horrific training that took part in, but that it was later on fixed by Ino, with use of her family mental jutsus, whom he later on married. Over time Sai learned about Naruto and what he was like and became interested in hearing more about Naruto, saying that he sounded like his friend Shin, who he had considered like his brother at one point until he died of an illness, in which Sai had stated that he was sure he would have liked Naruto had he met him. Then there was Sasuke, which caused Kurenai to frown as she thought about the boy. Over the years he had grown darker and darker and became more fixated on gaining power to kill his brother. He got Kakashi to train him privately and teach him as many jutsus and other things as he could so that could get stronger. Also with Danzo, Kaharu and the civilians' help he was able to get a seat on the council, which had not happened before, since even though the Uchiha clan was a clan of Konoha, they had no seat on the council like the rest of the clans since they ran the military police, hence they could not have say in political matters of the village, which now changed when he became part of the council. After the mission with retrieving the case cage, Sasuke seemed to get even darker than he already had been due to the fact that during the battle with the fake Itachi where Sasuke had killed him, Sasuke had believed that for a brief few moments he had finally killed his brother, but when it was revealed that it wasn't the real Itachi, he had felt cheated and angered. Plus during the battle Itachi had said something to Sasuke to anger him further. Sasuke was also angered that when they found that the Akatsuki base had been destroyed and Sasori dead and his partner Deidara was missing, which resulted in a missed opportunity to find his brother and kill him. Soon after the failed mission to kill Hiden and Kakuzu, Danzo recruited Sasuke to his root program, where with Danzo help through his special and advanced training program, Sasuke quickly grew stronger over the years and rose in ranks, where he was now the head captain of Danzo Root Division and was answerable to Danzo and sometimes Suande, but only if Sasuke had done something against the village laws. But what sickened Kurenai most, as well as many other shinobis, was that the civilian part of the council, not to mention the villagers and many shinobis in Konoha, were trying to get Suande to make Sasuke her successor as the Hokage. It was even supported by Danzo and Kaharu, although all the clan heads and most of the shinobi population as well as Homura were against it. This of course caused Kurenai to pray daily that it would not happen, since if Sasuke did become Hokage she feared for Konoha's sake. Sasuke had also yet to marry, not that there were a lack of women willing to marry him, since many civilian women had offered themselves to him, as well as high-ranking and wealthy civilian families offered their daughters to him in arranged marriages to Sasuke. The council had even gave him the Clan Restoration Act to marry multiple women to rebuild the Uchiha clan quickly, but Sasuke had turned them all down since he seemed too fixated on killing his brother than to worrying about restoring his clan in Konoha. Kurenai then decided to move her thoughts from Sasuke and think about how much her old genin team had changed and grown over the years. Out of all of Konoha, 12 Shino had changed the least amount, as he remained like all Aburame, stoic and logically thinking all the time and only spoke when needed. Although despite his lack of changing personality-wise, he had moved up the ranks in Konoha quite high, where he was the chief commander of the Anbu Hunter Ninja Division due to his high skill in finding missing ninjas and cool logically thinking. He had also grown very strong during the last 10 years since he mastered all his clan jutsus and created several of his own. He was also the strongest in his clan and was due to take the title as clan head from his father next year. Shino had also gotten married to a young civilian girl, who had not been frightened or disgusted away by Shino harboring bugs in him, which surprised Kurenai and many others, since many didn't think Shino could be talkative enough to talk to a girl on a date and keep her interested, but he had proven them wrong. Kiba had not changed too much either, since he was still hot-headed and brash as he was when he was younger like most Inuzuka, but he had changed enough in some ways where he was not as loud as he used to be and did not rush into a fight. He actually would think and plan before he enter a fight, which had greatly surprised Kurenai when she saw him think out a plan of attack during a mission. Over the years Kiba had learned and mastered all his clan jutsus and even improved on some of them, as well as create his own ones with his partner Akamaru, who was now the size of a large bear who Kiba could now ride on in battle or travel on. Kiba had even grown quite high in ranks of Konoha like the other members of Konoha 12, where he was now the second in command of the Anbu Hunter Ninja Division under Shino. Also, unlike most of the other male members of the Konoha 12, Kiba was still single, although it was not from a lack of trying, since he had dated several different girls, both civilian and shinobis alike, but all of his dates with them turned out with him saying or doing something perverted, which resulted in him being beaten by each of the girls. But out of all the members of the Konoha 12 that had changed over the years, Hinata had been the one that had changed the most. After Naruto banishment, she was depressed for months, where she barely said a word and did very poorly during her training with Kurenai and her father, as well as during missions. But just when she seemed to get out of her depression, news of Naruto's death came out, after which she had locked herself in her room and had tried to kill herself. After Hinata failed suicide attempt, she had started to get better when Neji and her sister as well as Kurenai herself had talked to her and get her to live on for Naruto's sake, but that had then changed during a spar with her father that she had done poorly in. Flashback 3 months after Naruto's death. Pathetic, said Hiashi, as Hinata fell on the ground tired and hurt from training with her father. You hardly even improved in the slightest in your Juken in the past year. I expected you to have become better by now with that blonde Jinchuriki boy that you had a crush on gone, said Hiashi. This caused Hinata to look up at him in surprise. Yes, I knew about your crush on him. I had hoped that with him gone you would have focused on your training more and gotten better, but it seems that I was wrong. You only gotten worse. I'm not even sure that you make a even decent branch member. Maybe Neji should have just let you die when you tried to kill yourself and save the clan from bearing the humiliation of having you in the main house or even as a member at all, said Hiashi as he sighed in disgust of her. Hiashi looked down at her in disgust and then said, perhaps if you had died when you tired to end your life earlier, then you might have then been with that pathetic Jinchuriki boy, since clearly he could never be Hokage despite what he thought, and the only reason why he was able to be Neji was because of his use of the Kyuubi chakra. Perhaps Konoha would be better off without the both of you. No, I certain it would be better off without the both of you, since it is clearly better off without him in it, since he was a clear threat to the village safety with his continued inability to control the Kyuubi power and was putting it in danger and putting the village in the line of fire of the Akatsuki, since they were after him and would have destroyed the village to get him. Yes, there is no question to that. Both our clan and the village are better off now that he dead. After which Hiashi then turned around and began to walk away, where he had his back facing her. Becoming Hokage, as if an idiotic fool like him could have become Hokage, let alone even a cage an idiotic dreamer that all her was, said Hiashi as he continued to walk away. But had he looked back, he would have seen a look in Hinata that no one had ever seen in her before, a look of pure hatred and rage. Flashback ends. Kurenai remembered how angry she was when she heard Hiashi, since she had come to visit Hinata at the time and decided to stay hidden behind a tree as she overheard the conversation. She had even been sorely tempted to beat the living crap out of Hiashi for saying such hateful and heartless things to Hinata. Soon after the conversation and when Hiashi had left, Kurenai went to Hinata to comfort her, but when she got to Hinata she simply told her that she was okay and that she was used to her father saying such things. Kurenai had known that Hinata was lying to her but decided to let it go and let Hinata come to her to talk to her about it when she was ready, but she never did. Over the next 3 years Hinata became like Shino, where she barely spoke to anyone, even to Kurenai. She would often disappear and come back with bruises on her body, and whenever Kurenai talked to her about it she simply told her that she was okay and that she was just training. It was then when Hinata was 16 that during the meeting of the entire Hyuga clan, Hinata exercised her right as heiress of the Hyuga clan to challenge Hiashi as clan head, which had shocked everyone both in the Hyuga clan and in the entire village. Kurenai remembered just before the match between Hiashi and Hinata how she, Neji and Hanabi had tried to talk her out of fighting her father, since they had all believed that she would just get herself killed. But Hinata had refused to give up. Kurenai even remembered Hiashi offering her a chance to give up and not be humiliated in front of the Hokage and the entire village, since the match was in the village arena, to which Hinata refused. Flashback fight. When Neji, the proctor of the fight, said begin, both activated their Byakugan. Hinata then disappeared in a burst of speed that could only be matched by Guy or Lee without their weights. She then reappeared in front of Hiashi, who was too shocked at her level of speed to react in time to dodge the Chakura no Mesu, Chakra Scalpel, strike, which she had activated when she ran at him, to his chest, and then delivered a side kick to his head and sending him several feet away from her. Hiashi had quickly recovered from the surprise attack but began to breathe heavily and cough due to the damage in his lungs, due to the Chakura no Mesu strike disrupting his breathing in his lungs. Have you fallen so far in your use of the Juken that you have to use medical techniques to fight me with? Have you not shamed the Hyuga clan enough with your failings? You're a disgrace to our noble clan, said Heishi in a cold voice. Disgrace? Said Hinata. If anyone who is a disgrace, it is you, father, saying it in disgust. You and all the elders who are too stuck in their old ways to accept change. You are all prideful blind fools who believe that our eyes and our Juken style are enough and believe that to use jutsus and other techniques is to lower ourselves. Which is clearly wrong, since all it does is make us weaker. We are no noble clan, since no noble clan would treat their own clan members in such a way like we have by making our kinsmen no better than human shields and slaves. You and the elders claim that our eyes see everything, yet you and the elders are all blind to the simple truth, which is that eventually the Hyuga clan will have to change from its old barbaric ways, and that there are many different types of strength which cannot be easily seen by simply how well they fight or do something, which is why you will lose this fight, said Hinata with a calm yet equally cold and confident voice, much like Hiashi's. This of course got Hinata many angry glares from the Hyuga elders for insulting them and their traditions. You impudent child, said Hiashi, or a barely contained snarl. He then attacked with several Juken strikes, which Hinata easily dodged all of them. Hiashi quickly began to lose his clam exterior and attacked her with his Hake Rokuhuyan Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. To which Hinata quickly fell in a stance and the called out Shugohaki Rokuhuyan Sho, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and blocked all of Hiashi attacks from his Hake Rokuhuyan Sho with some kind of unknown technique and left several cuts on his hands and fingers. This of course got her wide-eyed shocked looks from everyone, especially the Hyuga clan members, since they had never seen or heard of this technique. What was that technique you used? Asked Hiashi with clear shock in his voice and on his face. It is my Shugohaki Rokuhuyan Sho. It is a technique that I created from my knowledge of Juken that allows me to use my natural flexibility along with my high chakra control to emit a constant stream of chakra from my palms, creating extremely sharp chakra blades. With my natural flexibility, I can reach any point around me, and allowing me to hit any target or defend against any attack within my field of vision. Also, as you also saw while using this jutsu, my hands move extremely fast, allowing me to hit hundreds of targets with extreme precision, much like your Hake Rokuhuyan Sho, as well as defend against such attacks like the Hake Rokuhuyan Sho, making it the perfect technique to use to block the Hake Rokuhuyan Sho. Additionally, I can control the size of the chakra beams in my palms, allowing me to create larger, arc-shaped chakra beams that spread out across my entire attack range, cutting anything in its path in half. In a way, this is my absolute defense, since its effect are somewhat similar to that of the Hakesho Kaden, 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin. In this way, the technique can be used as both an offensive and defensive maneuver, said Hinata in a calm voice with a hint of pride. Many in the crowd, especially the Hyuga clan members, could not believe that the shy mink young heiress could create such a technique by herself. But before Hiashi could fully comprehend what he had heard from his failure of a daughter, Hinata disappeared from his sight again and reappeared in front of him, aiming a Juken strike right at his chest. But thanks to years of experience from many different battles when he was an active ninja doing missions, he was able to dodge the attack to a degree where the strike only hit his left arm. Unfortunately, he was not prepared for the pain that went through his now shattered arm. Roared Hiashi, clutching his now shattered arm with his other arm. What did you do? Said Hiashi as he grind his teeth together, trying to fight off the pain that he felt from having the bones in his arms being shattered. It is another technique that I created that I called the Geki Sendo, Death Strike. I created from my training with Suande Sensei, since 3 years ago after your little speech to me about how I would be better off dead, which caused many gasps from people in the audience to gasp at shock at how Hiashi could say such a thing to his own daughter. I went to Suande Sensei and asked her to train me, which she agreed to. During which over the past 3 years she been teaching me in secret many medical techniques and training me into becoming stronger. She even taught me the basic of how her super strength is worked and how it is used, in which over the years I combined the basic of this technique with my Juken and my high chakra control to allow me to send massive and concentrated pulse waves of chakra through my fingertips into any object that I hit, causing it to shatter and break with a single strike. But for a person, depending on the amount of chakra I use, I can break or shatter a bone until it nothing but pieces, as well as do a great deal of internal damage in their body. And what you got, father? Saying the name with venom, was with me just using a small amount of chakra, said Hinata with a cold and cruel smile that had appeared on her face when she had spoken. which had sent a shiver of fear down Hiyashi's spine as well as the spines of many other people in the audience who were watching the fight between the father and daughter. After finishing speaking, Hinata then disappeared again from sight and reappeared in front of Hiyashi and delivered another Dengeki Sendo at his chest, causing him spit out blood as he was sent sailing across to the other end of the arena and hit the wall and leave a large dent in it. As Hiyashi struggled to keep himself standing, Hinata appeared in front of him again and hit him with several more of her Dengeki Sendo, causing him to smash against the arena wall several more times, making the dent in the wall bigger and causing more of Hiyashi bones to break and shatter, as well as causing more internal damage in his body. Many people in the audience could not help but flinch, cringe and look away as they heard Hiyashi screams of pains as well as the sounds of his bones breaking and shattering from Hinata attacks. Hinata soon stopped, and just when everyone thought she was done, she quickly went in the Hake Rokuhuion Sho stance and accompanied the Hake Rokuhuion Sho with her Dengeki Sendo technique and attacked, causing Hiyashi to scream into the high heavens in pain as every bone in his body was either broken or shattered from Hinata's relentless attacks, and was then sent right through the arena wall and flew about 100 feet outside the area wall and crashed in a crumpled blooded heap. It was then that Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, the said to be the strongest Hyuga in Konohagakure and who prided himself on his strength and power, was now a broken cripple of a man. His silk white robes were now covered in dirt, and in his own blood every bone in his body was broken or shattered. His entire body screamed in pain from his daughter's attacks. He was coughing up large amount of blood and could barely breathe, let alone move. He was certain that all his ribs were broken and that he had a punctured lung, and God knows what else. He could barely even stay conscious due to the pain he was feeling. Hiyashi also knew that if he did not get immediate medical attention he'd be dead within minutes. It was then that Hinata suddenly appeared over him with a look that was so cold that it could have frozen water. And for the first time in many years, Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan and so-called strongest Hyuga in Konohagakure, felt true soul-wrenching terrifying fear run through his body as he looked into his daughter's cold lavender eyes that seemed to freeze his very soul in fright. Hinata then raised his hand for one more final strike, ready to finish him, when suddenly Neji and a dozen or so Hyuga branch members appeared and held her so to stop her final strike, which was just mere inches from Hiyashi's heart. Hinata-sama, please stop this. There is no need for this. You won. You have beaten your father. You're the new leader of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, please. He not worth killing. This is not you. This not what Naruto would want you to become, said Neji with both worry and fear in his voice. Fear of what his once kind-hearted, sweet, shy and gentle cousin was becoming. For a moment it looked like Hinata might try and do it, but once Neji said Naruto name, it got to her and she removed her hand away from her father's heart slowly and nodded her head, showing that she was finished, where Neji and the other Hyuga branch members let go of her. After they did, Hinata then kneeled down to her father. Fearing that she was going to attack again, the Hyuga branch members tensed up and were about to grab hold of Hinata again when Neji stopped them with a shake from his head to tell them to stop and to wait and see what happens. Hinata then lowered her head to her father's left ear and whispered in a low voice, but was still loud enough for Neji and the branch members to hear what she was saying. Who the pathetic one now, father? Said Hinata in a harsh whisper, and saying the last word as if it was the vilest thing in the world. Hinata then got up and calmly walked away with her back now to her father. Had she looked back, she would have seen a single sad tear fall from Hiyashi's right eye right before blacked out from pain. Flashback ends. After the fight, Hinata was officially made the new head of the Hyuga clan, after which she then called a meeting with the Hyuga Council of Elders, where she told them that as the new Hyuga clan head she was having the cage bird seal removed from all branch members and was having the Hyuga Council of Elders disbanded and reformed, made up of members from both the main house family and the branch members. She was also removing that law that stated her clan could only use jutsu that belonged to her clan and were only to learn other jutsus if required by village law. With this law gone, any member of the Hyuga clan could learn jutsus outside the clan. When the Hyuga elders tried to object to her, she simply hit one of the clan council room walls with her Dengeki Sendo and destroyed the entire wall. Where she then stated to them that if they had a problem with how she was going to rule the clan, they could challenge her to a fight to overrule her or to take the position as clan head from her. This of course got the desired result, and the Hyuga elders backed down since they had all seen her fight with her father, after which word had quickly spread throughout the entire village, earning her a fearful reputation that could only be matched by Suonde or one of the Senin. Soon after, the Hyuga clan cage bird seal was removed from all the branch members, and the Hyuga clan council of elders was to be disbanded and reformed, with 3 members from the branch members making up half of the council, while 3 younger and more open-minded main house members making up the other half of the council. Neji was also made part of the council, where he was made the leader of the clan council by Hinata and was made her personal advisor. Over the following years, Hinata continued to be an active ninja doing missions and quickly became a jonin, and from doing several high-ranked missions, and was mentioned in several Shinobi Nations bingo books, and had also earned the nickname Hyuga Shikyo no Megami, Hyuga's Goddesses of Death, with a battle with extreme caution warning on her profile in the books. Also, whenever she went out on mission, she would leave Neji, Hanabi, or someone from the new Hyuga clan council that she trusted in charge of the clan until she returned. Hinata also even improved her Degeki Sendo to such a level that it rivaled the striking and destructive power that Suande's superhuman strength was capable of, where she could destroy an entire building with a single strike and cause a fissure in the ground if need be. She also even helped out in the hospital from time to time and had become a very well-respected healer, with her skill being only surpassed by Suande, Shizune and Sakura. As Kurenai thought at how her old student, who she had thought as a surrogate daughter or surrogate younger sister at least, had changed, she could not help but see at how sad her student still seemed, as well as lonely, even though she acted as a cold and emotionless Hyuga to the villager. Visiting dignitaries and some of the council members, she still remained the kind and gentle young girl many knew her as, where she would greet her patients, her friends and certain people like Kurenai herself with a smile and talk to them and offer them help from her if needed. But many could tell that she was still hurting on the inside, since she had never truly recovered from Naruto death. As Kurenai finished thinking about Hinata, she could not help but then think about her so-called father Hiyashi. After his battle with Hinata, he spent the next year in hospital due to the damage he had suffered from fighting Hinata. Despite Suande getting him to the hospital as quickly as she could, he was on death's doorstep when he got there, where after almost 6 hours of operating on him and trying to heal him, Suande had been finally able to stabilize him. He spent the next year in the hospital under constant supervisions under Sakura, Suande and Shizune, since the damage to him was so great that it took that long just to heal his body and bones. It even took 6 more months before he was able to walk under his own power. During that time, not one single person other than Sakura, Suande and Shizune or the hospital nurses visited him. This was because many people had heard about what had he done and said to his daughter, where many people had been disgusted with how he had treated his own daughter, and most people had lost all their respect for the man. But even despite what he had done, Kurenai could not help but feel pity for the former Hyuga clan head, since she had seen him on several occasions, and whenever she saw him she did not see the once proud and strong Hyuga man that was once head of one of the most powerful and noble clans in the village. He was gone now, and all she saw was a broken shell of a man who did not hold himself proud and strong like he once had. He couldn't even look at anyone in the face. Kurenai had once spoken to him, and when she looked into his eyes for a moment she saw shame, self-loathing and guilt in them. A year of being in the hospital alone with no one to visit him and someone to talk to had left Hiyashi a great deal of time to think about the things that he had said and done over the years with his daughters, where he had most likely come to realize how much of a cold-hearted, prideful bastard he had become and what he had done to his daughters, especially Hinata. Hinata had not only broken Hiyashi's entire body, she had also broken his spirit and pride, and was nothing but a shell of a man. He could not even speak to Neji or to either one of his daughters, since whenever he had tried, the guilt and shame of what he had done over the years overwhelmed him. Kurenai had heard many say that this was simple karma for what he had done. Others had said it was poetic justice for his crimes to his daughter and his family. Some had even said he got what he deserved. But regardless of that, Kurenai still pitied the man. Hiyashi had indeed reaped what he had sowed and got what he had wanted. Hinata had indeed become the strong and powerful Hyuga clan head that he wanted her to be, but it had cost him dearly to do it, a price that Kurenai herself though was far too high a price to make it worth it all, since Hiyashi had lost the love and respect of both his daughters and the rest of his family, and he was now alone and paying for it every day and would have to live with what he had done for the rest of his life. Having thought enough of the past 10 years and what had happened and changed in those years, Kurenai decided to focus on accomplishing her mission and getting back to her son as soon as possible, where she hoped would be without incident. Unfortunately, that hope would soon be dashed, and any hope of seeing her son soon would also be dashed as well. Several miles away, Several miles away behind a small deserted island, 3 of Mizu no Kuni warships and 2 Kiri warships were lying in wait for the ship carrying Princess Saki. On board the lead ship, a young crewman was running through the ship heading towards the Commodore, a commander of more than one ship, on the command point of the ship. "Sir, the shark units that you had sent to scout out for the royal ship has just reported in that they have sighted the royal ship carrying the Princess of Umi no Kuni only 3 miles away from us," said the young crewman as he saluted to the Commodore of the squadron. "Very good, signal all ships to move out and have the shinobi forces on board the ships as well as have all the men to get ready for battle," ordered the Commodore to the crewman. The crewman saluted again and ran off to do as the Commodore ordered, after which the Commodore then turned to the man that he had been talking to before the crewman arrived with the news. "It seems that everything is going as planned. Will your men be ready and do their job right?" asked the Commodore to the man. "Of course they will. Just make sure that your men do not destroy that ship the princess is on. When you fire on it she is no good, dead, and without her our plan is ruined," said the man called Isarugi Raijuta. "I know that. Just make sure that you and your men do your job. Besides, I heard that the Umi daimyo has hired a team of highly skilled ninjas from Konoha to protect his daughter," said the Commodore to Raijuta. "Ha, Konoha is nothing but a shadow of its former self. It is weak now. By the time this day is done we will have the princess and everyone will know that the shinobis of Konoha are inferior to those of Kiri," sneered Raijuta. "We shall see, Raijuta, we shall see," said the Commodore as he walked away from Raijuta to get his men all ready to move out and for battle. Raijuta just ignored the Commodore's last comment. Isarugi Raijuta was the last remaining loyal member of the current Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu, 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Since one of the former members was a S-class missing ninja and part of the famed organization of S-class missing ninja the Akatsuki, 2 of the other members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu that had also gone missing nin were dead both and had been both killed by ninjas from Konoha. Momochi Zabuza had been killed about 10 years ago in a battle against the famed Copy Ninja. Hitaki Kakashi in Nami no Kuni along with his bloodline freak of a partner Haku. The other member Kurasuke Raiga had been killed by the famed Anbu captain the Okami Ken no Konoha, Tenten's nickname, 4 years ago back when she was just an ordinary Anbu agent. It seemed that Raiga had taken over Katabami gold mine in the river country running his own little gang and was burying people alive to satisfy his sick little fantasies with having funerals. Somehow the villagers had sent word for help to Konoha where they sent the Okami Ken no Konoha to deal with which she did. He even heard that like Zabuza, Raiga had a bloodline-wielding freak as a partner who was now living in the village where Raiga was killed by the Okami Ken no Konoha. Ha, no wonder that Weekly was able to get into the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu with one of those freaks helping him. Serves both him and Zabuza right, letting those freaks live and using them to make them stronger. The only good bloodline user is a dead one. The world would be better off without them all, thought Raijuta. The 2 other members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu were both bloodline users, and when the bloodline crusade began they both became missing nin as well. Not that Raijuta cared since he had never liked either of them. He even heard that as they fled the country they found a squad of bloodline hunters killing a family of Hayaten users where they killed most of the squad and took in the only survivor and young boy. Figures that those 2 would do something like that. Freaks like them usually stick together. Pulse, they were always too noble to get the job done when it was needed, like killing kids, thought as he scoffed at the thought of the 2 former members. The one other remaining member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu that was with Raijuta and the others went and betrayed Kiri and joined the rebel factions against the Umi daimyo and the Godem Mizukage. He was even later on joined the last surviving member of the old Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu who were formed after all the members of the original Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu were killed. Traitors the lot of them, but it does not matter. Soon enough the rest of them will be all dead and Kiri's glory will soar once again once Konoha is destroyed, and I will be its hero and will reform the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu in my image, thought Raijuta as he smiled evilly. Soon my time will come, thought Raijuta as he walled down to the main deck to get ready for the attack. 1 hour later on board the royal ship. Currently Kurenai and Sakura were talking to the princess about what life in Konoha was like. Lee was showing pictures of his daughter to some of the guards and talking about her youthfulness, much to the guards' annoyance with hearing the words flames of youth or youthfulness over and over again. while Choji was happily munching on the food that the ship's cook had given him. Suddenly a cry from the man on the crow's nest was heard by everyone on the ship. "Ships ahoy, ships ahoy," cried the man. Quickly everyone went and looked at all sides of the ship to find where the ships were, in which they saw them in the distance from behind them. "How many ships are there?" shouted the captain of the ship. "There are 5 of them and they are all warships and they are heading for us," answered the man. This got everyone worried. 5 warships were headed for them. "Are they pirates?" asked the captain, which was what everyone else was thinking. "No," answered the man. "Then who are they?" shouted back the captain. "They are from Mizu no Kuni and 2 of them have the symbol of Kirigakure on them," said the man. "What are ships belonging to Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure doing this far south?" asked the captain out loud. "They must be after the princess. That the only possibility. They must want her to hold her for ransom or hold her as a prisoner to force both Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni into doing whatever they want them to do," said Kurenai as she went up to the captain. "If that is the case, we cannot allow them to capture me. I refuse to allow myself to be used as a political pawn to force both my father and Hikaru-kun to bend to the will of that tyrant, the Mizu daimyo," answered Princess Saki. "Do not worry, princess, we will protect you and we will make sure that they never lay a hand on you," answered the captain of the guard. "Captain, can this ship outrun those warships?" asked Princess Saki. "Of course, princess, this is the fastest ship in the Southern Sea. There no way they will be able to outrun this ship," said the captain confidently. He then turned and started to shout out orders to the rest of the crew to get the ship moving faster. Soon enough the main sails for the ship were let loose and the ship started to gain speed and were gaining distance from the warships, but just when they thought that they were going to get away, suddenly 12 shinobis exploded out of the water and landed on the deck of the ship. The 12 shinobis all wore air-breathing masks, most likely to breathe underwater for long periods of time. They also all wore anbu-like armor and gear and had kiri headbands on their heads and had a small kanji symbol for shark on the top left-hand side of their armor. Watch out there with Kiri's shark unit, the Kiri's elite underwater fighting unit. There are experts in both open sea combat and underwater combat. You men surround the princess and guard her. We handle them ourselves, ordered Kurenai as she got into an fighting stance along with Lee and Sakura, while Choji pulled out his axe that he wore on his back. The guards quickly followed Kurenai's orders and made a circle around her, protecting her with their bodies with their swords out, ready to defend the princess with their very lives if need be. With Kurenai quickly went off and faced 2 shark members, in which she quickly started to do some hand seals for a jutsu. The 2 shark members went to attack her, but just before they could get to her she finished her seals and disappeared. "Where did she go?" asked one of the shark members as they turned their heads around to look for her. But before his partner could answer, they found themselves being wrapped around by tree-like vines that seemed to spring right out of the deck of the ship, and a tree then sprang right behind them and they were tied to it by the vines. Before the 2 shark members could even try and escape, Kurenai suddenly came out of the tree like a flower blooming out of a flower tree. She then quickly slit both men's throats with her kunai, after which the tree disappeared and the 2 men dropped dead with Kurenai standing right behind them wiping away the men's blood with a cloth. After which an explosion happened on the deck and Kurenai quickly turned to see what had happened. With Sakura was also busy fighting 2 shark nins herself, where she quickly rolled out of the way of a Mizurapa jutsu, violent water wave technique, fired at her by one of the shark nins. As she did, the other shark member charged her and was about to stab her with his kunai. Sakura then quickly did a low spin kick, causing the shark nin to fall on his back onto the deck of the ship. Sakura then quickly jumped back onto her feet and charged at the still standing shark nin with her fist raised in the air. The shark unfortunately could not dodge in time and Sakura hit him right in the face and with her superhuman strength, which sent him right out of the ship and back into the open sea. She then turned around to deal with the remaining shark nin, which was lucky since she was then able to see an incoming kunai and was able to leap into the air in time to avoid the incoming kunai that was thrown by the other shark nin at her. The shark member then looked up into the air and was just in time to see a drop axe kick falling right onto his head, which was coming from a falling Sakura, and was then sent face first right into the deck of the ship, where the power from Sakura's superhuman strength sent him right through the deck of the ship and crashed right into the bottom floor of the ship. Sakura just wiped the dust off herself, pleased with herself with dealing with the 2 men easily enough. But suddenly Sakura's attention was focused on the explosion in the middle of the ship deck. With Lee Lee quickly engaged 3 shark nins, and by using his great speed to his advantage he quickly delivered a hard punch right into the face of an unsuspected shark nin, where he was sent crashing right into one of the lower masts. Lee quickly ducked an upper slash attack from a Tonto sword from one of the other shark nins, where had he not ducked it would have cut his head right off. Lee then disappeared and reappeared behind the attacking shark nin, where he then cried out, "Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind," and then did a spinning kick which hit the surprised shark nin in the side of the head and sent him right across the ship and crashing right into the water. Lee turned to the remaining shark nin, where the remaining shark nin got his kunai in hand and went to charge at Lee, where in a second or two he had already spilt the gap between them in half. As the shark nin was halfway to him, Lee then disappeared, but before the shark nin could fully comprehend what had happened he felt an enormous amount of pain in his stomach which almost made him black out from the pain. The shark nin felt like he had been kicked by a donkey. When he looked down he saw that Lee kneeling down with his fist in the shark nin's stomach. When the Lee removed his fist from the shark member's stomach and stood up in front of him, the shark member just keeled over onto the deck of the ship and blacked out. Just when Lee thought the fight was done, his shinobi senses kicked in and he ducked his head, where had he not he would have been hit by several shurikens in the back of the head that were sent by the first shark nin he had hit, who had just regained his bearings from being hit into the lower mast of the ship by Lee's sudden attack. Seeing that Lee had ducked his shuriken attack, the shark nin quickly began to do some hand seals for a jutsu attack. But before the shark nin could finish the last seal for his jutsu, Lee quickly ran across the deck of the ship to the shark nin and hit him with a Konoha Shofu, Leaf Rising Wind, and sending the shark nin into the air, where Lee then used his Kage Buyo, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf, where Lee then appeared behind shark nin and hit him in a pressure point on his back to paralyzing him for a few seconds, where Lee then quickly wrapped his bandages around the shark nin body, and when they reached the point where they would start to falling they started to spin like a spinning top in a clockwise direction as they were falling. In which just before they both hit the deck of the Lee move away from the man, and the shark nin crashed head first into the deck of the ship and went right through it into the bottom part of the ship, creating a large hole on the main deck of the ship. Lee then just looked down through the hole in the deck of the ship to see the man now unconscious on the bottom floor of the ship, which caused Lee to smile to himself at his win. This did not last long when suddenly an explosion caught his attention on the deck of the ship. With Choji quickly raised his large battle axe to block a shuriken attack from the 2 shark nins he was battling. He had tired for a few minutes to hit the 2 shark nins with his battle axe, but they dodge it every time. Quickly realizing that swinging his battle axe at the 2 shark nins was getting him nowhere, he slammed the head of his axe onto the deck of the ship, sticking the axe to the deck of the ship. Choji then quickly uses his Buben Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique, to expand his arms to giant size, so that they were big enough and long enough to grab hold of and lift the 2 shark nins. And once they were, he quickly grabbed them both, where he then slammed both men together, stunning, and then said, "Sorry guys, since neither of you have your boarding passes, I'm going to have to ask you both to leave the ship." After which he then threw the 2 shark members out into the air and out to the open sea. "Happy landings," cried Choji as he smiled. But that faded when an explosion on the deck happened and he turned to see what happened. General viewpoint. Unfortunately, the shark nins that Lee, Kurenai, Sakura and Choji had been fighting were just a distraction to keep the Konoha team busy until the remaining 3 other shark nins accomplished their main objective, which was to destroy the main mast of the ship and make sure that the ship did not get away from the oncoming warships. The 3 remaining shark nins quickly covered the lower and middle part of the ship main mast with exploding tags, and once they had done that they set off the tags, causing an explosion, and for the main mast collapses on the deck of the ship and the fall into the sea. The 3 remaining shark nins then quickly jumped back into the sea since they had accomplished the main objective of their mission. As soon as the Konoha team saw the main mast explode and fall into the sea, they realized that they had been duped. They realized that shark nins they fought were just to distract them while the other members destroyed the main mast, slowing the ship down so that the Mizu and Kiri warships could catch up with them. Damn it, they weren't after the princess, they were after the main mast. I should have seen that coming. We should have been protecting it, said Kurenai, cursing herself for being duped so easily. "Kurenai-san, what do we do now?" asked Sakura. "There's nothing we can do with the main mast gone. There is no chance whatsoever in outrunning those warships now. The best we can do now is try and fight them off, since if they want the princess they're going to have to board it. But even then I don't like our chances, especially if they have a lot more shinobi on those ships, which I willing to bet they do," answered Kurenai as she frowned and was trying to think of a way to get themselves and the princess out of this mess, and so far she was coming up with noting. Suddenly they heard some blasts coming from two of the warships. When everyone turned towards the ships, they saw things flying through the air towards them, and they quickly realized that the things that were flying through the air towards them were kunais. Hundreds of kunais. "Take cover," yelled Choji. As everyone started to take cover behind different things on the ship, many of the guards even used their own bodies to protect the princess. But none of the kunais hit the ship. All the kunais hit the water around the ship, and once they did, they exploded, causing large amounts of water to be splashed onto the ship, soaking many people on board. Once it was all over, everyone got out of their covering spots. "Are you all right, princess? Are you hurt?" asked the captain of the guard worriedly. "No, I fine, thank you, Captain Yamaka," answered Princess Saki as she got up from being on the floor of the deck when her guards used their bodies to try and cover her. "Shit, they're using exploding kunai. What the hell? Are trying to kill us?" cried Choji. "Well, if they are doing a pretty bad job since they missed us," said Sakura. "No, that was just a warning telling us that they have the power to kill us all if they want to and to intimidate us," answered Kurenai. "But what was it that they just used on us to fire all those exploding kunai at us?" asked Lee. "I'm not exactly sure, but I might have an idea, and I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm right we have no chance of surviving this, and it will do a lot of damage to Konoha in the coming battles against Kiri," said Kurenai as she was clearly worried with the current situation they were in right now. It did not take long for the warships to get to them and surround their ship. Although the princess guards prepared to battle as did the Konoha team and the crew of the ship, they were still vastly outnumbered. They also soon saw the volley guns on board two of the warships, and they were loaded with more kunai and were aimed at them. Also there were at least 100 Mizu warriors on boards the ships, all armed with swords, spears, bows and arrows. Also on the ships were 60 Kiri ninja. Many of them were carrying several strange-looking weapons in their arms. Imagine the weapons that the Sky Ninjas used in the second Naruto Shippuden movie. "Wait, I know those things. I seen things like that when I was in Haru, Yuki no Kuni," said Sakura in surprise when she saw the volley guns. "Yes, you would have, I imagine," said Kurenai with a frown, since her fears had been confirmed. "But how did Kiri get them, since they belong to Haru, Yuki no Kuni, and since they are members of the Heavenly Alliance and allies to Kumo? They would never give Kiri their weapons, since the Godem Mizukage hates the Rokudame Raikage, and he would use those weapons against him and Kumo as well as the rest of the Heavenly Alliance," said Sakura. "That because they didn't. You see, a few years ago Jiraiya-sama reported a rumor he had heard, that when you and your teammates defeated the daimyo of Haru, Yuki no Kuni, Kazuhana Dodo, a member of his inner circle had escaped the country with some plans on one of the weapons that Dodo created. Where the member then later on sold it to Kiri. The rumor was never confirmed due to Kirigakure never showed any signs of having it, but had tightened up security in the village and kept certain docking ports in Umi no Kuni closed off from most people," answered Kurenai. Suddenly a man in samurai armor appeared on top of the command point of the Mizu warship and began to speak. "Attention all crewmen and warriors of Umi no Kuni as well as Konoha shinobis, as you can see we have you completely surrounded. You have seen what our volley guns can do, and they are now all aimed at you. I suggest that you all surrender now and save your lives. There need be no more bloodshed and lives lost today," spoke the man in armor. "You would not dare fire those things at us, since you clearly want to take the princess as your prisoner, since you purposely missed us when you fired your volley guns earlier. If you fire them now you will not only kill us all but the princess as well," said Kurenai as she stepped forward to make herself known. After which a Kiri ninja then took aim and fired the strange weapon in his hand and fired several kunais at Kurenai feet, causing her to step back in shock, not expecting something like that to happen. The man in armor then held up his hand to the ninja, signaling to him to hold his fire. "Although what you say is true, Konoha Shinobi-san, as you can see for yourself, we also have handheld versions of the volley guns and kunai launchers. They are much more accurate and just as deadly. Not to mention we can also board your ship from all sides, and we vastly outnumber your group. Hence you have no chance of defeating us, and we will just take Princess Saki in the end with force. So I ask you again to surrender now and save your lives. You will not be harmed, I give you my word. I will give you 30 seconds to make your decision," said the man in armor. Just as the man in armor had just stopped speaking, someone shouted, Wait, where Princess Saki walked out from behind her guards and stood in front of them to speak to the man in armor. "Princess, please get back behind us," spoke Captain Yamaka as he tried to get her back behind him, but she just brushed him off. "Although I would rather die than become a political pawn to be used against my father and Hikaru-kun, I will not allow all these people die needlessly to try and protect me. If you give me your word as an officer, which you clearly are, that you will not harm any of these people and you let them go, I will surrender myself to you without resistance," spoke Princess Saki, standing with an aura of nobility and confidence around her and speak without the slightest bit of hesitation or nervousness in her voice. "Princess, you can't do this, please don't do it," cried Captain Yamaka as he tried to stop her from surrendering herself to them. Princess Saki held up her hand to Captain Yamaka's face to tell him to stop and then said, "Captain, this is my decision and I order you to stand down," spoke the princess in a voice of authority, one that only a true ruler would have. Captain Yamaka at first did or said nothing, but eventually lowered his head in complacence and answered, "Very well, Princess, this is your decision and I will do as you say," after which he stepped back from her. Princess Saki then looked to the man in armor again, who had been watching the whole ordeal with interest, and spoke with just as much confidence as she did before and said, "Do we have an agreement then?" The man in armor then nodded his head in agreement and said, "We do, in which I, Commodore Fuji Kazan of Mizu no Kuni Royal Fleet, do hereby give you my word that no harm will come to any of the other people on your ship and I will let them go freely," said Commodore Kazan. After the agreement was made, Princess Saki had all her guards as well as the ship crew and Kurenai and the others to lower their weapons and surrender to the now boarding Mizu warriors and Kiri ninjas. Soon enough, everyone on board the Umi royal ship was rounded up in one large group and they had their hands in the air as a sign of their surrender, with Mizu warriors and the Kiri ninjas all pointing their weapons at the surrendering crew and ninjas. The princess herself stood up in front of the group with two Mizu samurai with her in the middle between the two. Soon enough, Commodore Kazan boarded the ship himself with another large man who looked like a bodybuilder with brown hair with a narrowing face and looked like some overgrown street thug to the Konoha ninjas. He carried a large samurai katana on his side. He wore a standard purple Jonin flak jacket with tradition shinobi pants and sandals. He wore his headband of Kiri on his right bicep and wore a gray hooded cloak that had the kanji "kill" on it. The two of them soon made themselves up to the princess, where the man then spoke first. "My name is Isurugi Raijuta, last remaining loyal member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu and commander of the shinobi forces you see here." He then quickly cupped Princess Saki's face with his large right hand and her look directly into his face. Captain Yamaka and several of the guards flinched as they saw this, since they wanted noting more that to attack Raijuta for touching the princess in such a way, but they knew they could do noting in the current situation they were in. "It was very noble of you to offer yourself up to us to allow the others to live. Then again, I should expect something like that from a princess such as yourself," said Raijuta. He then looked down at Saki's body and then at her face and had a lecherously like grin on his face. "Not bad. Although you're a tad bit skinny for my taste. But you're still quite pretty. Then again, I should expect that from someone of royalty like you." Saki then quickly smacked away his large hand. "Don't you dare touch me," she hissed at him, violently at him. "Ha, ha, 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 ha," laughed Raijuta, "and feisty too, I like that. The Prince of Tasuki no Kuni is a lucky man to get someone like you." "Enough," yelled Commodore Kazan, and he bit himself between Princess Saki and Raijuta. "Raijuta, you will treat Princess Saki with the respect she deserves," said Commodore Kazan with a forceful tone as he glared at Raijuta angrily, where he then turned and spoke to the princess. "Princess Saki, please forgive Raijuta, he clearly lacks any form of courtesy or manners." To which Raijuta just scoffed at Commodore K's remark. "Although you are now our prisoner, you will be treated with the respect you deserve. Hence I would like to offer you my quarters for you to stay in as long as you are on my ship," said Commodore Kazan politely to the princess. "Thank you, Commodore Kazan, for your generous offer, which I will accept, but what of my guards, my ship crew and the Konoha ninjas?" asked Princess Saki. "They shall not be harmed and they will all be released as I promised, Princess," said Commodore Kazan. "All except for the Konoha shinobis," interrupted Raijuta. "Raijuta, you are out of line. I gave the princess my word of honor that I would let everyone else on this ship go if she surrendered peacefully, which she did, and I intend to keep my word," rounded Commodore Kazan. "You may have given your word to the princess, But I did not. Besides, this is a shinobi matter where you have no say in the matter, since Kiri and Konoha are at war with one another. These four are prisoners of war," said Raijuta as he pointed at Kuriani, Lee, Sakura and Choji and had his men single them out and surrounded them. "Besides, I would be a fool to let such valuable prisoners as these four get away, since the one in green is Rock Lee Konoha Nidame no Kedakai Aoi Moju, one of Konoha top Jonin fighters and husband to the clan head of the Kurama clan. The one in armor is Akamichi Choji Konoha no Kyojin Kiyud and heir to the head of the Akamichi clan as well as member of the Neo Ino Shika Cho. The red eye beauty is Yuhi Sarutobi Kuriani Konoha, famed genjutsu specialist. Former wife of the late Sarutobi Asuma of the Kazuma in the Shugonin Junichi and aunt to Konoha no Enku Sarutobi Konohamaru, and the one with the pink hair is Haruno Sakura Konoha Chiyu Sakura and apprentice of the Godem Hokage. These four will have a great deal of valuable information that could be very useful to Kiri in the war against Konoha," said Raijuta as he walked over to the Konoha shinobis. "No matter what you do to us, we will never talk and we will never betray our village," spoke Sakura definitely, after which Raijuta just cupped her face and said, "Brave words, but you will eventually break. Kiri shinobis are very good in getting information out of people, and when we have gotten all the information that we want from you, we will then have a little fun together. I will especially enjoy having some fun with you, Kurenai-san," said Raijuta as he let go of Sakura face and then cupped Kurenai face in his large hands. "I must say you're much more beautiful in person than you are in your picture in the Kiri bingo book," said Raijuta, where Kurenai gave him the most hateful look she could muster at him. She had heard of Raijuta, who was not only famed for his power and skill as a swordsman in Kiri but also for his brutality and cruelty to people in the Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure. In a current civil war, he was known for his strong hatred of bloodlines and for killing the entire families of people who were against either the Godem Mizukage or the Mizu daimyo. When Raijuta saw the look that Kurenai was giving him, he just laughed. "Good. I like women who are feisty, it just makes it all the better when I break them in the end. And they always do in the end," said Raijuta as he smirks when Kurenai just continues to glare at him with all the hate she could muster in herself. Raijuta then turned to Sakura and eyed the curves of her body and shape of it and eyed her lecherously. As he did, Sakura could not help but feel that she needed a shower as he looked at her. "Perhaps after I done breaking Kurenai-san here I will come to visit you then, Miss Haruno," said Raijuta with the same lecherously grin on his face as he held a handful of Sakura pink hair and ran it through his fingers. This caused Sakura to shudder and then glare at the man with just as much hatred as Kurenai had shown him, which Raijuta just laughed at, after which he turned to some Kiri nins around them. "You men, take the prisoners to the brig," ordered Raijuta to the shinobis around the Konoha nin, which the Kiri nin did as they were told. As they were being brought on board to one of the Kiri warships, all four of them knew what would happen once they reached Mizu no Kuni. They would be put in one of Kiri prisons where they would be interrogated, tortured and raped, in Kurenai and Sakura case, for all the information that they had about Konoha. After which they would either be left to rot in prison where they would never see the light of day again, or they would be killed and buried in some unmarked grave outside the prison, and that was if they were lucky. Since there was also very little chance of rescue coming from their village due to the situation that it was in now with fighting off Oto, Iwa, Kiri, Kusa and the Hanya clan. The four Konoha nins lowered their heads in defeat as they walked on to the Kiri warship. They had failed to protect the princess, where she would be used as a political pawn in the Godem Mizukage and the Mizu daimyo schemes. They had failed to help their village to gain the badly needed trade alliance with Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni, and worst of all, they had failed to come back to their loved ones, where Sakura would never see her parents again. Choji would never see his parents or his wife again. Lee would never see his daughter or wife again, and Kurenai would never see her son again. They had all lost hope in ever seeing their loved ones again. 5 days later, in the middle of the mountain ranges of Kaminari no Kuni, lining country. Running through the mountain pass at high speed, Akunoichi from Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, was returning from the mission she had been on. She was a dark-skinned woman, like many in Kumo, with golden-colored eyes and long purple hair, which she keeps up in a ponytail. Her attire consists of a backless, black sleeveless undershirt with an orange overshirt over the sleeveless undershirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder. She also wore a large beige sash around her waist like a belt with black stretch pants and long beige wrist warmers, secured by bands and long beige leg warmers with brown light shoes. The name of the woman in question was Shiwan Yoruichi, head of the Shiwan clan, one of the founding clans of Kumo. Before the beginning of the Civil War, her clan was among the only 5 known ninja clans that had a Kekkei Genkais in Kaminari no Kuni or Kumogakure, although that had changed after the Civil War ended. Her clan ability was to each turn into a certain type of animal that matched their personality. For example, she could turn into a cat. This made her clan excellent infiltrators and recon scouts. During the Civil War, she led her clan against the Godem Raikage and the corrupt Kaminari Daimyo, Lightning Daimyo, and was among the leaders of the rebel factions. During the Civil War, she was called Kosoku Ijin, Speed Mistress, too, due to her control over her chakra was so great that she could enhance her speed to an amazing degree, much like how Suwande the Slug Princess could enhance her strength with her chakra control. When the Civil War finally ended, she was made the captain of Kumogakure Bolt unit by the Rokudame Raikage. Bolt was one of Kumogakure 4 Anbu divisions that were created by the Rokudame Raikage. Each division had its own name and its own responsibilities. The 4 divisions were Shock, Bolt, Kind and Storm. Shock responsibilities mainly involved with security, where they were in charge of protecting the village as well as helping guarding the borders of both Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country, from enemy shinobis and spies from entering the village or even the country. Shock also acted as Kumo's Oinen, Tracker Nin, division, where they would track down and find any and all missing nins from Kumogakure. Although Kumo did not have many missing nin even with the Civil War, since nearly all the ninjas that sided with the Godem Raikage joined the Rokudame Raikage after the Civil War ended, and they were forgiven for siding with the Godem Raikage. Hence, Shock duties mainly involved the security of Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. Bolt 3 responsibilities were different from that of Shock. The Bolt division mainly dealt with assassination, where they would assassinate corrupted high-rank officials from other countries, warlords who were trying to start rebellions in countries, and enemy ninjas. Not only that, but they also dealt with high-ranked infiltration missions and information-gathering missions if it was needed as well. Kind was Kumogakure Intelligence Divisions, or otherwise known as the Central Intelligence Network Division, where they dealt with gathering information and intelligence on all non-alliance members or non-allied countries to the Heavenly Alliance, as well as other organizations that may threaten the Heavenly Alliance. They also dealt with counterintelligence, where if any shinobi village or country tried to infiltrate Kumogakure or the Heavenly Alliance, they would find them and deal with them. They would even create false leads or false information for them to follow, which would eventually lead those shinobi villages or countries to dead ends or even misjudged the Heavenly Alliance strength and capability. Kind also dealt with torture and interrogation when gathering information from rogue ninjas and enemy spies. Storm was Kumogakure Elite Strike Force. They were the elite of the elite in Kumogakure. Although Storm had the smallest numbers out of all the other Anbu divisions in Kumogakure, the quality of shinobis in Storm more than made up for their lack of numbers. Storm training program was the harshest training program in the entire elemental continent, in which they went through a training program that was called the 2 months of hell, which would test even a highly skilled veteran shinobi to his very limits, if not beyond them. After which any of the surviving applicants that got through the 2 months of hell would then go through a hard year-long training program on teamwork, physical training and training in sealing, as well as other types of training before they would be full Storm members. The Storm agents answered to no one but the Raikage himself, in which none of the other councils of Kumogakure had any control over them whatsoever. Storm handled only the most dangerous and most important missions to Kumo that the other Anbu division in Kumogakure or other the shinobis in the village would be unable to handle themselves. Yoruichi was currently on her way back to Kumo after successfully sneaking into Mizu no Kuni, Water Country, and meeting with the leader of one of the rebel factions in Mizu no Kuni. Her mission was to make contact with the rebel factions and meet one of their leaders, Saito Hajime the Kiri no Ukami, the Wolf of the Mist, former leader of Kirigakure Hidden Mist Assassination Division, as well as a former member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu, 7 Swordsman of the Mist, who was famed for his mastery of the Sarento Kiringu, silent killing technique, where he would pounce on his enemies much like a wolf. His skill in Sarento Kiringu could only be matched by Momochi Zabuza the Kirigakure no Oni, the Demon of the Hidden Mist, Saito was also a master in Mizuguchi Ha Edo Ryu style, which was the perfect sword style for an assassin-type ninja like Saito. The Mizuguchi Ha Edo Ryu style was one of the most lethal assassin sword styles to exist. It was mostly based on speed, and it uses brute force to eliminate any opponent. It is based on piercing the enemy with the horizontal hits. Once Yoruichi met Saito, she was to offer him and the other rebel factions an alliance between the Heavenly Alliance and the rebel factions in Mizu no Kuni against the Godai Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo. When she did meet him, they talked for several hours, in which Saito and the rebel factions did not join in an alliance with the Heavenly Alliance against the Godai Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo due to they didn't fully trust the Heavenly Alliance wiliness to help or intentions. But Saito did agree to share information on the happenings in Mizu no Kuni as well as any relevant information on the Godai Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo. In return, the Heavenly Alliance would agree to sneak in food, medicine and other supplies to the rebel factions. Yoruichi knew this arrangement would be good enough for the Raikage, since he had told her before she had left that it was unlikely that the rebel factions would immediately agree to the alliance. Her main objective was to build communication link between the Heavenly Alliance and the rebel faction in Mizu no Kuni. But with the arrangement that she got, it would make for a strong stepping stone to build the alliance between the rebel factions and the Heavenly Alliance. As Yoruichi was running, she suddenly heard a puffing sound and a sudden weight was felt of her right shoulder. When she stopped and looked to see what was on her shoulder, where she found her ninja cat Summon 4, Hina on her shoulder. The cat was actually a small cute little white kitten with gray stripes on its back and had big dark blue eye and wore a small little builder's helmet and a whistle around it. 5. If Yoruichi wasn't so used to seeing Hina, she would have gone kawaii and squeezed the little kitten to death at how cute it looked. "Hina, what are you doing here?" said a surprised Yoruichi. "I thought I told you to stay with Saito so that he can send us information or items through you," said Yoruichi with a slight frown, thinking that the little summon was slacking off on admission. "But that what I'm doing, mistress," said Hina in a cute little voice. "You have a message from Saito?" asked Yoruichi, surprised again. To which the just kitten nodded. "Well, what is it?" The scary-looking man, which caused Yoruichi to smile a little since Saito would look scary to most people, told me to tell you that he got some information that you might be interested in. He said that the princess of Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, has been captured by ships sent by the Godem Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo 5 days ago when she was on her way to Tasuki no Kuni, Moon Country, for her wedding, said Hina. "What? Princess Saki has been captured?" said Yoruichi in surprised. "Yea," the scary man said that the Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo plan to use the princess as a political hostage and force both Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni to give control of their trade alliance to Mizu no Kun as well as some other things. Where they would control all trade in the southern elemental seas, not to mention that they gain control of both countries' naval forces, giving Mizu no Kuni even more control over the seas, replied Hina. "Damn those bastards," cursed Yoruichi. "I knew we should have sent some of our own ships or men to guard the princess. If we had, this wouldn't have happened." Yoruichi then turned to the kitten again and asked, "Does Saito know where the princess is being held?" To which the kitten nodded and said, "Yea, he said that the princess is being held in the hold," answered Hina. "Damn it. It figures that they send the princess there at the strongest prison in Mizu no Kuni, since they hold nearly all the political prisoners in Mizu no Kunai there as well as most of the rebels ninjas that they captured," cursed Yoruichi. "Scary Man also said that ninjas from Konoha are prisoners there as well," said Hina. "Konoha ninjas are there too?" asked Yoruichi in surprised. "Yea, Scary Man said that they were supposed to protect her but got captured as well," said Hina. "Huh. So much for the mighty shinbis of Konoha," said Yoruichi with a tad bit of disgust in her voice, since she didn't have a very high opinion of Konoha shinbis. She turned to her summon. "Good work, Hina. I summon you later and give you a treat later on. Also, when you see Saito, tell him I owe him one," said Yoruichi. "That what Scary Man said too," said Hina. Which caused Yoruichi to raise her eyebrow in curiosity at what Hina meant. Scary Man said that he wanted the Raikage and the Heavenly Alliance as well as Umi no Kuni and Tasuki no Kuni to owe him one, since he knows that you will want to rescue her, replied Hina to her mistress in spoken question. After hearing what Hina said, Yoruichi could not help but chuckle a little as she spoke. "That sly bastard Saito, he a lot more cunning than I thought." "Hina, you go back Saito, okay," said Yoruichi. The kitten then nodded and left, after which once Hina was gone Yoruichi quickly started to flow chakra into feet in which she started to move so fast that she was nothing but a blur to the naked eye. 3 hours later. After 3 hours of non-stop running at her top speed, Yoruichi stopped when she was in the middle of the large mountain valley. She knew that she was near the village since she could see the genjutsu of clouds that cover Kumo right ahead of her. It was a special genjutsu that was created by one of the Raikage former senseis who was a master at genjutsu. The cloud-covered genjutsu truly gave the village its name as the village hidden in the clouds. Not even the famed Sharingan of the Uchiha clan that Konoha loved to brag about could see through this genjutsu. As she walked forward into the cloud-covered genjutsu, she then felt 4 chakra signatures near her, although they were well hidden where even the most skilled shinobi could easily miss them if they were not looking out for them. She then stopped and spoke in a confident and calm voice. "You can all come out now, I know you're there." As soon as she finished speaking, 4 Kumo shock shinobis appeared in front of her, all wearing their yellow animal-shaped masks with black lines around them shaping the face. Most of the Anbu divisions in Kumogakure wore animal masks to conceal their identities, but each division had different colors for their masks. Shock would wear masks with yellow and black. Bolt would wear masks with red and black, while Storm would wear masks with blue and black. While Kind didn't wear any since they did not need to. "Forgive us, Yoruichi-senpai, we did not realize it was you until just now. We did not expect you back till this evening or tomorrow morning at the latest," said the boar-masked shock member who was clearly the captain of the group. "That okay. I didn't plan to come back so quickly, but I have urgent information that the Raikage must know immediately," said Yoruichi in a serious tone, which was unlike her usual cheerful and playful self that everyone knew her for. Knowing that it must be serious, consider her tone, the shock members quickly allowed Yoruichi walk through. As she continued to walk on, the genjutsu soon started to dispel, in which she could finally see the gates of Kumogakure, or as many people would call it, New Kumogakure. The village in front of Yoruichi was not the original Kumogakure village, since that had been destroyed during the last battle against the Godem Raikage. After the Civil War, the Rokudame Raikage had New Kumogakure built in this valley for several reasons. One of those reasons was because, like the original village, New Kumogakure had mountains on both sides, and there were few paths, both large and small, that led to the valley where the village was, and all were easily defendable. The village had mountains on both its sides and one large mountain behind it. The main front wall, or outer wall, of the village was at least 30 meters thick of solid stone and was 100 meters high, and the wall stretched from one end of the valley to the other. The main village gateway had a large metal gate that had 2 crouching dragons on either side of it. The gate would be left open during the day and closed at night, in which in the event of a siege the gate would be bolted down, and a fuinjutsu called fuin tepeki, sealed iron wall, that was on the 2 dragon statues that flanked the entrance would activate, sealing the gate shut. As soon as Yoruichi went through the main entrance to village, she started to run along the rooftops of the civilian district, which was not an uncommon thing to happen in the village since ninjas would often do that. As she ran, Yoruichi looked around New Kumogakure. She could not believe that they had built all this in just under 3 years, since they had only just fully finished building it a month or 2 ago. New Kumogakure was easily 5 times bigger than any other village in the elemental nations. The village itself was split in 4 large districts with a wall dividing each district. The inner walls themselves were nowhere near as thick as the main one, but were at least a few feet thick and quite strong, and were just as high as the outer wall. The first district, which was directly behind the outer wall, was the civilian district, where the civilians lived in, whether they be rich or poor. All civilian lived in this district, in which they had their own schools, hospitals, gardens, parks, police force and stores to shop, since this district was also where trading for goods was mainly done. The second district was the industrial district, where the village had its machinery built, such as Kumo airships, war balloons, weapons, armor, siege weapons, trains, and other types of machinery. There was even several large landing platforms for the airships to land on in this district. The third district was the shinobi district, where all shinobis and their families as well as shinobi clans lived in this district, and like the civilian district, the shinobi district had their own academies to learn their ninja skills. Civilians were also allowed to join if they wanted to, hospitals, as well as weapons and gears stores to get equipment from. There was even a large stadium built for tournament fights and the chunin exams. The fourth and final district was the ruling district where the Raikage was in, as well as the daimyo, due to the fact that during the civil war the former daimyo Yoshiaki burned down the palace and the capital of Kaminari no Kuni when he realized that he was losing the civil war and didn't want it to fall into rebel hands. After the civil war, when new Kumogakure was being built, it was decided that the new palace of the daimyo would be built in New Kumogakure and rule the county from New Kumogakure, although New Kumogakure itself would still be ruled by the Raikage, in which the daimyo could not interfere with anything that went on in the village unless it greatly affected the daimyo or the rest of the people of Kaminari no Kuni. When Yoruichi arrived at the ruling district, she looked up at the Raikage Tower, or to be more precise the Raikage Mountain Tower, since the Raikage Tower was the mountain that was directly behind the village. The Raikage had tunneled into the mountain and hollowed it out to allow people to be in it, in which he then spent several months making it suitable for people to work in it, since the tower would be the main focus point for everything that happens in the village, whether it being civilian matter or shinobi matter. Whenever she looked at it, Yoruichi could not help but laugh, remembering when the Raikage first told her his plans for New Kumogakure and what he would do. She remembered how she called him and Baka to think he could do that. She also remembered how he just laughed and said that he'd be able to do that and build New Kumogakure in just under 3 years, after which she replied that if he did do that in that time frame, she'd tongue-kiss her former second-in-command Soifun, 6, in public. Thinking of which she could not help but then laugh at all the men that had went to the hospital due massive nasal hemorrhaging when she did it, not to mention Soifun could look at her in the face for a week after it without blushing of embarrassment. Since not only had the Raikage done what he said he did, he even tunneled into the sides of the other mountains on New Kumogakure side and made the sides of the mountains into docking ports for the Kumo airships. He also made several underground tunnels and bunkers under the village for the Kumo Anbu units and underground tunnels and bunkers for the civilian to use should the village come under attack. She also remembered several times when foreign dignitaries from other members of the Heavenly Alliance came to New Kumogakure and they would gaze at it in wonder, where they would often ask how he was able to build this massive-size village, or city as some would call it, so quickly, in which the Raikage would just laugh each time and reply, "Jutsus can be used for more than just fighting." Yoruichi quickly went into the Raikage Tower mountain through the massive double stone doors that had 2 giant stone tigers flanking the doorways, in which the 2 stone tigers had fuin tepeki on them so that the doorway would be sealed shut when needed. When inside, it was not what most people would expect it to be, instead of being dark, dank, and cold. The main hall of the tower mountain looked like a palace hall. In the middle of it was a beautiful fountain with cool clear water and statues made of pure marble that resembled dragons, tigers and falcons. There were benches made of solid marble in which the seats themselves were covered in soft leather. Light was coming through several large openings and was distributed all over the halls by both water and special light-emitting crystals that glowed softly, giving the tower mountain a very soft but strong amount of light. The walls were smooth and covered in small gems and inlaid with copper mirrors which appeared to be well polished, as well as silver and gold designs that made the place even more grandiose than before, and in the areas were healthy trees and bushes giving out a sweet scent to the tower mountain. The floors were made from tiles that combined marble, jade, and smooth limestone and were very strong. All in all, the main hall was impressive to say the least. When a person looked up, they would see all the different floor levels where different departments were on each level dealing with the different affairs in the running of the village, both civilian and shinobi matters. There were stairs and even lifts to get a person up to certain levels faster, which was a good thing since the Raikage Tower mountain was always busy with activity. At the top roof point of the tower mountain was a large glass dome that was directly above the fountain and shone more light down on it and the rest of the tower. It also allowed the stones in the fountain to sparkle in the light. Not only was tower mountain magnificent in the inside, it was also easily defendable, where just 3 squads of ninjas could easily hold out for months against an enemy army, since the main doors were made of stone and when shut could take massive poundings. They even had special seals on it that made them highly resistant against most jutsu. The inside of the tower was also covered 10 feet of solid rock. There was even several small openings for the defenders to fire arrows, spears or jutsu from down on the enemy, as well as many traps inside the tower for the enemy which could be activated should the enemy be able to breach the doors or somehow enter in tower mountain. Yoruichi quickly got on one of the lifts and soon arrived at the Raikage office, which was at the top floor of the tower mountain. She greeted his secretary Aiz Nanao, who was an old friend of hers, after which Nanao told her to go right ahead into his office. The Raikage office was simple. It was a large double-O circular-shaped room with his desk facing the main double door to his office and with a large window behind the desk so that the Raikage could look out the window and over the village. On both sides of the wall of the circular room in front of the Raikage desk were bookshelves filled with scrolls and books, as well as a small spiral stairs that would allow the Raikage to go to the platform of the second level of his bookshelves as well as go onto the balcony that was right above the Raikage desk. It was then when she looked up to her left on the second level of the bookshelves that she saw him reading a scroll, after which she made herself notice since he had yet to do so since he was focused on the scroll he was reading. When he did notice her, he looked up and had a small smile on his face. He then spoke. "Good day, Yoruichi. I'm surprised that you arrived back so soon. I did not expect you back till at least this evening. I trust that the talks with the Saito Hajime went without much difficulty," said the Raikage politely as he made his way down the spiral stairs and seated himself in his seat behind his desk facing her. There was no real problem with the talks, although Saito and the rebel factions are hesitant to join forces with us as you expected. But I was able to arrange an agreement with Saito where in return for supplies of food, medicine as well as a few other things, he and the other rebel factions are willing to give us detailed information on the Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo, which includes any and all plans that they are making and information of their military strengths, said Yoruichi. This caused the Raikage to smile since he knew that the information from Saito and his people would be very useful in the near future against the Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo, not to mention that this arrangement with the rebel factions would be an important stepping stone for a full alliance with them. Good work, Yoruichi, you did an excellent job. I knew you would, even if the rebel factions in Mizu Nikuni are not fully allied with us. They are at least willing to share information with us, and with this agreement we can slowly gain their trust and where we can then get a full alliance with them later on, said the Raikage. Raikage-sama, there's something else that you should know. Princess Saki of Umi no Kuni has been captured by the Mizukage and the Mizu Daimyo forces 5 days ago, said Yoruichi. What? Shouted the Raikage in disbelief. Yoruichi then went and explained what her summon Hina had told her about what had happened to the princess. When she finished, the Raikage spoke in a serious tone of voice. Yoruichi, did you give Saito the projection ball like I asked you to? Yes, of course, answered Yoruichi. I even showed him how it works and what to do, she continued. The Raikage nodded and then went and opened up a small box on his desk. In the box was a small glass ball that had several seals carved on it. The ball was small enough to fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Although the Raikage was not the type of person to brag about how skilled he was, he had to compliment himself on his skills in creating the projection ball. The projection ball worked as a two-way communication link for the Raikage, where if he needed to speak to one of his commanders or the leaders of an alliance member country or an allied country, all he would need to do would be to place the ball in his hand and think of the person he wanted to speak with, in which the other person ball would start to glow and heat up, telling them that someone wanted to speak to them, in which once they picked up the ball in their hand, an astral projection of the Raikage would appear in front of them, as would an astral projection of them appear to the Raikage. It would even work for other holders of the projections balls, where they could not only make contact with the Raikage but they could also make contact with one another. It also had a security measure where when a person first gets a projection ball, all they need to do would be to spread some of their blood on the ball and it would connect them with the other projection balls, and the ball they got would only work for them since it only works for the person whose blood was spread on it first. The projection ball was based on a jutsu that he read about in one of his old sensei scrolls that was called the Gentashin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique. Although the scroll explained the basic of how the jutsu worked, it did not tell him how it was done, in which the Raikage then spent several years creating his own version of it with seals, which in the end proved successful. The Raikage quickly picked up the projection ball and closed his eyes and then reopened them again when an astral projection of Saito Hajime appeared in front of them. So this is how this thing works. I hate to admit it, but this is an impressive piece of fuinjutsu, commented Saito, in which he then looked up at the Raikage and raised his eyebrow. So you're the famed Rokudame Raikage. I've been hearing so much about the famed the Raiden no Kami, the god of thunder and lightning, or as many shinobi in Kiri call you, the Arashi no Oni, the demon of storms. I have to admit I pictured someone a bit different from all the stories I heard about you, especially that rumor I heard recently where you defeated Saito. But before he could continue, the Raikage interrupted him. Forgive me Saito-san, but as much as I like to have a pleasant conversation with you about the things you heard about me, I must interrupt you since I wish to speak to you about the information that you had sent to Yoruichi, spoke the Raikage seriously. Fine, what is it that you want to know? Asked Saito. I would like you to give me a more detailed account on what happened and what the Mizukage and the Mizu daimyo are planning on doing, since I guessing what you told to Yoruichi was just a basic overview of what happened, said the Raikage. Saito just nodded and then spent the next half hour explaining in detail what had happened, since an agent of one of the rebel factions in Mizu no Kuni was on board one of the ships when they attacked the princess ship. He also told them the names of Konoha ninjas that had been captured with her and that they were all being held in the hold, Mizu no Kuni's strongest prison. When Saito finished, the Raikage thanked him and told him that he send medical and food supplies to him and his forces within 2 weeks, and said that he may call on him for more information soon, which Saito just nodded and his astral projection disappeared. When Saito's astral projection disappeared, a hardened look came across his face. Yoruichi knew this look well since she had fought with him in many battles during the Civil War. During the Civil War she became close friends with the Raikage and was considered one of his closest friends, as did she. Hence she was able to know when he was angry or extremely serious about something, and the look on his face told her that he was planning something big and it would be serious. The Raikage quickly called for his secretary Nanao, in which she quickly entered the room. Nanao, I want you to send a message to all shinobi commanders and all major shinobi clan heads, as well as Lady Daimyo Kicho and Sensei. I want you to tell them that we are convening a war council in 2 hours' time, ordered the Raikage. This of course got a surprise gasp from both women, since there had not been a war council since the country final stabilized, when the Raikage was able to get all the remaining forces of the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki to surrender and join the rebel factions. The only reason a war council would be held would be either to declare war on another country or plan a major military operation, either of which was possible right now. It took a few minutes for the two women to get out of their shock states, but they eventually did, in which Nanao quickly nodded her head and went to do what the Raikage ordered. The Raikage then turned to Yoruichi and told her to go get a bite to eat and have a shower and be ready for the war council, since she would be expected there, after which the woman nodded and left the office, leaving the Raikage alone with his thoughts. Things are moving much faster than I had expected them to, but if I plan this right I can turn this to our advantage, and the Heavenly Alliance will have a few new members as well as a new ally, thought the Raikage as he started to work on the plan to rescue the princess and make both Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance stronger. 2 hours later, in the War Council room. The War Council room of Kumo was a large room inside the Raikage Tower mountain. It had a 30-foot tall entrance with 2 equally sized double wooden doors to close it to outsiders. Inside the middle of the room was a large wooded round table that would allow up to 30 people to sit around it. One of the chairs around the table was larger than the others and more elegant in design. That seat was reserved for the Raikage. There was also another seat behind the Raikage seat, which was on a large stone pedestal with a seat on it which overlooked the War Council table. This seat was for the daimyo, in which the daimyo would be allowed to watch over the council meeting if she wished to, and could add her input if it was required or asked. Also on the wall of the council room on the right-hand side of the War Council table was a map of the elemental continent and the entire island nations near it. The room itself had also seals in it to prevent anyone to outside the room to hear what was being said or what was going on in the room. Yoruichi was the first person to arrive in the War Council room, and as she entered, the 2 storm members guarding the door saluted her, which she replied in just. She then went and took her seat and put up her legs on the table to wait for the others to arrive, which was not long, since about 2 minutes after she arrived in the room her former second-in-command Soifun entered the room. Soifun was a relatively short and petite woman with lightly tanned skin and black hair. She wore sleeveless white haori and a yellow obi tied around her waist. Underneath it she wore a tradition ninja outfit that has no sleeves and didn't cover her back. Her hair was worn short with 2 long braids covered in cloth. Soifun and Yoruichi had been friends for many years, even before the beginning of the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. Before the civil war, Yoruichi was a Anbu captain of Kumo assassin division. Much like Want, she was now Soifun had joined her division as a young gifted prodigy who saw Yoruichi as her hero and idol. Yoruichi later on took her on as an apprentice, in which they grew close, and Yoruichi saw her as a younger sister while Soifun thought of her as both an older sister and her idol. When the civil war started, Soifin followed Yoruichi along with many others from Yoruichi division and fought for the rebels. After the civil war ended, Soifin became the captain of the shock division. But even though they were equal ranks, Soifin continued to regard Yoruichi as her superior and continued to call her Yoruichi-sama, which annoyed Yoruichi since she hated being called by old traditional titles like Sama, and Soifin knew that well. "Hello Yuchi-sama, good to see you back," said Soifin politely. Yoruichi just signed and said, "How many times do I have to tell you, Soifin, to stop calling me that? We are equal rank now, and even when I took you as my apprentice I told you not to call me that. You know how much I hate being called by those stuffy old title names. Even that husband of yours doesn't like being called like that when he off duty. But what's wrong with calling you Yoruichi-sama?" "Yoruichi-sama? I'm only showing you respect, Yoruichi-sama. You can't possibly hate being called Yoruichi-sama that much?" "Yoruichi-sama," said Soifin with a small smirk on her face when she saw Yoruichi eyebrow twitch with annoyance, since she loved to annoy her like this after all the times Yoruichi used to tease and annoy her, since Soifin knew how much things like that annoyed her former sensei and surrogate big sister. Yoruichi just sighed again with annoyance and said, "I swear you're getting more and more like that husband of yours, especially when he gets in the mood to annoy someone. Whatever happened to that stiff-ass young girl who always followed orders and didn't question why and hardly ever lightened up? I believe she left after a few years of being your apprentice, since a bit of you had to rub off me as well as when I got married," answered Soifin with a small smile, after which the two women then started to laugh a bit but soon after stopped and got serious. "So the war council has finally been called again. Do you know why?" asked Soifin, to which Yoruichi nodded and said, "Yes, I do, but I believe that it best to wait till he and all the others arrive, since he can give you the full detail of what happening and what he plans to do." Soifin just nodded, understanding that she would find out what was happening soon enough. The two women were soon joined by Hayabusa Ryu, head of the Storm Anbu division of Kumo, as well head of the Hayabusa clan. Although the Hayabusa clan held no blood limit, they were the best assassins and fighters in all of Kumo, which Yoruichi knew well since most of her best men and women were from that clan. The Hayabusa clan ninjas also made up a large fraction of the Storm division as well. This was because at a very young age all children in the Hayabusa clan were trained to be shinobis, where they went through harsh training so that they would be as strong and skilled as they could be. The clan was also extremely loyal to the Raikage due to that fact that during the civil war the Hayabusa clan sided with the rebels, in which at a late point in the war the Godem Raikage found the secret base of Hayabusa clan where their families stayed. He then tricked most of the clan's shinobi to leave it, in which he sent a large force of his ninjas to attack the base and destroy it, and captured as many of the women and children as possible so to hold them as hostages, so to force the Hayabusa clan to fight for him and control them. Fortunately, the Raikage had been near the base and was able to drive back the Godem forces, and when the Hayabusa clan shinobis returned and found out what happened, Hayabusa Joe, Ryu, father and clan head of the Hayabusa clan before he was killed in battle near the end of the civil war, swore a blood oath that he and his clan would serve and protect the Raikage and his future clan until they repaid the debt that they owed him for saving their families. Despite his age, Ryu had the demeanor of a man far older than himself and often spoke with great wisdom, which many people would stay silent to listen to. This was due to his prolific lineage and mantle of station as the head of a highly respected shinobi clan in Kumo as well as in other nations. His exploits from the Civil War and before it had given him an attitude far removed from most others, and he understood things in more abstract and philosophical terms. He had a tranquil nature, much akin to water, free-flowing most of the time, but unforgiving and crushing when roused, in which many people would often try and stay on his good side. Although not often, he would join many of shinobi commanders in a few social drinks of sake now and again. He was even married to the daughter of the head of the Mugen Tenshin ninja clan, Kasumi, since both their clans had always good strong relations with one another. Ryu wore a tight black leather outfit with no sleeves, black leather boots, fingerless gloves on his hands, gauntlets on his arm, a cape on his back, and wore a mask to cover most of his face, as well as wear his own clan unique headband with the Kumo symbol on it. He also carried a sword on his back and kunais on his left leg. Altogether, Ryu was dressed like what most people expected a ninja to look like, which was not surprising since the Hayabusa clan took their title as a ninja clan very serious. When Ryu saw both women, he greeted them politely and then settled down in his seat on the table. Soon after they were joined by Shiden, leader of the Mugen Tenshin clan, who were among Kumo top ninja clans. They were well known for their unique fighting styles, the Tenjin Mon and the Hajin Mon, which allowed them to gain incredible strength and power. Like Hayabusa clan, the Mugen Tenshin clan fought with the rebel factions due to their close ties with the Hayabusa clan, which only got stronger with the marriage between his daughter Kasumi and Ryu. Just after Shiden arrived, two other people arrived. They were Akechi Mitsuhide and Miyoshi Sayuri. Akechi Mitsuhide was the company chief of operations for all the shinobi forces, where he would help decide who would go on what missions and could only be overruled by the Raikage. Also, should the Raikage be unable to run or organize the shinobi forces, Mitsuhide would take full control of the shinobi forces. Mitsuhide was a very handsome man. Despite being in his early 30s, he still looked like a man in his mid-20s. He had a narrow but well-sculpted face and had long black raven-colored hair and clear blue eyes. Mitsuhide wore white shinobi pants with sliver knee pads and boots. He also wore a white shirt with silver samurai-like armor and had a white cloak and carried a long katana that he called Gilded Talon. Mitsuhide was also one of the first teachers to the Raikage back before he became Raikage. Mitsuhide was a former member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu, 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Before he became a missing nin, Mitsuhide was credited with being one of the greatest prodigies of his time in Kiri, since at age 13 he became head of the Oinin division. When he was 15 he became a Jonin and a member of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu. It was also said that he was a prodigy of the sword, in which he mastered at a very young age the fighting style of his clan, the Taka Kyukoka, the Swooping Hawk. He also earned the nickname of Shirotakai no Kiri, Mist White Death, since he wore a white cloak and armor. During his time as head of the Oinin division, virtually all of Kiri missing nin were eliminated within weeks of going rogue, but after he went rogue himself, the efficiency of Kiri Oinin division went down greatly, which caused for Kiri to have the highest amount of missing nin from its village than in any other shinobi nation. Mitsuhide also had a dojutsu called the Takagon, Hakai, which gives the user the ability to see great distances, keep up with great speeds, see through genjutsu and see through objects, much like the Hyuga clan Byakugan and the Uchiha clan Sharingan, as well as allowing the user to hit an object with 99.99% accuracy no matter how small or how far the object was, which was why the Akechi clan were so famed in Kiri as assassins. Mitsuhide was also one of the few in his clan to activate the second level of the Takagon, which allowed the user to see even greater distance than before, but also allowed him to see a object or person weakest points, which if hit he could destroy a boulder with just hitting it weak point with a single strike, as well as disable or even kill a person with one strike, whether it be a hand strike or a sword strike, by seeing the weakest point of their body. Unfortunately, Mitsuhide was also the last of his clan, since during the early parts of the Bloodline Crusade in Kiri his clan was wiped out, in which he was forced into hiding until near the end of the crusade, where he avenged his clan by killing 300 Bloodline Hunters, which was nearly the entire Bloodline Hunter division, in a single night when they were at their main base in Kiri. After the attack, Mitsuhide was declared an S-rank missing ninja with an engaged with caution warning on him. Later on during the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni, he won great fame and respect when he joined the rebel factions of Kaminari no Kuni and Kumo, as well as earned the nickname Kumo no Shirotaka, White Falcon of Cloud. The woman with Mitsuhide was his longtime childhood friend and partner Miyoshi Sayuri, who like Mitsuhide helped to train the Raikage back before he became the Raikage. Also like Mitsuhide, she was the company chief of operations for all the shinobi forces. She was also formerly of Kiri, where she was his genin partner back when they were younger. Both rose through the ranks and both became members of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananan Shu. Like Mitsuhide, Sayuri was a highly gifted shinobi in which she mastered the sword art of dual-bladed sword fighting. She also had a bloodline called Shitekuri Katai, the mist body vapor, which allows her to turn her body into a mist-like vapor. When in this form she couldn't be harmed by any physical weapon, and it allows her to go through even the smallest of cracks and holes to infiltrate enemy bases, forts and castles. She could also enter a person body through their mouth and drain all the liquids from the person body, leaving the person noting more than a dry husk. This of course made the Miyoshi clan valuable infiltrators and assassins, and like the Akechi clan, her clan had been wiped out quickly by the bloodline hunters, in which later on she avenged her clan by killing the entire Kiri council who supported the Yodem Mizukage slaughter of bloodline users and had ordered her clan's massacre. After slaughtering the Kiri council, Sayuri was made an rank missing ninja and like Mitsuhide had engaged with caution warning on her. Back when she was with Kiri, Sayuri was known as the Kiri no Shinkutakai, Crimson Death of Mist. And when she joined the rebel factions in Kaminari no Kuni and Kumo, she became known as Shinkukiri no Kumo, Cloud's Crimson Mist. Sayuri wore brown leather pants with brown leather boots. She also wore a white midriff top with long sleeves that showed her figure quite nicely, and had a short cloak. She also carried two short curved swords that she had holsters for each one on her legs. Sayuri had a sharp yet attractive face, short crimson red hair in which it fell down her face slightly and covered the left-hand side of her face, and she had bright green eyes. It had also been greatly rumored that both Mitsuhide and Sayuri were lovers, since neither were very often seen without the other, while others just believed that they were close friends, but no one had the courage to ask them straight out since they did not want to get on either of their bad sides. Both Mitsuhide and Sayuri greeted the members who had already entered the war council room and took their seats near the Raikage seat. Not long after Mitsuhide and Sayuri, three more people arrived. They were Joyu, Gon Nain and Sun Li. All three of them commanded aspects of Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni naval forces. Gon Nain was the leader of the Nain clan and commander of Kumo fleet. He was also the best sea captain in all of the Heavenly Alliance and was also a former sea pirate. He was originally from Kiri and was from the Nain clan, who painted animal tattoos on their bodies and used special jutsus that were used by only their clan that allowed the animals on their bodies to come to life, much like Choju Giga, viz. Super Beast's imitation picture, and returned to their bodies when they were destroyed or were called back to their wielder. They could also control the animals with their thoughts and see what their animals could see as well. When the Bloodline Crusade began, his clan fled Mizu no Kuni since they feared people would consider their clan jutsu as a bloodline and start to attack them. The Nain clan fled to a small island where they were forced to become pirates so that they would survive. During the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni, he and his men tried to raid a dock belonging to one of the rebel factions but were captured by Denku. The name the Raikage went by before he became the Raikage. When Gon Nain explained why he was raiding their dock, Denku gave him a choice: become the new leader of the rebel faction's fleet and have his clan join the rebel factions and have a chance of having a new home to live in, or spend the rest of his life in prison while his clan would be hunted down and destroyed by Kiri or some other nation, or starved to death with no food or supplies. Gon Nain had little choice but to agree. During the Civil War, he won great fame for his seafaring skill and ability to command ships and men, as well as leading raids on docks and ships belonging to Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage. After the Civil War ended, Gon Nain was made commander of Kumo fleet and captain of his own ship. Personality-wise, Gon Nain was a man of action who didn't like to adjust to proper etiquette. He was also wild and fearless, as well as a brilliant leader of men, and was only really satisfied with a good brawl or battle. He was also confident in his abilities and, though he seemed arrogant, he had a good head on his shoulders and proved it many times in battle and knew when to rely on teamwork. However, he was fickle about who he'd take orders from, although there were several people he did not mind taking orders from, for example the Raikage, since Gon Nain respected him a great deal. Gon Nain wore loose-fitting shinobi-like pants and normal boots. He also wore a sleeveless vest and a ribbon that acted as a belt for him. He also had bandages around his stomach and worn the Kumo headband around his head. He even wore bells around his neck, say that they allow his enemies to know when the bell tolls for them. Gon Nain had brown spiky hair and had a roughish-looking face. He also had tattoos of animals all over his body. He even carried a large curved sword that looked like a large cutting knife, and he called the sword Leviathan. Sun Li was the commander of Kumo submarine fleet and underwater shinobi fighting force Aqua, which was a force created to counter Kiri underwater fighting force Shark. Sun Li was originally from a well-off sea merchant family, and when the Civil War started, her family sided with the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki, while she herself joined the rebel factions and became a very skilled shinobi. During the Civil War she became an excellent commander of men and due to her experience in ships and was the one who suggested to create Kumo-owned counter-forces of underwater fighters which she was given command of, as well as command of Kumo's submarine fleet when the Civil War ended. Personality-wise, Sun Li was upbeat and independent woman who was considered to be a tomboyish by many people. She was loving and loyal to her friends and family, who were pardoned for siding against the rebel factions. She was always eager to lend a helping hand to others and frequently wanted to prove her worth in battle, which often caused her husband to worry. Sun Li was also very beautiful. She had short brown hair and emerald green eyes and a curvy body. Her clothing also reflected her personality since it gave her a tomboyish look. She had a tight red top and shorts, with matching socks and shoes, and wore a Kumo headband on her head with the symbol cloth being red instead of brown. Zhou Yu was the supreme commander of all Kaminari no Kuni naval forces, and although he mainly only commanded Kaminari no Kuni naval forces, under wartime emergencies or events he would be given overall command of Kumos and all the other members of the Heavenly Alliance naval forces. This was due to the fact that Zhou Yu was one of the most brilliant naval strategic commanders in the elemental continent. He was also highly skilled in the ninja arts of combat but was not a ninja of Kumo. He was also a highly skilled user in fire techniques. During the Civil War, Zhou Yu fought for Daimyo Yoshiaki and he commanded his fleets as well as Kumo. Despite not liking either Daimyo Yoshiaki or the Godem Raikage, he remained loyal to them due to they were still the rightful rulers of Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni, in which he won them many naval victories as well as nearly destroying the rebel fleet on severely occasions during the Civil War, and kept the seas of Kaminari no Kuni virtually completely under Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage control. It was not until Anisu, the famed Kumo no Isuryu, Ice Dragon of Kumo, and Gon Ning joined the rebel factions did the tide turn against him, in which during the Battle of Eagle's Peak most of his fleet had been destroyed by Anisu. When the Civil War ended, Zhou Yu had been taken prisoner, in which he was later on offered the rank Supreme Commander of Kaminari no Kuni naval forces, which natural caught him by surprise since he had expected to be executed or in prison for the rest of his life for siding against the rebel factions. It was later on that he learned that despite the fact he fought against them, he had earned a great deal of respect from the Raikage and other rebel factions due to always taking prisoner from destroyed enemy ships instead of letting them drown, giving plenty of food, clothing and medical supplies for the prisoners, and always fought with honor and allowed enemy ships to surrender and did not fire on retreating ships or civilian ports and ships carrying civilians like some fleet commanders did. Personality-wise, he was a man who valued honor most of all. He was also very loyal to his friends and country, as well as very intelligent man and a keen strategist. He was also a lover of music and was known well for playing the flute extremely well. Zhou Yu was also an extremely attractive man. He had long brown hair, dark brown eyes and was very handsome, where many girls tried to win his affection. He wore tradition clothing for someone of the royal court. 7. Zhou also wielded a straight thin narrow sword with a red dragon carved on the blade. All three quickly sat down, greeting the people who were in so far in their own way with a slight nod of the head in greet from Zhou Yu, a friendly smile from Sun Li and a grin Gon Ning. The remaining other 7 clan heads entered right after Zhou Yu and the others. They were Kuchiki Byakuya of the Kuchiki clan, Godo Kasaragi of the Kasaragi clan, Kai Wenji of the Wenji clan, Ishida Ryukin of the Ishida clan, Tatara Raito of the Tatara clan, Yuki Nadi of the Yuki clan and Zhao Yun of the Yun clan. Godo Kasaragi was leader of the Kasaragi clan. He was a fiercely proud man, as were his clan members. They had fled their country Wutai when it was conquered by a more powerful country, in which they became a wandering clan. It was just when the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni ended and the rebuilding and stabilization of the country was beginning that Godo Kasaragi and his clan offered their services to help the country in return of allowing them to stay, in which both Lady Daimyo Kicho and the Raikage agreed to. The Kasaragi clan was well known for having several very powerful summoning contracts that they could use, which made them quite powerful in their own right. Kai Wenji was the leader of the Wenji clan. She was a powerful woman who had an aura of strength and nobility around her and was well respected by everyone. She was a powerful genjutsu mistress as well as an extremely powerful wind mistress. Kai Wenji was a woman of strong conviction and always did what she believed to be best for her clan no matter what it cost her. She also valued loyalty and showed respect to those who she believed worthy of it. Originally she and her clan were from Suna but were forced to leave the village when they learned that the Yondaime Kage was planning to have them killed and claimed that they were traitors. For about 14 years Kai Wenji and her clan wandered around the elemental continent where they eventually joined in the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni with the daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage with the promise of a new home and a position as a powerful clan when the civil war ended. Although when they lost they were forgiven by the Rokudame Raikage and he offered them the same deal which the Wenji clan accepted and swore loyalty to the Raikage since they had been touched by the Raikage forgiveness and generosity. Although it was not well known the reason why the Wenji clan fled Suna was because the Wenji clan had been the guardians of the demon Ichibi no Shukaku, one-tailed Shukaku, and were sworn to keep it from harming the people of Suna. After seeing the destruction that the former host of the Ichibi no Shukaku caused, the Wenji clan pleaded with the Sandaime Kage to not create another Jinchuriki since all it would do would drive the host mad like it did to the monk that the Ichibi no Shukaku was sealed in and create another unstable Jinchuriki that would threaten Suna. The Sandaime Kage eventually agreed to seal up the demon back into the tea kettle, but when the Sandaime Kage disappeared, secretly killed by Sasori, and replaced by the Yondaime Kage, the agreement was nullified. The Yondaime Kage sealed the Ichibi no Shukaku into his newborn son despite the Wenji clan objections and warnings. Eventually when the Yondaime Kage realized that the Wenji clan had been right all along, he ordered for his son to be killed, but all attempts failed. When the Wenji clan heard what the Yondaime Kage was planning, they offered to take Gaara into their clan and train him and help him control the Ichibi no Shukaku. Since they saw how bad his life was and how he struggled to control his power and knew he wasn't a demon, and they felt responsible for him. But the Yondaime Kage forbid this, since back when he had the Ichibi no Shukaku first sealed into his son, he forbade that any member of the Wenji clan to come near his son. The reason for this was because the Yondaime Kage feared that the Wenji clan would use their knowledge of the Ichibi no Shukaku and build a bond between Gaara and their clan in which they would train him to become a weapon for them to use to take control of the village for them. Eventually the Yondaime Kage had order for the Wenji clan to be wiped out under the guise that they were planning a coup d'état. Fortunately they were able to find out about it before the order could be carried out. They had even tried to take Gaara with them, but on the night they fled, Gaara uncle Yashimaru tried to kill him under the orders of his father, and the men that were sent take Gaara could not get near him since he became completely unhinged by his uncle's betrayal and attack and could not get near him, which resulted in them leaving him in the village. The Wenji clan also were the only people known except for Gaara to be able to use Sabaton, sand release. It was believed that due to their knowledge of the Ichibi no Shukaku and its abilities that they knew how to do Sabaton, although despite this knowledge they are not able to use Sabaton to the same level as Gaara could. Kai Wenji wore 8. She also carried a long straight narrow sword and a large battle fan on her back. Kuchiki Byakuya was the leader of the Kuchiki clan, which was one of the founding clans of the Kumo and one of the 5 clans in Kaminari no Kuni or Kumo that had a Kekkei Genkei, although that had changed after the civil war ended. The Kuchiki clan had a bloodline that was similar to the of the Shodem Hokage Mokutan, wood release. Their abilities was to be able to control plants and do plant jutsu. The ability was called Kubaton, plant release. Similar to the Shodem Hokage Mokutan, the Kubaton allowed a person to create plants out of the ground and control them in any way they wished to. They could even create giant plants that could devour a man if they wished to. Although despite their ability only a quarter of the clan could do it, with the majority being unable, the only ability that all members of the Kuchiki clan shared was their high control over their chakra. Byakuya was a very handsome man where many women from important families often tried to gain his attention but failed since he had never gotten over the loss of his wife during the civil war. During the civil war the Kuchiki clan fought for the Godem Raikage due to despite what he did he was still the rightful leader of Kumo, but eventually when they learned some of the other crimes that the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki had done, after which they sided with the rebels factions near the end of the civil war and helped give them valuable information on the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki plans. Byakuya himself was by far the most powerful and gifted member of his clan and was said to be the greatest prodigy to be born in the clan in almost 100 years. It is also said that he was strongest member in his clan to be ever born. Since he had complete mastery of the Kubaton to a level far beyond any other clan member, where he could channel his chakra into thousands of flower petals or even tree leaves and control them all at once and have them spin so fast and that they would act like thousands of small blades cutting his enemies to pieces. He is even a master genjutsu user. Personality-wise, Byakuya acted in an aristocratic manner. He seemed always serene and apathetic towards other people, even when he was deeply conflicted. He was also extremely calm, even in battle, and was very seldom surprised by even the most drastic of actions. This was due in part to his status in Kumo as the leader of one of Kumo's most noble clans. He generally acted indifferent, bordering on arrogance, to most situations that he faced, where he rarely viewed his enemies or other people worth his time. But despite this trait, Byakuya was a very perceptive man and was fully aware of the limits of his abilities, and usually anything he would state in comparison to a person was justified. Byakuya also strongly believed in law and order and believed that shinobis should do whatever it takes to protect their home and their people from harm. In spite of his icy and regal manner, Byakuya cared for and protects those important to him, which includes family and friends. Since despite his cold manner he does have several friends that he cares about. Byakuya wore a white shitage, a black kasode, a black hakama, a white hakama himo, white tabi, and waraji, and a white haori over the black kasode. He also kept his long shoulder-length black hair in a white headpiece called a kenseiken. He also wore fingerless white gloves that covered only the back of his hands, and wore a scarf made from the silver white windflower light silk, which was a family heirloom that was handed down from generation to generation and was given to each Kuchiki family head. The scarf alone was worth enough to buy 10 mansions in New Kumogakure. Byakuya was also a highly skilled sword master, where he carried a regular katana, with a simple crossguard, which is a simple open frame, much like a 4-pane window. It had a light blue handle. Tatara Hamryo was the leader of the Tatara clan. Hamryo only recently became the leader of the Tatara clan since his grandfather retired as head of the clan and handed it to him. Although Hamryo was the youngest member of the war council, since he was only 18, he was a competent leader and an excellent fighter, which earned him some respect from the other members, although he did not enjoy meetings like these since he preferred to be out on the field doing missions. The Tatara clan was a new clan that joined Kumo during the Civil War. Originally, the Tatara clan isolated themselves from the world when the shinobi villages were first formed, since they did not want to join any village but knew that they would either be forced to join or wiped out in case they became a threat to one of the villages. The Tatara clan hid themselves in a small hidden valley in the mountain ranges of Kumo. It was not until the Civil War began that they were discovered by the Godem Raikage forces. When he learned of their existence, he offered them a place to join Kumo, but they refused, not wanting to join the Civil War. Soon after, the Godem Raikage sent a large force of ninjas to destroy them and capture a few members of the clan so that he could breed a new clan under his control later on. Although the attack on the clan was successful, where 300 members of the clan were killed and about 70 others were taken prisoner, 200 members of the Tatara clan were able to escape. Hamryo's father as well as most of his family had been killed in that attack, where only his grandfather had survived and led the remainder of their clan to the rebel factions and joined them to avenge what the Godem Raikage had done and to rescue their captured clan members, which they eventually did. During the Civil War, the Tatara clan won great respect and renown by using their Kekkei Genkei to great effect. The Tatara clan bloodline was called the Kotan, steel release. This bloodline allowed them to manipulate anything metal into any form they wanted to be. They could reform metal into almost any kind of weapon or tool they needed. They could also make their bodies as hard as steel. This of course made the clan extremely valuable as ninjas and allies, where after the Civil War they joined Kumo. Personality-wise, Hamryo was a confident young man, borderline why he also rarely lost his calm exterior and was quite intelligent for his age, although he was also eager for action and to prove himself in battle. He was the most gifted user in his clan fighting style and bloodline, where he mastered all his clan's techniques and created some of his own, which proved that he was ready to be clan head. Hamryo's only real defect was that he loved to flirt with pretty girls, which made all the worse since he was quite popular with the girls due to his good looks and cool personally, although he did know when to get serious, and this war council meeting was one of those times when he got serious. Hamryo had black spiky hair and had metal piercings on his ears and above his left eye. He also had dark brown eyes. He wore a light brown jacket and jeans and a blood-red shirt underneath his jacket. He also had black boots on and carried a heavy metal skull chain around his neck and a metal chain around his waist so that he have metal to manipulate if caught in battle unprepared. Yuki Nadi was the leader of the Yuki clan. The Yuki clan had been created when large number of people had been subjected to experiments by the Godem Raikage scientists during the Civil War to try and create new bloodlines by experimenting with people genes with different experiments and using experimental formals on them. In the end, the experiments, hundreds of people died from them and 2 new bloodlines were created. The first was the Yuki clan's bloodline, which enabled its members to pass through solid matter without harm. When this first bloodline was created, the Godem Raikage ordered his scientists create more people with this ability so to create an entire clan of the perfect assassins. During that time 220 people were given this ability and were trained to use it to its full extent. Fortunately Denku, what the Rokudame Raikage was called before he became the Raikage, and the rebels factions found out about the experiments and attacked the base where the experiments were being done and freed all those who were being experimented on, after which they quickly joined the rebel factions to get revenge on the Godem Raikage for what he did to them and for all their friends and families that died during the experiments. After the Civil War, all those with the ability to pass through solid matter without harm decided to form a clan and decided to call their clan the Yuki clan and call their ability Suka no Iki, the passing through spirit limit. They then made Nadi their leader since she was the one to gather them together as a clan and she was the first one to have this ability. Nadi was a young woman who was highly intelligent as well as caring, respectful to other and quick-witty. She was also highly lethal in combat and at using her abilities to their full extent, in which she earned the nickname Ray, Ghost. She wore traditional brown shinobi pants and sandals as well as brown hooded jacket with a fishnet shirt underneath it and 2 wrist blades on each arm for quickly silently killing any enemies. Ishida Ryukin was the leader of the Ishida clan, and like the Yuki clan, the Ishida clan had been created due to experiments by the Godem Raikage scientists on people to create new bloodlines. The Ishida bloodline was the second to be created. The new bloodline that the Ishida clan could use was the ability to create weapons out of chakra, it allowing them to pierce or slice through any armor or weapon. They also had large amount of chakra reserves and all had flawless control over it. The more skilled members could even draw chakra from around them if they were low on chakra. When the Godem Raikage heard of these abilities, he ordered for more like them to be created and trained to use their new abilities, much like with the Yuki clan, in which 270 people were given these abilities. When the base that they were being held was liberated by the rebel factions, they joined the rebel factions for much of the same reason as the Yuki clan did. After the Civil War, all those with the abilities to create weapons out of chakra decided to form the Ishida clan and decided to call their ability the Riryoku no Soju, manipulating spirit power limit. They also decided to make Ryukin as the clan head since he was the most powerful of all its members of the new clan. To most people, Ryukin was a cold man who cared for nothing, yet those that knew him knew he cared deeply for clan and family since it was his reasonability to lead and protect them. He did not speak much and would only make his opinion known when it was needed or asked. He was also the very serious type of man who would take any threat to the safety of his clan or Kumo very serious. Ryukin wore a typical outfit that all Ishida clan members wore, which was a white, form-fitting, high-collared tunic with a blue cross symbol on his back, which was frequently on all the Ishida clan members' uniforms. Zhao Yun was leader of the Yun clan, who before the Civil War were considered the most powerful clan in Kaminari no Kuni, and are still considered that by many. The Yun clan was also one of the 5 only no clans to have a bloodline before the Civil War started, although that changed when it ended. The Yun clan bloodline was called Ryutin, Dragon Release, which gave them increased strength, speed and power, as well as to be able to transform into humanoid like dragons, increasing their power exponentially. They even had a summoning contract for dragons. Although considered by many as ninja clan, the Yun clan fought more like samurai than ninjas since they wore armor in battle and used weapons like spears, axes and long swords in battle, although they also used ninjutsu and had their own types of ninjutsu. Also, the Yun clan were not a clan in Kumo but were a clan that served and protected the royal family of Kaminari no Kuni, although some members joined Kumo to be ninjas. During the Civil War, the Yun clan fought for Daimyo Yoshiaki even when it was learned that he was the one who had his brother and his family murdered, as well as many of their kinsmen and women who were with Daimyo Dosen and his family when they were killed. This was because they were sworn to protect and serve the Satake royal family. But when it was learned that the Lady Kicho had survived the attack and was with the rebel factions to overthrow her uncle and reclaim Kaminari no Kuni, they quickly left and joined the rebel factions with as many warriors and samurai that were loyal to Lady Kicho father. After the civil war, Zhao Yun was made the captain of Lady Daimyo Kicho Royal Guard. Later on, the Yun clan became an official clan of Kumo, where half of the clan were ninjas under the Raikage and the other half were the guardians of Lady Daimyo Kicho and served her. Zhao Yun was a man that was held in high regard by everyone in Kaminari no Kuni and Kumo and was one of the great war heroes of the Civil War. He was a man held honor, virtue and justice as the most important things. He was an extremely trustworthy man whom people could always depended on and was fearless and would never give up hope even against the most impossible odds. He was an extremely handsome man where women would often flock to see him. He wore 9. He also carried an extendable spear that could be easily carried on a utility belt, and when taken out and flicked the switch on it, it would extend into a long spear. 10. He even earned the nickname the Ryugan no Kumo, the Silver Dragon of Cloud. After the clan heads all arrived, 2 more people came in. They were Lu Xuan and Hiki Kainu, commanded Kumo air forces. Lu Xuan was the commander of the air fleet of Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. Although he was young, he was a highly skilled strategist and a former apprentice to Zhou Yu. Like Zhou Yu, Lu Xuan fought against the rebel factions, and for Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage he was a highly skilled user in fire techniques like Zhou Yu, but wasn't a ninja. He was also skilled in double sword fighting. When the Civil War ended, he was pardoned for fighting against the rebel factions and was even given command of Kumo new airship fleet due to earning respect from the rebels faction for treating all prisoners respectfully and honoring the code of conduct in war by not targeting civilian cities and villages, much like his sensei Zhou Yu. Lu Xuan was a formal and humble person. He was also quick-witted and perceptive and believed in seeing the big picture. His outstanding talents and youthful energy helped inspire those around him, where he always tried to see the best in every person, be they ally or foe. He'd address disasters with a prudent and sincere manner, always strived for an optimistic solution to the situation. Lu Xuan wore 11. Hiki Kane was the commander of Kumo Skyhawk Ninjas, which was a special force of ninja trained to use special portable wing gliders that would fold up on a person's back like a backpack and then extend like wings when launched into the air through specially built catapults on the airships, fortress ships, 12, and on the ground. The Skyhawk ninjas could then glide through the air firing bombs, kunais and jutsus down on the enemy, or even fly over enemy walls and scout for enemies from the air. 13. They could even feed a small portion of the chakra into the portable wing gliders through the special chakra-absorbing metal that the portable wing gliders were made out of to keep them in the air even if there was not much wind in the air. It worked on a very similar manner of the Sky Ninja's gliders, but unlike theirs, the Skyhawk Ninja portable wing gliders did not need much chakra to keep them in the air, since the portable wing gliders were not as heavy as the Sky Ninja's gliders, although despite that the portable wing gliders were not as fast or maneuverable as the Sky Ninja's gliders. Kane was one of the first ninjas to become a Skyhawk Ninja and was a top ace flyer when in the air, in which he quickly became the unit first commander. He was an energetic young man who was almost fanatically loyal to Kumo and the Raikage. He was also quick-witted and eager to go on mission, yet he also could analogize a situation very quickly and stay calm in even the most stressful situations. Kane wore a standard Anbu outfit with body armor, black vest and shinobi pants. Soon after Lu Xuan and Hiki Kane, Yunohana Retsu and Yukai Masato, who appeared by Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, entered the room. Yunohana Retsu was the head of Kumo Hospitals and of its Medical Nin Corp. Retsu was not from Kumo or Kaminari no Kuni. She was a traveling medic who traveled around the Element continent treating people for any illness or injury. During the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni, she was able to get into the country before the borders were sealed, in which she then started to treat ninjas, warriors and samurai alike on both sides for wounds they had gotten from battles. Since she did not care who they fought for, if they were injured and needed help she would help them. She even took in and trained my young people who had been orphaned due to the civil war as her apprentices to help her when caring and healing the wounded or sick. She would often go to a battlefield when a battle was over and treat the wounded, in which she had saved many lives that would have died had it not been for her. It was because of this that she earned the nickname Chiyu no Megami, goddess of healing. Thanks to her healing and saving so many lives on both sides, she earned the respect of hundreds ninjas, warriors and samurai alike on both sides, even when Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage ordered their men to attack her or one of her medical stations that she had set up with her apprentices. Most of the time the commanders and the men would refuse or make up excuses to not attack out of respect and gratitude for what she had done for them. Although she was a healer, Retsu was also a shinobi and a highly skilled one at that, since when she was younger she had met with Suande the Slug Princess when she was on her travels with her apprentice Shizune, where she was able to get her to agree to train her. Retsu spent several years training under Tsunade, learning everything that Tsunade was willing to teach her, and after several years she parted ways with Suande to become a great medic on her own. From her training with Suande, Retsu became a highly skilled medic nin in both healing and in combat, which she had shown when on a few occasions she defended herself or her patients from Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage men, whom later greatly regretted following Daimyo Yoshiaki and the Godem Raikage orders due to the massive beatings they got from fighting her, since it had been rumored that Retsu was on par with Suande herself in healing and in fighting. Although despite this Retsu did not like to hurt or kill people, she considered herself a healer first and a shinobi second, saying, "It is easily to destroy something or take lives, but to save lives and heal others is harder, which is why it is the better." Retsu had a gentle and warm personality that augments her appearance. She was soft-spoken, polite, and a caring woman who used honorifics when addressing everyone, including her subordinates and enemies. She rarely showed any signs of panic or distress, and had a great sense of duty when it came to healing people. With her grace and kind manners, she would also let others know quietly that while she may be soft, she was not to be taken lightly. Since despite her gentle nature, many shinobi, samurai and warriors feared her, that included her fellow commanders, and even the Raikage himself would not wish to be on the receiving of her wrath. Since according to most of the commanders, respectively, she can be extremely frightening and terrifying all at the same time, since many people agreed that they would never want to get on her bad side, most stating that fighting the Kyuubi himself and being destroyed by it would be a much more preferable fate than being on her bad side. When the civil war ended, the Raikage asked her to join Kumo and become head of its hospitals. He even offered her the chance to set up a medic nin program and give her complete control over it. Retsu agreed to the offer, although she also had some other conditions which the Raikage agreed to. The program had created with the help of her apprentices a large number of medic nins, and it became policy for each shinobi team to have a medic nin on it, which was proving to be a highly successful in reducing the loss of shinobis on missions. Yukai Masato was the head of CIND. He was an expert in infiltration, assassination and at gathering information, as well as misleading people with false information. Masato was not from Kumo. He was originally from the streets of Ta no Kuni. He was then taken in by Orochimaru since he had shown Orochimaru that he had some potential as a ninja. He was then experimented on by Orochimaru, who implanted some cells of a demon, which he had gotten from the corpse of a dead demon, into his body to see if he could create a ninjas with the powers of a demon. The experiments had worked, in which Masato had increased speed, strength, agility and power, as well as being able to transform into a demon-like creature. But when Masato found out what Orochimaru had done to him, he destroyed the lab and the research on the project and then fled, but not before vowing to one day make Orochimaru pay for what he did to him. For several years he roamed alone, traveling around the elemental continent and training himself. Eventually he arrived in Kaminari no Kuni just when the civil war started and was forced to hide in the mountains since the borders of the country were blocked and no one could get out or in. Eventually, at some point when hiding from a large force of ninjas loyal to the Godem Raikage, Denku, the name the Rokudame Raikage went by before he became the Raikage, had been wounded from an earlier fight and came across the cave that Masato was hiding in. Masato helped give Denku some medical aid to help him heal his wounds. Over the following days, hiding from the enemy ninjas, Denku and Masato talked and got to know one another. Eventually they became friends since they found that they had a lot in common with one another. Eventually Denku asked Masato to join him and the rebel factions and use his abilities to help them free Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. At first Masato was unwilling to join, but eventually he agreed to help and use his abilities to great extent, where he earned the nickname Yukai ni, the Red Phantom. After the Civil War, the Raikage made him the head of CIND, where he used his various underground contacts that he had gained from his travels to great extent to help Kumo and the Heavenly Alliance. Masato was a naturally a loner as well as a dark brooder and often brooded over what he had become and carried many burdens and secrets. But despite his cold personality, he was not uncaring. He was actually a very caring person, especially for his friends. He fiercely despised Orochimaru for his various immoral actions to him and other poor victims. Masato was also reluctant to speak much, although whenever he did he typically had something very important to say. He was also very close to the Raikage, and his bodyguards Ni Yugito, Fu and Killer Bee as well had a very good relationship with the Yuki and Ishida clans, mainly due that he knew what it was like to be experimented on. Also, despite what he thought of himself, Masato was a very attractive man which had earned him the attention of many women. He had crimson eyes and long black hair that streams about a bit wildly at times. He wore a red band over his head with his bangs emerging over it. Although his most distinctive feature was his tattered red cape, that was held in place over his shoulders and lower face by several buckles. Underneath his cape, Masato's attire was black with several straps and buckles and pointed metallic boots. He also wore a golden gauntlet on his left arm and carried twin short swords on his back. Right after Retsu and Masato had arrived, Shiwan Urahara Kazuki and Yu Ying arrived in the room. Shiwan Urahara Kazuki was the company head of Research and Development Department, where he developed several different machine and weapons for the village. For example, he was the one who developed the Kumo submarines as well as several other things, and with Yu Ying helped redesign the airships plans that they got from Yuki no Kuni, Snow Country. Kazuki was Yoruichi's husband before the Civil War had started and was already head of Research and Development Department, but due to the limited budget that Kumo had in that department he could not create the machines he could now. Both he and Yoruichi knew each other since childhood and were close friends and eventually dated one another, and just before the Civil War started they married. During the Civil War, Kazuki had helped develop several different items that were of great use to the rebel factions, such as a special food pill that kept a shinobi full for 3 full days without any need of food, as well as kept them energized with little side effect. After the Civil War he was made county head of Research and Development Department, where he continued to build machines and weapons for Kumo. Kazuki was laid back, jovial person who often made jokes about things. But despite that he also had another side to his personality where he would be deceptive, cunning, and serious when the situation demanded for it. Also, despite his carefree attitude, he always spoke politely, but was sometimes sarcastic. As well as sometimes over the top with whatever he becomes passionate about something. Kazuki wore traditional wooden sandals and a bucket hat. He also wore dark green pants with matching dark green shirt and a dark grayish-green coat, having large white diamond patterns along its bottom half. Yu Ying was also county head of Research and Development Department. Much like Kazuki, she was also the wife of Zhuge Liang, the Prime Minister of Kaminari no Kuni and head of the Council of Kumo, and advisor to both Lady Daimyo Kicho and the Rokudame Raikage. She was a very beautiful woman with long red hair that went down to her hips. Although despite her beauty she was an highly skilled shinobi and extremely intelligent woman, and created many machines and weapons such as the portable wing gliders and their launchers as well as other things. Like Zhuge Liang, she did not come from this country. She and her husband had only came when Zhuge Liang and her students had pleaded them to help them fight with the rebel factions. Eventually, after the country was freed and one of their students became the Raikage, both she and Zhuge Liang were the Rokudame Raikage teachers as well. Before he became the Rokudame Raikage, they were asked to stay and help build the Heavenly Alliance, which eventually both she and her husband agreed to stay. Yu Ying wore a green knee-high outfit, with heeled boots and black gloves that leave some of her fingers uncovered, and wielded portable extendable spear and a bow and arrow. After Yu Ying and Kazuki had arrived and sat down in their seats at the War Council table, Lady Daimyo Kicho herself arrived with her bodyguard Naomasa Katsumoto. Lady Daimyo Kicho was the daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni. She an extremely beautiful woman and was a graceful maiden who had excellent martial arts skills, in which she was also highly skilled in sword fighting, since she had been trained in the samurai arts from a very young age and took to it very quickly. Unlike most other princesses, she preferred to train for combat, since her father believed that everyone in his family should be able to defend themselves and not always rely on others to defend them. She was also quite intelligent and wiser than most people her age, and wanted to do what was best for her people, especially after the civil war in her country. When her family was attacked by the Amako clan ninjas, she had tried to help defend her family but were eventually overwhelmed. Fortunately, her teacher and bodyguard Naomasa Katsumoto was able to help her escape and hid her as the civil war waged, since he feared that she would be assassinated by either side so that they could gain power. But during the civil war, the Naomasa clan castle was attacked by followers of Daimyo Yoshiaki. Fortunately, rebel shinobis led by Denku, the name the Rokudame Raikage went by before he became the Raikage, arrived and saved them. When they learned that Kicho was the daughter of Daimyo Dosen and rightful ruler of Kaminari no Kuni, they immediately promised her their support to help her reclaim her throne as Daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni. When she revealed herself to people of Kaminari no Kuni, Daimyo Yoshiaki tried to discredit her, stating that she was an imposter, but it had failed and she was able to gain the support of Yun clan as well as many warriors, samurai and samurai lords that had been loyal to her father, including her cousin, from her mother's side, Masamune Date, also known as the Azure Dragon or the Dokuganryu, the One-Eye Dragon, who was the most powerful samurai lord of Kaminari no Kuni. During the Civil War, she personally led her forces many times in battle and earned the nickname Ojokucho, Death Butterfly, due to the butterfly symbol she wore on her plate. When they won the Civil War, she made Denku the Rokudame Raikage, and with his help and the help of other countries that the Raikage was able to get support from, they were able to rebuild both Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni and created the Heavenly Alliance. Kicho War 14. She also carried an O-katana on her side and carried a set of kuni on her right leg and a leg holder. Naomasa Katsumoto was leader of the Naomasa samurai clan and personal bodyguard and teacher to Lady Daimyo Kicho. He had served Kicho's father for many years and fought through many battles where he had earned great fame from his battles and was highly respected by many samurai both in Kaminari no Kuni and around the elemental continuant. He was very loyal to Kicho since he considered Kicho like a daughter due to knowing her since she was very young. During the attack on the royal family, Katsumoto tried to protect them but they were overwhelmed. Daimyo Dosen, who had been mortally wounded in the battle, had ordered him to get Kicho out and protect her with his life, which he sworn to do, and was just able to get her out. For 4 years of the Civil War he was able to keep her hidden until Daimyo Yoshiaki men attacked his castle since the Naomasa clan refused to join him and were staying neutral. When they were saved by Denku and his rebels' forces, he had been naturally suspicious since he feared that they might try and use the princess to gain power or kill her before she became a threat to them, but thankfully he had been proven wrong since Denku proved to be an honorable man. Thanks to his help they were able to rebuild both Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni in just a few years and formed a powerful alliance with other nations to help one another. Katsumoto wore traditional crimson-red samurai armor and carried an O-katana on his side. "Lady Daimyo Kicho, what are you doing here? We did not expect you to come to this meeting," said Zhao Yun as he and the other members of the War Council stood up and bowed to the Lady Daimyo in respect as she sat on the seat on the pedestal overlooking the War Council. "I came here due to the Raikage informing me that this War Council meeting was being held and that I should attend it. I hope you all do not mind me listening in," said Kicho. "Of course not, Lady Daimyo, you are more than welcome," said Zhao Yun. When Lady Daimyo Kicho sat down, 7 more people arrived. 4 of them were the personal bodyguards of the Raikage. They were Ni Yugito, Fu, Killer Bee and Okatsu, all of which except for Okatsu were Jinchurikis. One of other 2 was Zhuge Liang, Prime Minister of Kaminari no Kuni and head of the Council of Kumo and advisor to both Lady Daimyo Kicho and the Rokudame Raikage, and the other person next to him was Seiwa Inisu, the Kumo no Isuryu, the personal military advisor to the Raikage and second in command for all military matters in Kumo and answerable to only the Rokudame Raikage, and the final person among the group was the Raikage himself. Okatsu was confident, strong and intelligent kunoichi. She was a dedicated and loyal ninja who would glad give up her life for the Raikage. Although unlike the other bodyguards of the Raikage, Okatsu was not a Jinchuiki, she was a typical but highly skilled kunoichi. Also, she was not originally from Kumo or Kaminari no Kuni. She was from a small country whose lord was deposed in a revolt, and her clan, which was also small, had been wiped out due to they were loyal to the lord, and she had just managed to escape. After her escape of her clan's slaughter, she had traveled for a while offering her services as a ninja to small lords and daimyos, but during one mission she had been captured by a group of missing nins due to her getting bad intel of their strength and numbers. They had beaten her badly and had planned on raping her, but fortunately before they could the Raikage. This was before he even entered the civil war in Kumo and Kaminari and Kuni, and before he became Raikage, and Seiwa Anisu had heard her screams for help as they tried to rape her. They quickly killed the men, and the Raikage helped nurse her back to help from her wounds. He had even stayed by her sides when she slept, since she had suffered from nightmares of her clan being killed and what had nearly happened to her. After she had healed, she had practically insisted only following them, since she had told them that they had saved her life and saved her from being raped, hence her life was theirs, or more, especially the Raikage for staying by her side for so long and helping to heal her. She traveled with them for a while, and when they entered the civil war she earned great respect and fame for her skills as a kunoichi in battle. After the civil war ended, the Raikage offered her the position as one of his bodyguards, which she took without hesitation since it was what she had wanted. Akatsuki wore 15 and carried a katana on her lower back. Ni Yugito was a proud, wise and courageous kunoichi. She was also a firm young woman and thoughtful of her comrades. She had been made into a jinchuiki when she was only 2 and went through a detestable training that was imposed on her, although through it she was able to control her transformation into the Nibi no Bakaneko, the two-tailed monster cat, and use its power to its full extent. She also gained confidence in herself through hard work. She had been loyal to both Kumo and the Yondaime Raikage before the civil war started and was considered the second strongest shinobi in Kumo. When the civil war started, she fought for the Godem Raikage along with the Killer Bee, the Jinchuiki of the Hachibi no Kyogyu, the eight-tailed giant ox. But this had not been of choice, since when the Godem Raikage first came into power he had special Juinjutsu, cursed seal techniques, seals put on them so that he could control them and force them to do what he wanted them to do. For the first 4 years of the civil war, Yugito used her powers against the rebel factions, which had nearly caused the rebel factions to be wiped out. But when Denku, the name the Raikage took before he became the Raikage, united the rebel factions, he was able to beat back the forces of the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki on several occasions. But it was not until the Battle of Mikatagahara, which was often referred as the Storm Battle on the Great Plains, where the tide turned. It was where she and Killer Bee fought Denku, while the combined forces of the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki fought the combined forces of the rebel factions on the other end of the plain. During the battle, a massive storm arrived in the middle of the battle, and Denku used it to use his most power attack that defeated her, Killer Bee, and wiped out all 3,000 of Daimyo Yoshiaki reinforcements, who had arrived to assist in the battle, with a single attack. With the reinforcements wiped out and their Jinchuikis defeated, the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki and their forces had no choice but to retreat, since they were beginning to lose the battle. The attack that Denku used had also nearly killed them, but lucky with their Biju they were able to heal their injuries. Soon after the battle, Denku, with the help of his sensei Zhuge Liang, was able to remove the seals her and Killer Bee had on them, after which they joined the rebel factions. Soon after the civil war, she, Akatsuki and Killer Bee were made the personal bodyguards of the Rokudame Raikage, and when the Heavenly Alliance was formed they were then joined by another Jinchuiki from Takigakure, the hidden waterfall, called Fu, who was also made the personal bodyguard of the Raikage. Yugito wore a tradition Anbu outfit with black shinobi shirt under Anbu body armor, arm pads and knee pads, as well as shinobi pants with a short katana on her back. Killer Bee was the Jinchuiki of the Hachibi no Kyogyu. He was also the younger brother of the Yondaime Raikage, who was assassinated by the Amako clan, and not only that, but he was also now the current clan head of the Yotsuki clan, since his brother was the previous clan head. The Yotsuki clan was one of Kumo founding clans and one of the only 5 clans with bloodlines in Kumo, which was the Raiden, Storm Arlies, which allowed them to combine lightning and water to create beams of light energy and destroy anything it hits. Like Yugito, he was forced to obey the orders of the Godem Raikage and fight the rebel factions. It was not until he was defeated by Denku and released from the seals that made him follow the Godem Raikage orders that he joined the rebel factions and became the new clan head of the Yotsuki clan, since they were one of the first clans to side against the Godem Raikage when they learned that he was the one to kill the Yondaime Raikage. And after the civil war, Killer Bee was also made the personal bodyguard to the Raikage. Killer Bee was a funny enough person with a good sense of humor. Although he demanded respect from others, such as calling him Jinchuriki-sama or Hachibi-sama, he enjoyed speaking in song, more specifically in rap style, even when he was fighting enemies. This of course got on people's nerves. He would even stop in mid-fight to write some rhymes down, which would often infuriate his enemies as well. He would spend hours on end rapping and rhyming, which would further annoy people since despite how long he spent doing those things he was never any good at them. But despite his lack of skill in rapping and rhyming, he was one of Kumo's most powerful shinobis. He was able to fully use and control his Biju power when he transformed into the Hachibi no Kyogyu. Not only that, he was highly skilled in taijutsu and had incredible strength, much like his brother the Yondaime Raikage, and a master swordsman where using his own conventional style, which gave him great versatility, and allowed him to fight with 8 swords at once. Killer Bee was a dark-skinned man and had possessed a muscular build, as well as white hair and beard. On his right shoulder, he had a tattoo that says, Iron, and on his left cheek, he had a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also wore a white-colored one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a jonin, with a red rope tied around his waist, white handbands, and a white scarf around his neck, and carried 7 swords on his back. Fu was also a Jinchuriki like Killer Bee and Yugito. She was the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi, 7-tailed horned beetle. She was a shinobi of Takigakure and the most power shinobi that they had. She was highly skilled in earth-type jutsu thanks to the earth-controlling abilities of her Biju, 16. She was sent to Kumo as an offering of Takigakure commitment to the Heavenly Alliance when they joined the Heavenly Alliance. Fu was a friendly person that was loyal to her people and would do anything to protect them. She would often spend time gardening, which she was quite good at thanks to her abilities. She also enjoyed playing with children and always made time to play with them. She was also a very confident woman and was courageous as well and could use her abilities to great effect when fighting. Fu has bright green hair and pink eyes. She wore a high white shirt and armlets and a fishnet waistband. She also wore her Takigakure forehead protector on her right arm and her Kumogakure on her left. She also carried a cylindrical object on her back. Zhuge Liang was Prime Minister of Kaminari no Kuni and head of the Council of Kumo and advisor to both Lady Daimyo Kicho and the Rokudame Raikage. Hence he was one of the most powerful and respected men in all of Kumo and Kaminari no Kuni. He was a wise strategist with unsurpassed intelligence. He was known to many as the Nemiriryu, Sleeping Dragon. Due to like a sleeping dragon, no one would dare to challenge him, for if they did like a dragon, when he wakes he would utterly destroy them with his incredible power. Zhuge Liang was a master genjutsu user, which shows where he hid new Kumogakure under a powerful genjutsu cloud, and was also a master at using different jutsus and combining them to make them more powerful. It is rumored that Zhuge Liang's skill and power at using jutsus was on par with the late Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen the Sandaime Hokage. Zhuge Liang was also a master strategist where many rulers of other nations had often tried to have him under their employment so to command their armies. It was because of his strategies that the rebel factions won some of their greatest victories, such as the taking of Fan Castle, where he tricked the defenders into thinking that he had his men, who were besieging the castle, had left and ran away when the defenders had sent a large numbers of their men to pursue them. He and his men revealed themselves to have hidden nearby and attacked the castle when it was so lightly defended and took it without much problem, while the defenders that were tricked out of the castle were ambushed and captured by some of Zhuge Liang's men who hidden themselves to ambush them. Zhuge Liang was also the former teacher of both the Raikage and Seiwa Inisu before they joined the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni and Kumo. And when they did join the civil war, they were able to convince him and his wife Yu Ying to join the rebel factions and fight to free the country. After the civil war, Lady Daimyo Kicho asked for Zhuge Liang assistance in helping to rule her country and asked him to be her advisor, as did Denku when he became the Rokudame Raikage. He eventually even became head of the Council of Kumo since everyone respected his opinion and advice, and was later on named the Prime Minister of Kaminari no Kuni. Personality-wise, Zhuge Liang was a placid and calculating man who was always thinking one step ahead. He often stated that every turn in battle is a part of his effortless planning. He spoke with a polite and proper manner at all times, albeit terrifyingly so when he completely stumps his enemies. Though his intentions are sometimes questioned, his loyalty to his former students was unquestionable. Zhuge Liang wore very basic robes, with yin-yang symbols on opposite sides of each other, and mostly made up of green, and mystical and golden designs, and had a thin beard and mustache in a similar manner of a noble. Zhuge Liang was often seen carrying a large fan in which he uses it to create power wind jutsus. Seiwa Inisu, also known as the Kumo no Isuryu, he was the personal military advisor to the Raikage and was second in command for all military matters. Inisu was a tall man about 6.2. He had long white hair that went down to his lower shoulder blades and would have it parted on the left side of his face. He had a slightly narrow yet handsome face with bright blue eyes. Like the Raikage and some of the other members of the War Council, he was not original from Kaminari no Kuni. Inisu joined the civil war and fought with the rebels when they witnessed the atrocities that the forces of the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki were doing, where they decided to fight with the rebel factions. They were then able to convince their former senseis Akechi Mitsuhide and Miyoshi Sayuri as well as Yu Ying and Zhuge Liang to join them in the fight. Both he and Denku rose through the ranks of the rebel factions very quickly, where Denku was able to unite the rebels in a powerful fighting force and help them win many victories. Inisu also won his share of great glory in the war, where at the Battle of Eagle's Peak, where the rebel fleet and the fleets of the Godem Raikage and Daimyo Yoshiaki fought, and Inisu used his ice abilities to create a massive ice storm to freeze over both enemy fleets and single-handedly wiping out 2/3 of the fleets with the one jutsu, which earned him the nickname Kumo no Isuryu. Inisu was originally from Mizu no Kuni. He was of the Seiwa clan, who were known for their ability to create and use ice jutsu, which forced Inisu family to go into hiding when the Bloodline Crusade began. But unfortunately his family were found and they were all killed by Bloodline hunters, and had his senseis Akechi Mitsuhide and Miyoshi Sayuri not arrived and saved him, he would have died as well. They then took him with them and trained him. After a few years they also came across Denku, who they took in as well. The two of them trained together all the time for 2 years and became the best of friends and friendly rivals. Eventually their senseis took them to Zhuge Liang to be trained by him. After a few years they left together to travel and learn things on their own, which was when they got involved in the civil war in Kaminari no Kuni. After they won the civil war, Denku then became the Rokudame Raikage and he became his personal advisor and right-hand man. Many people often refer to Inisu personality to be like water, where he would often be calm and go with the flow, like water, but become as hard and cold as ice in battle and would kill his enemies without mercy. He was also very mature despite his personality and would get serious when the situation called for it. He would often talk and joke around with the Raikage, and the two of them could be found often sparring with one another since they had a sort of rivalry in terms of getting stronger. Inisu was also extremely loyal to his friends and to his loved ones and would not hesitate to put himself in harm's way to protect them. Inisu wore a black sleeveless shirt with black shinobi pants and wore black boots with steel tips at its toes and heels, as well as wore a white trench with the kanji symbol for frost on it back with blue snowflake on the edges of the trench coat. He also had a green sash around his shoulders, held together by a round clip. The sash held his long sword sheath in place on his back and is tied to it at either end. His sword was called Hirenmaru. Its blade was about 1.4 meters long with the exception of the guard, which is in the shape of a 4-pointed bronze-colored star. After everyone was seated, the Raikage began the meeting. "Thank you all for coming so quickly. I know that you all were busy working with your own duties, but information that I have just recently received made it vital that I speak with you all now," spoke the Raikage. "What exactly is it that is so important that you had to call a war council, Raikage-sama?" asked Ryu. 2 hours ago Captain Yoruichi of the Bolt Division arrived in my office informing me that she was able to make contact with the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni. Although she could not get an alliance with the rebel factions, she was able to make an agreement with them where in exchange for food and medical supplies they would agree to share information with us on the plans and movements of the Mizu daimyo and the Godem Mizukage forces," said the Raikage. This of course got several murmurs to go around the war council. "But why would they not want an alliance with us? They could do with all the help they could get," asked Kane. "It's simple, they don't trust us," answered Godo. "But why don't they? We have never attacked them, we share the same enemy, we should help one another," Kane openly spoke. "Even though we share the same enemy, once they are gone we could easily turn on them and take over Mizu no Kuni, where they would have traded one corrupt and cruel ruler for another corrupt and cruel ruler, or at least that how they might see it," answered Yu Yang. "But we're not like that. The Raikage built Heavenly Alliance so to unite people and ensuring people are treated fairly and that nations could solve their problems peacefully," said Kane. That may be well and true, but the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni know very little of use other than that the Raikage-sama wiped out an entire fleet of Mizu no Kuni and Kiri warships with over 8,000 Mizu warriors and samurai along with 2,000 Kiri shinobi. They have no real reason to trust us, and if we want their trust we have to earn it, said Soifun. Captain Soifun is correct that we have to earn the trust of the rebel factions if we want them to be our allies. But the matter on the alliance between us and the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni was not why I called this meeting, spoke the Raikage seriously. This caused everyone in room to be silent and listen to the Raikage. The reason I asked you all here was because when Captain Yoruichi arrived and informed me on the agreement between us and the rebel factions, she also informed me that on her way back she received information from Saito Hajime, leader of one of the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni. He informed me that 5 days ago Princess Saki of Umi no Kuni, Sea Country, was captured by a squad of warships sent by the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni and the Godem Mizukage to capture her, said the Raikage. This got many shocked looks from several members as well as some gasps of surprise from others and a few frowns from the more senior members. Are you certain of this, Raikage-san? Asked Lady Kicho in a serious tone voice, and was frowning in anger since she knew Princess Saki well since they had met several times and consider each other friends. Yes, I am. Not long after I spoke to Saito I made contact with King Tasuki Michiru through the projection ball I gave to him when Tasuki no Kuni became our ally. He confirmed with me that the princess had been captured by Mizu no Kuni and Kirigakure, replied the Raikage. Those bastards, do they really think that we let them get away with kidnapping the fiancé of one of our allies? Kane spoke angrily. Raikage-sama, did they make any ransom demands for the return of the princess to either Umi no Kuni or Tasuki no Kuni? Asked Zhuge Liang calmly. Yes, when I contacted King Tasuki Michiru he had just received a message from the Mizukage and the Mizu daimyo stating that they have captured the princess and were holding her prisoner until both countries agreed to give full control of Muzi no Kuni and Umi no Kuni trade alliance to Mizu no Kuni as well as full control of their fleets to Mizu no Kuni whenever they needed them, and that the shinobi of Tsukigakure, Hidden Moon, would come to fight for Kiri whenever they called for them, stated the Raikage. Do they really think that either of those two countries will agree to such demands? Said Hamryo angrily, since it pissed him off what the Mizukage and the Mizu daimyo were doing. They may have no choice. She is the princess of Umi no Kuni, is well loved by her people, not to mention I hardly think that her brother or her father the Umi daimyo will let her rot in some prison in Mizu no Kuni or even be killed for not agreeing to Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni demands. I also don't think that the Prince Hikaru of Tasuki no Kuni will allow either of those things happen to his fiancée either, stated Anisu. Raikage-sama, didn't the princess have any shinobi bodyguards with her or have a large fleet to protect her? Asked Sayuri. Unfortunately, the princess insisted that she only have a light guard of 20 royal guards and a team of Konoha ninjas with no escort ships. I had offered to send ships or some teams of our own ninjas to protect the princess, but the Umi daimyo insisted on using Konoha shinobi considering his past dealings with them. Answered the Raikage. Who exactly did Konoha send to protect the princess? Asked Kai Wenji. They sent Rock Lee, also known as Konoha Nidame no Kedakai Oimoju, Konoha's second prideful green beast. One of Konoha top Jonin fighters and husband to the clan head of the Kurama clan. Akamichi Choji, as known as Konoha no Kyojin Kiyude, Konoha's strong-armed giant. An heir to the head of the Akamichi clan as well as member of the Neo-Ino Shika Cho. Yuhi Sarutobi Kuriani, Konoha famed genjutsu specialist. Former wife of the late Sarutobi Asuma of the Shugonin Junichi. 12 guardian ninja. And aunt to Konoha no Enku. Monkey king of Konoha. Sarutobi Konohamaru and Haruno Sakura, also known as Konoha Chiyu Sakura. Healing Sakura of Konoha. And apprentice of the Godem Hokage. Answered the Raikage neutrally. Huh, so much for Konoha's best, scoffed Shiden. There is more, I'm afraid. It seems that the rumors of Kirigakure having volley guns from Yuki no Kuni are true and have placed them on their ships. They have even made them more compact by building handheld versions of them for their shinobis to carry. Said the Raikage. This caused many worried looks to appear on the faces of many of the War Council members. Are you certain of this, Raikage-sama? Asked Kazuki with a slight frown on his face. Yes. Saito gave me a perfect description of what the ones on the ship looked like and they match what the large volley guns look like, said the Raikage. This could cause us a great deal of trouble if we do not deal with this quickly. Do we know where the princess is being held? Asked Lu Xuan. Yes, she being held in the hold, answered Yoruichi. This caused many people to frown since they knew that the hold was the strongest prison in all of Mizu no Kuni. It figures that they would put the princess there since it is the most secure place they could put her in, said Masato. But the question now is, what do we do? Mitsuhide asked openly. Isn't it oblivious we have to rescue her? We can't let Kiri or Mizu no Kuni think that they can get away with doing something like this to our allies without paying the price, shouted Gon Ning to Mitsuhide as he stood up, in which he then turned to face the Raikage. Raikage-sama, give me the order and I have a full battle group of our best warships ready in a day, 2 at the most, and we take the prison and rescue the princess, said Gon Ning. No. If you go there like that you will most likely be intercepted by the fleet of ships that they have stationed there. Plus, even if you break through their ships you have to deal with the prison defenses, and even then the princess could very well likely be killed or injured as you attack the base. They could even take her out of the prison when you attack and take her to the capital of Mizu no Kuni, where we would never be able to rescue her then, Kane said to Gon Ning, and then turned and stood up. Raikage-sama, this is a job for my Skyhawk ninjas and I. Give me the word and I will lead a squadron of airships loaded with 3 dozen of my best flyers to attack the prison. While the airships attack the prison, my men and I will fly into it and get the princess out before the Kiri ninja there knows what has happened, said Kane confidently. I'm afraid that will not walk either, Kane-san, since most likely Kiri will have their new volley guns on their defense towers, not to mention the ships there will have them too. Hence, when the airships are flouting around the prison firing on the enemy, they will make easy targets for Kiri volley guns to fire upon and be shot down. Even if you have the airships stay up high so that the volley guns won't be able to hit them, the airships will still have to come down to pick you and your people up, hence they will be shot down. Plus the prison holds up to 300 prisoners and we do not even know what cell she is being held in, stated Nady, in which she turned to the Raikage. Raikage-sama, I believe this situation is best suited for the Bolt Division since they are trained for quick inflations missions like this one, or better yet have some of my clan members go into the prison and sneak into it and get the princess out of the prison without them ever knowing how she ever escaped, said Nady. Many of the other members of the War Council nodded their heads in agreement, likely that plan the best out of 3 since it had the best chance of succeeding. Although your plan sounds like the best plan out of all 3 plans, Nady-san. I myself have a plan that could work even better, where not only do we rescue the princess but we will also get the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni as our allies, as well as gain the alliance 1 or 2 more members to join it and show everyone the strength of Kumogakure and the Heavenly Alliance, since I believe it finally time for us to do so, said the Raikage. This caused many of the members to go wide-eyed while others raised their eyebrows in surprise, since for the past 3 years since the Heavenly Alliance first formed they have kept their true strength hidden from the world until they were fully ready to reveal themselves. Now it seems that the time had come to begin to show what they were truly capable of. Are you certain it time, Raikage-sama? Asked Byakuya, to which the Raikage just nodded. So what exactly is your plan to free the princess and gain the rebel factions of Mizu no Kuni as our allies and new members into the Heavenly Alliance in one fell swoop, Raikage-sama? Asked Godo. The Raikage then handed out some folders that he had been carrying when he entered the War Council room. When everyone had one each, he asked them to read the plan detailing what he planned to do. After about 10 minutes everyone had finished reading the plan. Many members had raised eyebrows in either surprise or interest. A very bold plan, Raikage-sama, said Zhao Yun. I concur, although it could very well work, said Retsu. Can we really do what it says we have to do in the time frame we have? Asked Nady. I believe we can if Saito and his people fulfill their end of the deal, since I contacted him again before I came here to ask for the information we need and ask him his people at the hold could do the other things we need them to do, and he said he would get the info we need and send it by tomorrow afternoon, and his people there could do the job, said the Raikage. But still this plan relies a great deal on Saito giving us the correct information and for his people to do the job right. For all we know he may sell us out and lure us into a trap, or they could ruin the plan for us altogether, said Ryukin. I don't believe he will, since Saito gains to benefit greatly if this plan succeeds and his people are not armatures, countered the Raikage. I have to say this is by far the most daring, reckless and bold plan I have ever come across. Yet it still has a very good chance of succeeding, said Zhuge Liang with a slight amusement in his voice and a small smile on his face. Thank you sensei, I do try not to disappoint you, said the Raikage with his own smile. It seems that you have thought of everything in this plan, which I guessing you were able to form this plan from studying with the plans on the hold, and the other intel we had on it that we were able to steal from Kiri. You even considered the possibility that volley guns are stationed on their guard towers and they may have ones hidden somewhere, as well as how to delay the Shinbis stationed there and cause utter confusion when we attack a very impressive Raikage Sama, said Ryu. Well, you got my vote on it since it fits my style perfectly, since it's bold, flashy and sends a clear message to the world what we're really capable of, plus I was getting tired of us hiding away what we truly capable of, said Hamrio with a slight smirk on his face. So does everyone agree to my plan, or shall we do Nady-san plan instead? Asked the Raikage. After a few minutes of discussing with one another, the War Council voted and put to a vote where it was decided that they would go for the Raikage plan. Very well then, by tomorrow we should have the information on the locations of all the prisoners and who is in what cell, as well as the locations of all the volley guns there if they are there. After which we will then have 2 days to prepare the forces needed for the operations. It then should take another 2 days by airship to get to Mizu no Kuni. On the 3rd they will attack the prison, in which hopefully Saito people will be in place and be ready when our forces attack, and our teams will rescue the princess, and the following day the teams will meet our escort fleet at the meeting point, stated the Raikage. Once everyone nodded their heads in agreement, they all left to discuss with themselves what will happen in the next few after everyone but the Raikage had left the War Council room, but he too soon left to go home, but as he did he was in deep thought. The winds of change are finally beginning to blow. Soon a storm will arrive that will destroy this cruel and corrupt world that refuses to change for the better, and a new peaceful and better world shall be born from it ruins, thought the Raikage as he left the War Council room.
That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, then please like, share and do comments.